Chapter 4975. Yun Tianyu, Wang Yunshan, and the others were able to grow to their current level because of their hard work, their talents, and the hatred in their hearts. Although it was said that people should look to the future and not live in the past, they shouldn't live in hatred. However, if they could even forget about hatred, how could they face their dead relatives? The world of cultivators was very cruel. In this cruel world, there were indeed countless people who only cared about their own interests. They didn't even care about the life and death of their relatives, lovers, and friends. Such people naturally could easily put down the hatred in their hearts. However, there were also some people who couldn't let go. Yun Tianyu and Wang Yunshan were such people. Therefore, they wanted to kill. They wanted to kill their enemies and avenge their dead relatives, family, friends, and lovers. They crazily slaughtered the cultivators of the 8 Extreme Palace. Miserable screams resounded one after another. A large number of cultivators were killed by them. No one could stop their footsteps. The cultivators outside who wanted to join the 8 Extreme Palace to learn were scared pale as paper after seeing this scene. Fortunately, they didn't join the 8 Extreme Palace. If they had joined the 8 Extreme Palace, but now, perhaps they would have turned into cold corpses by now. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and slashed out. A powerful sword chi shot out and instantly killed dozens of cultivators of the 8 Extreme Palace. Lin Feng didn't sympathize with those cultivators because they were his enemies. In the world of cultivators, if you didn't kill your enemies, you would be killed by your enemies. Therefore, how could Lin Feng sympathize with his enemies? Sympathizing with his enemies was the same as being cruel to himself. Perhaps one day, the enemies you sympathize with will kill your loved ones, your family members, your lovers, and your friends. This is all possible. Because of this, Lin Feng had long developed a cold heart. Of course, Lin Feng's cold heart treated his enemies. He had always been very gentle and friendly to his relatives, family, lovers, and friends. A large number of corpses piled up on the ground. Lin Feng and the others killed their way to the depths of the 8 Extreme Palace. Ask the old ancestors to come out. Old man Shen Yin screamed in horror. If it was possible, he naturally did not want to alarm the ancestors who were in seclusion. However, they were unable to fend off the attacks of Lin Feng's group at all. They had suffered extremely heavy losses, so they could only ask the ancestors who were in seclusion to deal with Lin Feng's group. Old man Shen Yin and the others retreated to the deepest part of the mountain. That was the main peak, and there were powerful defensive restrictions. They activated the defensive restrictions, and those defensive restrictions blocked Lin Feng and the others outside. Yun Tianyu asked, "How long will it take?" Lin Feng said, "The shortest is 3 days, the longest is 7 days. The Guardian array here was very powerful, so it was not easy to break it." Yun Tianyu and the others nodded. They were also proficient in formations, but they were far inferior to Lin Feng. However, when Lin Feng was breaking the array, they could help him from the side. With their help, the situation would be much better. At that time, they would be able to shorten the time needed to break the array. Lin Feng and the others did not waste any time. They immediately began trying to break the array. While Lin Feng and the others were breaking the array, the 3 ancestors and the palace master of the 8 Extreme Palace all came out of seclusion. When they saw Lin Feng and the others, the 3 ancestors' faces turned gloomy. In fact, the palace master's authority had been greatly reduced after the 3 ancestors came out. He was no longer a person who could carry enormous weight. There was nothing they could do about it. Cultivators like them naturally had no way to compete for power with these experts. If these experts wanted to cripple these palace masters and vice palace masters, they probably wouldn't dare to say anything. This was because the world of cultivators was a world where the strong were respected. The words of whoever had the strongest fist were the imperial edict. Lin Feng, Yun Tianyu, you actually came to the 8 Extreme Palace. Are you here to die? Today, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. Zhu Zihun's resentful voice sounded when he saw Lin Feng, Yun Tianyu, and the others. He hated Lin Feng, Yun Tianyu, and the others to the bone. Especially now, Lin Feng and the others had actually killed their way to the ancestral land of the 8 Extreme Palace. It was a slap to their faces. Naturally, they were furious. "You're still boasting even now? I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves," Lin Feng sneered. Zhu Zihun said, "Let's move the sacred ancestors' statue." Sun Yuanqing and Dongfang Sheng nodded. Then, the three of them revealed extremely pious expressions. Then, they knelt in the direction of the 8 Extreme Palaces main hall. "O great sacred ancestors' statue, now, the 8 Extreme Palace is in danger of being exterminated. O great sacred ancestors' statue, please awaken. Come and annihilate these sinners who dare to invade the 8 Extreme Palace." As soon as the three of them finished speaking, the 2 huge statues standing on both sides of the main hall shook violently. The 2 statues were about 20 meters tall and looked very ordinary. However, at this moment, the 2 statues were shaking violently. Moreover, the 2 statues were emitting extremely terrifying fluctuations. When he felt the powerful fluctuations emitted from the 2 statues, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. This was because the fluctuations made him feel a dangerous aura. Could it be an existence similar to the evil god statue? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The evil god statue that Lin Feng had obtained before was extremely powerful. It had the cultivation of a true immortal. When Lin Feng's cultivation hadn't increased, he couldn't release the full power of the statue. Therefore, the evil god statue had always been at the early stage of a true immortal. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation continued to increase, the 2 statues' battle prowess also continued to increase. There seems to be something different. Lin Feng frowned slightly. These 2 statues were very special. The aura they emitted was somewhat similar to the evil god statue, but there were also some differences. However, these 2 statues were extremely terrifying. They were many times stronger than the 2 statues he had obtained before. Lin Feng guessed that these 2 statues should be one of the trump cards of the 8 Extreme Palace. "Who's calling us?" Suddenly, a deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. The 2 statues had actually opened their mouths to speak. "The ancestors' spirit has appeared. The ancestors' spirit has appeared." Seeing the 2 statues speaking, the cultivators of the 8 Extreme Palace were extremely excited. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the 2 statues. Chapter 4976. Sun Yuanqing, Dongfang Sheng, and Zhu Zihun were also incomparably excited. With the appearance of their ancestors and the awakening of the stone statues, they saw the hope of killing Lin Feng and the others. This was naturally something worth celebrating. At this time, the 3 of them sincerely said, "We are the guardians of the Bag Palace. Now that we have no choice but to awaken our ancestors, we ask the ancestors to protect our Bag Palace." Rumble. Rumble. A loud sound shook the heaven and earth. The 2 stone statues actually walked out step by step. They had completely awakened from their slumber. "Lowly creatures, you actually dare to behave atrociously in the ancestral land of the Bag Palace. You simply don't know life from death. Today, I will send you to hell." The 2 stone statues opened their mouths at the same time. Their voices were extremely cold, as if they had drifted out from hell. Anyone who heard the voices of the 2 stone statues would have a creepy feeling. Facing the 2 terrifying stone statues, the complexion of Lin Feng and the others became slightly dignified. Of course, they were not afraid of the 2 stone statues. Before the 2 stone statues arrived, they had already launched an attack on Lin Feng and the others. The 2 stone statues brandished their battle swords and swept towards Lin Feng and the others. Those were stone swords. Although they were not stone soldiers, they were very special. They were very powerful and couldn't be underestimated. If one dared to underestimate the power of time, they would inevitably suffer a great loss. Lin Feng and the others didn't underestimate the power of the stone swords. In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Feng and the others also took out their magical weapons. They urged their magical weapons to resist the attack. For example, Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and swept it towards the stone swords. Asterisk clang. Asterisk accompanied by a sonorous collision sound, the stone sword in Lin Feng's hand directly collided with the powerful sword chi of the opponent. Suddenly, a sonorous collision sound was heard. Lin Feng suddenly felt a powerful force that could topple mountains and overturn seas quickly poured into his body. That force was so terrifying that it directly blasted Lin Feng away. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of horror. The stone statue's attack was too terrifying. It was simply unbelievable. Moreover, the stone statues had yet to display their true combat strength. If they did, who knew how terrifying it would be? In addition to Lin Feng, Leng Zishi was also sent flying. However, Yun Tianyu, Qi Zishu, and Wang Yunshan had completely neutralized the stone statue's attack. Their realms were relatively high, so it wasn't strange that they could neutralize the stone statue's attack. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't hold back in the face of the stone statue's attack. Therefore, Lin Feng poured the power of his avatar, the Golden Dwarf, the Magic Lotus, and the Ruler's armor into his body. Lin Feng's strength began to rise steadily. Lin Feng's combat strength also greatly increased. He looked at Leng Zishi and said, "Be careful. Hee. I'm very powerful. It was just a slip of the hand," Leng Zishi said with a grin. It had to be said that this two-faced girl was really an optimist. She didn't seem to know how to spell the word fear. No matter what, she was very cheerful. Of course, perhaps Leng Zishi really did have some powerful means that she hadn't displayed yet. At this moment, Leng Zishi suddenly shouted, "Demon King's protection." As soon as her voice fell, a ball of flames gushed out of Leng Zishi's body. The ball of flames burned fiercely, protecting Leng Zishi's body. However, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the ball of flames wasn't as simple as a ball of flames. It seemed to have boosted Leng Zishi's combat strength. This feeling was a little strange, but it was so real. Perhaps this was one of Leng Zishi's trump cards. "Everyone, be careful. They're coming." At this moment, Yun Tianyu shouted in a deep voice. A loud rumbling sound was heard as the earth shook violently. The two stone statues rushed over quickly. The two stone statues were like two immortal mountains. When they rushed over, Lin Feng immediately felt that the surrounding void seemed to be imprisoned. Their movement speed was greatly restricted. This is the stone statue domain. It can restrict the movement of cultivators, Qi Zishu said with a solemn expression. These two stone statues were indeed powerful. They were worthy of being the foundation of Bag Palace. They actually possessed such a terrifying means. The first stone statue swept its sword towards Yun Tianyu, Qi Zishu, and Wang Yunshan. The second stone statue swept its sword towards Lin Feng and Leng Zishi. Facing the attack of the stone statue, Lin Feng swept his sword towards the stone statue while Leng Zishi swept her short blade towards it. Clang! Clang! Their weapons collided and the two of them joined forces to resist the might of the stone statue. However, they were still sent flying. Seeing that, the cultivators from Bag Palace revealed looks of excitement. The might of the stone statues was simply too powerful. They had completely suppressed Lin Feng and the others. Thus, they saw hope in killing Lin Feng and the others. Ha 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 ha. Just you wait. Lin Feng, Yun Tianyu, and the others are dead for sure, the cultivators from Bag Palace said excitedly. They hated Lin Feng, Yun Tianyu, and the others to the bone. Looks like Lin Feng, Yun Tianyu, and the others are dead for sure. Yes, the two stone statues are too powerful. There is simply no way to fight against them. They might be consigned to eternal damnation, the surrounding cultivators discussed spiritedly. They also believed that Lin Feng and the others were dead for sure. The main reason was that the two stone statues were simply too powerful. They were simply invincible. Lin Feng's expression turned grim. They were currently being suppressed by the stone statue's domain. Thus, their movements were sluggish and their combat power was greatly suppressed. However, Lin Feng was not without a way to deal with the stone statue's domain. Lin Feng circulated the domineering aura within his body. Next, the 5 types of domineering aura stacked together to form a domineering magnetic field. The domineering magnetic field enveloped the two stone statues and the stone statue's domain was instantly dissolved. Lin Feng, Yun Tianyu, and the others could not stop themselves from revealing looks of joy. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, follow me and mobilize the ancient demon weapons." "All right." They quickly came to Lin Feng's side. Powerful spiritual energy continuously poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt like his body was about to explode after enduring the infusion of so many expert spiritual energy. He hastily summoned the ancient demon weapons. In fact, this was the first time Lin Feng had summoned the ancient demon weapons. His realm did not allow him to control the ancient demon weapons. Moreover, the ancient demon weapons had deities. Without the deities' recognition, it was even harder to control the ancient demon weapons. Chapter 4977. This ancient demon weapon was obtained by Lin Feng after he killed the heavenly demon emperor's son. It was an ancient demon weapon that was suppressed by the heavenly demon emperor. The deity of the ancient demon weapon had fallen into a deep slumber. Of course, the ancient demon weapon was terrifying enough. As long as one could activate the ancient demon weapon, there was no need to awaken the deity of the ancient demon weapon. After Lin Feng summoned the ancient demon weapon, it floated in front of Lin Feng. Endless demon chi surged out from the ancient demon weapon. This ancient demon weapon was very strange. Its shape was constantly changing. It looked like a sword, a saber, a spear, and so on. Lin Feng heard that ancient demon weapons were generally divided into two types. The first type was when the ancient demon weapon was forged. For example, the demonic blood saber that Lin Feng had seen before. The second type was when the ancient demon weapon's shape was unstable. It might undergo various changes. For example, the ancient demon weapon in front of him. Of course, the shape of the ancient demon weapon might be fixed in the future. It might turn into a sword, a spear, and so on. Everything was possible. However, no matter what shape it took, it wouldn't affect the power of the ancient demon weapon. Lin Feng's Fa Li continuously poured into the ancient demon weapon. The power of the ancient demon weapon was recovering bit by bit. However, even if only a part of its power was recovered, the ancient demon weapon was still terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Yun Tianyu and the others couldn't help but breathe faster. Such a powerful ancient demon weapon made their hair stand on end. Fortunately, this ancient demon weapon originally belonged to them. If it belonged to the enemy, it would be a disaster for them. Kill. With a deep roar, Lin Feng controlled the ancient demon weapon to attack the two stone statues. The ancient demon weapon slightly trembled in the void. In an instant, two dazzling beams of light were formed. The two beams of light contained unimaginably terrifying power as they blasted towards the two stone statues. The two stone statues couldn't help but snort. They had their own consciousness. Facing the attack of the ancient demon weapon, the two stone statues waved their swords and quickly swept towards the ancient demon weapon's attack. Accompanied by an earth-shaking collision sound, the two stone statues actually blocked the attack of the ancient demon weapon. After seeing this, Lin Feng wasn't surprised. After all, the two stone statues were the foundation of the Bag Palace. It wasn't strange that they could block the ancient demon weapon's attack. Not enough. I need even more Fa Li. Everyone, don't be stingy with your Fa Li. Inject all your Fa Li chi into my body, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Because it was the first time that Lin Feng had activated a supreme treasure like the ancient demon weapon, Lin Feng had miscalculated the Fa Li required to activate the ancient demon weapon. The Fa Li required to activate the ancient demon weapon was far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Fortunately, there were many people on his side, and they didn't use their full strength. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yun Tianyu and the others didn't hesitate. Powerful Fa Li continuously poured into Lin Feng's body, and the Fa Li ultimately entered the ancient demon weapon. The ancient demon weapon's power became even more powerful. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ancient demon weapon once again shot out two light beams. These two light beams quickly bombarded the two stone statues. A large number of runes gushed out from the two stone statues. Obviously, the two stone statues hadn't used their full strength before. Now, they were displaying a more powerful technique. As the runes gushed out from the two stone statues, the battle strength of the two stone statues continued to increase, becoming even more powerful than before. The two stone statues held battle swords in their hands and once again bombarded the ancient demon weapon's attack. Clang! Clang! The attacks of the two sides collided once again. This time, the two stone statues were repelled by the ancient demon weapon. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others were overjoyed. The ancient demon weapon had gained the upper hand in the second attack. This was naturally a great thing for Lin Feng and the others. This showed that the ancient demon weapon's attack was powerful enough. After seeing this scene, the faces of the people from Bag Palace turned ugly. They were counting on the two stone statues to kill Lin Feng and the others. However, the two stone statues were suppressed instead. This made them extremely worried. The cultivators who were watching the show from the outside were even more shocked. Even the stone statues of Bag Palace were suppressed. How could the ancient demon weapon's power be so terrifying? It was truly shocking. It was truly unbelievable. Previously, everyone had only heard of some things about the ancient demon weapon. After all, only a few people had seen it. Now that they had seen the power of the ancient demon weapon, they knew how terrifying it was. Moreover, everyone knew that the ancient demon weapon that Lin Feng and the others were controlling was only releasing a small portion of its power. In order to fully release the power of the ancient demon weapon, one needed to have the strength to match the ancient demon weapon. This sentence was actually very easy to understand. For example, a true immortal level magic weapon was forged by a true immortal realm cultivator. In order to fully release the power of a true immortal level magic weapon, a true immortal realm cultivator was required to activate it. As for a sacred artifact magic weapon, a true immortal realm cultivator was required to fully release the power of the sacred artifact. However, the ancient demon weapon was a supreme treasure that surpassed the sacred artifact. Wasn't it whimsical for a true immortal to fully release the power of the ancient demon weapon? Being able to release a portion of the ancient demon weapon's power was already quite good. Even so, the ancient demon weapon still displayed such a heaven-defying combat power. Therefore, the cultivators who were watching the show, including the cultivators from Bag Palace, Lin Feng, Yun Tianyu, Qi Zishu, Wang Yunshan, and the others, were all in disbelief. No wonder so many forces dreamed of obtaining an ancient demon weapon. If they could control an ancient demon weapon, a third or fourth-rate force could immediately become a top force. Leng Zishi was the only one who didn't seem surprised. Leng Zishi's expression and demeanor naturally couldn't escape Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that Leng Zishi already knew that the ancient demon weapon was so powerful? She was just a cultivator from a small force in the wasteland. Lin Feng would never believe that Leng Zishi's family had an ancient demon weapon. Perhaps Leng Zishi had seen someone take out an ancient demon weapon to fight against an enemy. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. However, he vaguely felt that things weren't that simple. Chapter 4978. Of course, the most important thing now was to destroy the foundation of the Bag Palace, not to think about the specific origin of Leng Zishi. Lin Feng didn't care about the origin of Leng Zishi. He and Leng Zishi were friends. Whether Leng Zishi came from an ordinary family or a rich family, Lin Feng valued Leng Zishi as a person, not her identity. Even if Leng Zishi was a member of an ordinary small family, Lin Feng would still treat her sincerely. Even if Leng Zishi was the daughter of a ruler, Lin Feng wouldn't change his way of treating her and his principles. At this moment, Lin Feng continued to mobilize the ancient demon weapon to attack the two stone statues. The ancient demon weapon vibrated with terrifying fluctuations. Under the control of Lin Feng, the ancient demon weapon released an even more terrifying attack. Previously, the ancient demon weapon only released a light beam attack, but now, it released an earth-shattering demon chi. Within the demon chi, two illusory figures seemed to condense. The two illusory figures were like ancient demon gods. The earth-shattering demon chi instantly shrouded the two stone statues. Then, the two illusory figures quickly rushed towards the two stone statues. Earth-shattering collision sounds came out from the demon chi. The two illusory figures and the two stone statues fought fiercely. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng revealed a shocked expression. What were the two illusory figures of the ancient demon weapon? Even Lin Feng himself didn't know what they were. The only thing he knew was that the two illusory figures were absolutely terrifying beyond imagination. Bang! 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 The two illusory figures accelerated their attack speed and collided with the two stone statues again and again. The two stone statues were actually suppressed. Clattering sounds came out from the demon chi. Chains condensed from demon chi were formed. The chains crossed the void and wrapped around the two stone statues. Because the two stone statues were suppressed by the illusory figures, when the chains wrapped around them, the two stone statues couldn't escape in time and were entangled by the chains. The two stone statues have been entangled by the chains condensed from demon chi. I'm afraid they are finished. Immediately, some of the spectating cultivators cried out in shock. The scene before them was truly shocking. The two stone statues were so powerful. And yet, it was highly likely that they would be destroyed. Anyone who saw this would feel emotional. Chen Feng's expression changed. The faces of the Bag Palace cultivators became extremely ugly. Many of them were as pale as paper. When they saw the two stone statues unleashing their invincible power, they thought that Lin Feng and the others were doomed. But now, the two stone statues were being suppressed. The ancient demon weapon was too terrifying, simply despairing. Break! The two stone statues roared furiously. They knew that the situation was very dangerous, so they were making a final resistance. They didn't want to die and they wanted to live forever. However, Lin Feng didn't give the two stone statues any chance. He continued to mobilize the ancient demon weapon, and the ancient demon weapon supported the two illusory figures and the chains condensed from demon chi. The two stone statues wanted to use the stone swords in their hands to cut the chains condensed from demon chi, but they failed. At this time, the two illusory figures arrived in front of the two stone statues and continuously launched 36 palm strikes. Each palm strike seemed to have the power to destroy the world. When the 36 palm strikes landed on the two stone statues, catcha 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 sounds of cracking could be heard. The bodies of the two stone statues began to crack. The stone statues are about to be destroyed. The stone statues are the foundation of the Bag Palace. If the stone statues are destroyed, what other foundation does the Bag Palace have? If not, then the Bag Palace will really be destroyed by Lin Feng's group. The cultivators who were watching the show exclaimed one after another. Their faces were filled with horror. A behemoth like the Bag Palace could actually be destroyed. Before this, no one dared to imagine such a thing. But now, they saw the possibility of the destruction of the Bag Palace. Once the Bag Palace was destroyed, it meant that the Bag Palace would completely become history. At that time, the minor western heavenly domain would be filled with a bloody storm because the Bag Palace controlled a lot of resources and territories. The destruction of the Bag Palace meant that the other powers would definitely compete for these resources and territories. Why is this happening? We're not willing to accept this. The two stone statues couldn't help but roar while looking at their constantly cracking bodies. They didn't want to die like this, but they were powerless to stop all of this from happening. The speed at which their bodies were cracking became faster and faster. Not long after, the two stone statues directly shattered into pieces. No, this can't be. Many cultivators on the Bag Palace's side cried out in horror. They didn't want to believe this, especially the three ancestors. They knew how powerful the two stone statues were, but now, they were actually destroyed. This made them extremely unwilling to accept this. Lin Feng sneered. Hurry up and bring out the other foundation of the Bag Palace. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to do so. Ancestors, please come out. The three ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace shouted. An existence that could be called an ancestor by the three ancestors must be extremely ancient and powerful. After hearing the three ancestors shout, the cultivators from the Bag Palace became excited. There were even more ancient and powerful existences in the Bag Palace. They must be the ultimate experts of the Bag Palace, right? We are willing to use our blood as a guide to summon the ancestor from an endless distance away. The three ancestors spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence and began to pray devoutly. The 3 mouthfuls of blood essence burned fiercely. Next, an illusory world appeared before everyone's eyes. An old man came out of the illusory world. It was a thin and small old man. His figure was somewhat similar to the profound dark ghost elder, as if he was a malicious spirit that had crawled out of hell. Anyone who saw this existence would feel a sense of horror. This old man was obviously the old ancestor that the 3 ancestors of Bag Palace had mentioned. "Why did you summon me?" the old man asked. "Ancestor, the Bag Palace is about to be destroyed," the 3 ancestors said. The old man looked at Lin Feng's group and said, "These people want to destroy the Bag Palace? Not bad, they even have an ancient demon weapon. Their background is not small, but no matter how great their background is, only death awaits them today." Chapter 4979. Obviously, that old man didn't appear in the real world. He didn't know where he was, but he was still able to appear from such a great distance. Moreover, he could release such a terrifying power. Just how strong was this person? It was simply unimaginable. Buzz. The void trembled violently as a huge hand that could blot out the sun condensed. The huge hand that could blot out the sun was condensed by the patriarch. The huge hand that could blot out the sun blasted towards Lin Feng and the others. Although it was only a huge hand made of energy, the terrifying power it contained was still shocking and moving. Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued to control the ancient demon weapon to attack the huge hand made of energy. This time, the ancient demon weapon did not release any attack. Instead, it directly collided with the huge hand. Bang! It was as if 2 immortal mountains had collided violently in the void. The ancient demon weapon and the huge hand made of energy collided. Then, something shocking happened. Lin Feng's ancient demon weapon was actually sent flying by the huge hand made of energy. Damn! It can't be, right? After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. That was an ancient demon weapon. Although the ancient demon weapon only released a small portion of its power, it was still very powerful. But now, the ancient demon weapon was actually sent flying by the huge hand made of energy. This scene was simply too unbelievable. That old man is so tyrannical. Even the ancient demon weapon was suppressed. The cultivators who were watching the show could not help but exclaim, "I wonder what realm that old man is at?" Someone asked. At this time, a cultivator said, "Only a top-perfected golden immortal can use such a method to materialize from such a great distance." Considering that this old man can actually suppress the ancient demon weapon from such a great distance, even a top-perfected golden immortal would not be able to do this. Therefore, I guess that this old man is very likely an expert at the sage immortal realm. After hearing this cultivator's words, many people could not help but gasp. An expert at the sage immortal realm? Wasn't this a little too powerful? In the entire undying world, experts of this level could be counted with one's fingers. However, thinking that this expert had not appeared and had only manifested his figure across an endless distance, it was likely that this expert was not in the undying world, right? Then where is he? Heaven realm, wasteland? Or perhaps in another world? That was unknown. That fellow is a troublesome one, Yun Tianyu said solemnly. Qi Zishu and Wang Yunshan both had solemn expressions on their faces. This existence was too terrifying, they simply couldn't resist it. At this moment, the mysterious old ancestor of the Bag Palace made his move again. Once again, a huge energy hand condensed in the void. The aura of this energy hand was even more terrifying than the energy hand he had condensed before. Lin Feng's expression turned ugly when he sensed the enormous power contained within the energy hand. This guy was too perverted. That huge energy hand enveloped Lin Feng and the others, and then quickly blasted towards them. Lin Feng continued to control the ancient demon weapon to collide with the huge energy hand. This was the only way out. Apart from controlling the ancient demon weapon to contend with it, Lin Feng couldn't think of any other way. Bang. Along with the second violent collision, the ancient demon weapon was sent flying again. The ancient bestial soldier was blown away again. The gigantic hand didn't disperse, it continued moving towards Lin Feng and the others. Seeing that the huge energy hand was rapidly approaching, Lin Feng used the Emperor's scripture to neutralize the attack. After all, after the huge energy hand had sent the ancient demon weapon flying, its power had been greatly reduced. Therefore, when the huge energy hand rushed towards Lin Feng and the others, its power was far from its peak. It was normal for Lin Feng to neutralize it. "Retreat," Lin Feng said. Said Lin Feng. He recalled his ancient bestial weapon. Lin Feng wanted to leave. The strong cultivator of the Bag Palace was terrifying. Although his original body couldn't descend, Lin Feng and the others were still no match for him. In that case, it was better to leave quickly. There was no need to continue wasting time here. Yun Tianyu, Qi Zishu, and Wang Yunshan also agreed to leave, although they wanted to destroy the Bag Palace. However, they couldn't do it now, so they could only give up. However, even if they couldn't destroy the Bag Palace, they had already dealt a heavy blow to the Bag Palace today. This trip was not in vain. Lung Zishi said, "Don't go. I have something that can make this ancient demon weapon release more power." If a supreme treasure like the ancient demon weapon could release more power, it was very likely to reverse the situation. Therefore, when Lung Zishi said that she had something that could make the ancient demon weapon release more power, Lin Feng and the others' eyes immediately widened. Lin Feng asked in surprise, "There's such a treasure. What is it? Quickly take it out." Lung Zishi took out a porcelain bottle and opened it. Then, she poured out a drop of silver liquid from the bottle. Lin Feng didn't know what that drop of silver liquid was. When the ancient demon weapon absorbed that drop of silver liquid, the ancient demon weapon's aura actually increased crazily. How was this just releasing more power? It was obviously a huge increase in the ancient demon weapon's power. Lin Feng stared at the porcelain bottle in Lung Zishi's hand. He was thinking if he should find a chance to get that porcelain bottle after the battle. The silver liquid inside was really too heaven-defying. At this moment, Lung Zishi kept the porcelain bottle and said excitedly, "Am I right? The ancient demon weapon's aura is really stronger. Quickly, try out the power of the ancient demon weapon." Lin Feng nodded and continued to control the ancient demon weapon, attacking the expert of the Bag Palace. 8 Evils World Annihilation. Suddenly, the expert of the Bag Palace shouted coldly. Next. A huge fiery red array condensed in the void. That huge fiery red array was formed by countless array patterns. That huge fiery red magic array had 8 array cores, each of which contained destructive power. Chapter 4980. Demon devours the human realm. Suddenly, a low voice rang out from the ancient demon weapon. Following that, an endless amount of demonic aura spread out. The demonic aura, it turned into a gigantic vortex. When the dense fireballs came crashing down, they were all devoured by the vortex. Following that, the ancient demon weapon slammed into the illusory world rapidly. Bam! 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 The ancient demon weapon slammed into the illusory world one after another. Each time it slammed into it, it was as though the earth was quaking. Even the void was cracking apart. That illusory world, it was also cracking apart rapidly. Damn it! The powerful being of 8-level palace could not help but roar out in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent. They shone with a chilling killing intent. He wanted to stop everything, but there was no way he could do so. After all, he had only revealed his body, and not his true body. "Lad, I'll remember you. You're good. Very good. You better pray that you don't meet your ancestor. If you do, your ancestor will definitely crush your bones into dust and tear your body into pieces." The venomous voice of the old master of 8-level palace rang out. His murderous intent towards Lin Feng was like an unceasing torrent of water. It was like the overflowing waters of the Yellow River. It couldn't be controlled. "Yours truly will remember you. Wait till yours truly sees you, old thing. Yours truly will definitely teach you a lesson." Lin Feng curled his lips and said. The face of the powerful being of 8-level palace turned grim as his body dissipated. In the next moment, Lin Feng's ancient demon weapon destroyed that illusory world directly. Even the old master has been defeated. How could this be? How could this be? The 3 old masters of 8th-level palace screamed out in disbelief. The cultivators of 8th-level palace let out looks of horror. Even the ultimate powerful being of 8th-level palace had been defeated. Who else could stop Lin Feng and the others? At this moment, Lin Feng controlled the ancient demon weapon and slammed it into the protective barrier of 8th-level palace. Strike after strike, it slammed into the barrier. Crack, crack. After 72 consecutive strikes, the protective barrier of 8th-level palace began to crack. The 8 extreme palace is finished. The faces of the cultivators outside turned pale. They knew that this time, the 8 extreme palace was completely finished. Lin Feng and the others were too savage. If the hidden powerhouse of the BAG palace was in the BAG palace, then he might be able to resist the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. They might even be able to eliminate Lin Feng and the others. However, he wasn't in the BAG palace, so he couldn't stop Lin Feng and the others just by relying on the figure he had manifested. Therefore, the fate of the 8th-level palace had already been decided. Run! Hurry up and run! The cultivators of the 8 extreme palace cried out in horror. They wanted to escape. The 8 extreme palace's 3 ancestors, Palace Master, Vice Palace Master, and many other higher-ups fled in panic. They wanted to live. They didn't want to die. However, this wasn't something they could escape from. The demonic energy released by the ancient demon weapon covered the sky, shrouding everyone within. Then, the spectating cultivators saw that the 8 extreme palace cultivators seemed to be attacked by an unknown force amidst the demonic chi. Their bodies quickly fell down to the ground, and they were all dead by the time they hit the ground. Why is this happening? We can't accept this. The 8 extreme palace has existed for countless years, but now it's being destroyed by our hands. We won't be able to face our ancestors after death. Lin Feng, I curse all of you. I curse all of you to die a horrible death. I curse all of you to have a fate 10 times, no, 100 times worse than ours. The cultivators of the 8 extreme palace couldn't help but roar. They were unwilling to die like this, and some even cursed Lin Feng. Alas, their fates were already sealed. Including the 3 ancestors, all of them were killed by Lin Feng's ancient demon weapon. The 8 extreme palace turned into a mountain of corpses. Countless corpses lay on the ground as the thick stench of blood permeated the world. Lin Feng took away the essences of the 3 ancestors. Sun Yuanqing was a Dao immortal expert, so his essences had a great effect on Lin Feng's cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng could use his essences. The essences of the others couldn't be used by Lin Feng, but there were others who could. Lin Feng and the others collected the rings of the dead cultivators of the BAG palace. Then, they looted the treasures of the BAG palace and set the whole place on fire. The raging fire engulfed the 8 extreme palace in an instant. Lin Feng's group didn't linger and quickly left. The cultivators who came to join the 8 extreme palace had lingering fears. Fortunately, they didn't join the 8 extreme palace. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure. Now, they looked at the burning 8 extreme palace and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A top power was actually destroyed. Very quickly, the news that Lin Feng, Yun Tianyu, and the others had destroyed the BAG palace quickly spread in Little Western Paradise. The BAG palace was so powerful. How could it be destroyed by someone? Moreover, it was destroyed by a few people. Naturally, no one would believe such a thing. However, as more and more rumors spread, more and more people began to pay attention to this matter. Therefore, many forces sent people to the ancestral ground of the 8 extreme palace to investigate. When the cultivators of many forces arrived, they were shocked to find that the ancestral land of the 8th-level palace had turned into ruins. The 8 extreme palace was destroyed. The news was true. An ancient sect that had been passed down for countless years was destroyed just like that. This matter was too shocking and inconceivable. However, no matter how unwilling the world was to believe this matter, no matter how much they didn't dare to believe this matter, it had already happened. The ancient power of the 8 extreme palace was truly destroyed by Lin Feng's group. The destruction of the 8 extreme palace caused a great uproar. Moreover, This news quickly spread from the minor western horizon to the other domains. One had to know that the 8 Extreme Palaces' reputation was extremely resounding in the undying world. Now that it was destroyed, this matter naturally caused a great sensation in the undying world. The forces in the outside world didn't dare to believe this matter. After all, it was too unbelievable for a few people to destroy the 8 Extreme Palace. How could the 8 Extreme Palace be destroyed with such a powerful foundation? The forces in the other domains also sent a large number of cultivators to investigate this matter. When they arrived at the ancestral ground of the 8 Extreme Palace, everyone could finally confirm this matter. The 8 Extreme Palace was truly destroyed. Chapter 4981. Western Paradise City. The Crown Prince, Di Wudao, had come to the city after hearing about Lin Feng. However, by the time he arrived, Lin Feng had already left. Di Wudao already knew about what had happened to the Bag Palace. Di Wudao was furious because the Bag Palace was one of the top factions that supported him. Now that the Bag Palace had been destroyed, it was a huge blow to Di Wudao. Di Wudao's expression was indifferent as he looked at the ruins of the City Lord's mansion. The Mirror of Future floated beside Di Wudao and said, "Bag Palace has been destroyed. Your Majesty's brothers must be extremely excited when they hear this news." "Yeah, they must be overjoyed." Emperor Wudao raised his eyebrows and said. The Mirror of the Future said, "Lin Baitian's son has already matured." Di Wudao nodded gloomily and said, "Yes, he's matured. It'll be even harder to kill him now." "What do you plan to do, Your Highness?" asked the Mirror of the Future. Di Wudao said, "Have the Assassin Dynasty send even stronger cultivators to kill him." "I've already notified the Assassin Dynasty," said the Mirror of the Future. "That kid is like a loach. It's really hard to find him. Where would he run off to now? Is he with the Primordial survivors? I don't know where they're hiding. Are you still unable to find them?" asked Di Wudao. The Mirror of the Future said, "The Primordial survivors' residence has been blocked by the heavens. I can't find them." Di Wudao frowned. The Mirror of the Future said, "Lin Feng has a weakness. He's a playboy. We can start with his women." Di Wudao said, "That's a good idea. Using his women to lure him out isn't a bad idea. However, I'm sure his women have already been taken care of, right? It won't be easy to take advantage of that." The Mirror of the Future said, "As far as I know, there's a woman in the Western Paradise City who has an ambiguous relationship with this young man. Originally, many people thought that this woman had been with this young man for a long time, but later, something happened between them, so their relationship became estranged," said Di Wudao. "You want to make use of this woman?" Di Wudao frowned and continued, "Since the brat no longer has anything to do with this woman, do you think we can still use her to deal with him?" The Mirror of Future said, "Perhaps not, but it's still an opportunity. Let's capture this woman and spread the news to get him to come over. Once this kid appears, we can immediately kill him," said Di Wudao. "To men, women are merely playthings. So, do you think this method will work?" The Mirror of Future hesitated for a moment before asking, "What do you intend to do, Your Highness?" "I'm going to meet that woman and make her my chess piece," Di Wudao said as he disappeared from where he stood. The Mirror of Future also disappeared without a trace. Over the past few days, Shui Yushin had heard news of the 8 Extreme Palaces' destruction. This news shocked her greatly. The 8 Extreme Palace was a powerful organization, yet it had been destroyed just like that. It was truly shocking. Previously, when Lin Feng had destroyed the City Lord Manor, Shui Yushin had planned to wait until after Lin Feng had destroyed the City Lord Manor. Then, she would find Lin Feng and apologize to him. She would then explain her feelings to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had quickly left after destroying the City Lord Manor and looting it. He had not given Shui Yushin a chance to meet him. Thus, Shui Yushin had not been able to tell Lin Feng her thoughts. Now, Lin Feng was nowhere to be found. Thinking that she might never see Lin Feng again, Shui Yushin felt a heart-wrenching pain. Thus, Shui Yushin sat in front of her dressing table in a daze. "You're Shui Yushin?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Shui Yushin was shocked and quickly stood up. She saw a young-looking cultivator and a mirror appear behind her. Shui Yushin quickly summoned the immortal sword that Lin Feng had given to her. The immortal sword floated in front of her. She asked coldly, "Who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am. I have a mission for you," Di Wu Dao said. "What mission?" Shui Yushin asked subconsciously. "Help me kill Lin Feng," Di Wu Dao said. Hearing that, Shui Yuxin's expression changed. Shui Yushin's facial expression changed. Shui Yushin wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was extremely smart. Therefore, she immediately guessed that the person in front of her was Lin Feng's enemy. Even though she didn't know his social status, his qi was extraordinary. He was probably an incredible cultivator. "Don't even think about it," Shui Yushin said coldly. Then, she controlled the immortal sword to attack Di Wu Dao. Di Wu Dao reached out and tapped lightly. Shui Yuxin's immortal sword froze in the void. Shui Yuxin's heart was in a state of shock. This person in front of her, was he not too scary? "Look into my eyes," Di Wu Dao said. Shui Yushin wanted to lower her head and not look into Di Wu Dao's eyes. However, Di Wu Dao's voice seemed to have a terrifying magical power. She could not help but look into Di Wu Dao's eyes. When Shui Yuxin's eyes met with Di Wu Dao's eyes, Shui Yuxin's eyes, she suddenly became confused. "Remember, kill Lin Feng at all cost. This is your destiny." Di Wu Dao's voice was heard. "Yes, I will remember," Shui Yushin said stiffly. It was as if her body was being controlled. "Brilliant. This is really brilliant. If Lin Feng were to die in the hands of his ex-woman, he would have died a stupid death. Even if he could not die in the hands of his ex-woman, he would be extremely depressed to see his ex-woman trying to kill him so crazily. If Lin Feng were to kill this woman, it would create a demon in his heart. From then on, it would be very difficult for him to improve his cultivation." Future Mirror said. Di Wu Dao's lips curled into a sinister smile. "All right, let's go." Swoosh. In the next moment, there was a flash of light. Di Wu Dao and Future Mirror disappeared without a trace. Shui Yuxin's eyes returned to normal. However, there was a sinister killing intent in her eyes. "I want to kill Lin Feng. Kill him at all cost." Chapter 4982. Lin Feng didn't know about Shui Yuxin's matter. At this time, Lin Feng and Leng Zishi followed Yun Tianyu and the others to the hiding place of the ancient survivors. They hid in the depths of the Western Heaven Ancient Forest, in a parallel space near the huge inland lake between the Lesser Western Heaven Domain and the Western Heaven Domain. Lin Feng remembered that the Raging Flame Island was in this inland lake. Lin Feng also remembered Yun Zhongtian, but Lin Feng didn't plan to visit the Raging Flame Island. The location of the parallel space was located in an extremely dangerous place. It was densely covered with restrictions and filled with poisonous gas, so ordinary cultivators didn't dare to enter this place. Of course, even if they entered this place, they might not be able to find the node to enter the parallel world. Lin Feng and Leng Zishi were warmly welcomed after arriving here. Obviously, the ancient survivors already knew that Lin Feng and Leng Zishi had first eliminated the experts of the Bag Palace in the City Lord's mansion of the Lesser Western Heaven City, and then joined forces with Yun Tianyu and the others to eliminate the Bag Palace. These ancient survivors had a blood feud with the Bag Palace. Lin Feng and Leng Zishi had eliminated so many experts of the Bag Palace, which was simply revenge for these people. Therefore, Lin Feng and Leng Zishi's popularity was naturally very high. This parallel world wasn't particularly big. But the scale wasn't particularly small. Now, the number of ancient survivors wasn't large, only 20 to 30,000 people. One had to know. During the heyday, there were tens of millions of ancient survivors. But now, naturally, there was no way to compare it to the heyday. Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion for a few days because he wanted to refine the Tao Immortal's origin he had obtained. Because Lin Feng had already refined the Tao Immortal's origin once before, the effect of refining the Tao Immortal's origin now wouldn't be as good as before. The human body easily developed a great resistance to these things. As the resistance grew stronger, the effect of the things would become worse. But now, even if Lin Feng's body had developed a resistance to the Tao Immortal's origin, it presumably wouldn't be particularly strong. In the room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out the Tao Immortal's origin. Then, he began to refine the Tao Immortal's origin. As the Tao Immortal's origin was gradually refined by Lin Feng's realm began to rise. Lin Feng was at the 5th heaven immortal realm. Although this realm wasn't very high, for Lin Feng to break through to this realm at this age and with such a powerful accumulation, it was already extremely difficult for him to break through to this realm at this age. With such a strong accumulation, Lin Feng's and Lin's realm is. It took Lin Feng 3 days to completely absorb the original strength of the Tao Celestial realm. He had achieved a breakthrough of this, he. Feng's Immortal's realm. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng had nothing to do, so he decided to meditate for a while. It just so happened that he could continue comprehending the various great Taos. Lin Feng entered the space-time zone for seclusion. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed in the outside world, but in the time and space, 5 years had passed. In these 5 years, Lin Feng's harvest was naturally enormous. Bibi and the others were basically in a state of seclusion. These little fellows grew very quickly. In addition, Lin Feng's 3 insect swarms, the primitive demon refining insects, the celestial devouring insects, and the flying crimson demonic insects, were growing faster and faster, and they were reproducing more and more. The number of primitive demon refining bugs and celestial devouring bugs could be counted as hundreds of millions. On the other hand, the number of flying crimson demon insects could be counted in the tens of millions. After all, the flying crimson demonic insects had only been born for a short period of time. Therefore, in terms of numbers, they could not be compared to the immortal devouring insects and the immortal refining insects. However, as time passed, the flying crimson demon insects would become more and more powerful. In addition, the primordial ancestor insect had completed its 4th evolution, the emperor archaic had completed its 3rd evolution, and the demon king insect had also completed its 3rd evolution. The demon king insect's evolution speed was obviously faster than the emperor archaic's because the demon king insect was not picky about food. It could devour anything, so the demon king insect's evolution speed was faster. However, the emperor archaic was different. The emperor archaic was more picky about food. Therefore, the evolution speed was relatively slower. Bibi and Blackie had completed their 4th evolution respectively, while the white jade toad had completed its 6th evolution. Xiaolong had completed its 2nd evolution. These little guys had all completed their evolutions subtly. Sometimes, Lin Feng did not even know that they had completed their evolutions. After all, Lin Feng's spiritual will could not always observe what was happening in time and space. However, Bibi and the rest had completed their evolutions in their sleep. Therefore, if Bibi and the rest had not said anything, Lin Feng would not have known that they had completed their evolutions. Lin Feng had originally wanted to stay in seclusion for a while longer. The reason why he came out was because the token on Lin Feng's body was emitting waves of energy. Cultivators could use the token to enter the heaven-devouring secret domain. Therefore, when the token emitted intense waves, it meant that the heaven-devouring secret domain was likely to be out soon. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the token returned to normal. This made Lin Feng a little suspicious. Lin Feng planned to go out and find out more about the heaven-devouring secret domain. As soon as Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Leng Zishi ran to Lin Feng excitedly. "The heaven-devouring secret domain is out," Leng Zishi said. "Really? Where is it?" Lin Feng could not help but feel excited. When Leng Zishi mentioned the heaven-devouring secret domain, Lin Feng knew that it was definitely in the undying world. Otherwise, Leng Zishi would not have known about it. It's in the inland lake at the border between Mini Western Horizon Domain and Western Horizon Domain, Leng Zishi said. So close. Lin Feng could not help but be delighted. Since it was so close, it would be convenient for him to reach the heaven-devouring secret domain. It would not take too long. Leng Zishi said. "Many people have already gone there. Why don't we go there now?" Yun Tianyu and the rest have gone there too? Lin Feng asked. They have not gone. They are all in seclusion. However, someone should have informed them. Since they have not come out of seclusion, perhaps they are not interested in the name of the heaven-devouring secret domain, Leng Zishi said. Lin Feng said. That is possible. Of course, there is another reason. Yun Tianyu and the rest have just destroyed the 8 Extreme Palace. Of course, they need to keep a low profile during this period. Leng Zishi nodded and said, we don't need to keep a low profile. We are not people who keep a low profile. Let's go quickly. If we are late, the good stuff will be taken away. Chapter 4983. There were many names for the lake. The people of Western Heaven region like to call it Western Heaven Lake. The people of Minor Western Heaven region like to call it Minor Western Heaven Lake. There were some factions in the lake. The largest faction was Inferno Island. Therefore, the factions in the lake like to call it Inferno Lake. As for the cultivators from the outside, they like to call it Inland Lake. Of course, it didn't matter what it was called. The key was that the heaven-devouring secret realm had actually appeared in an inland lake. When this news spread out, it immediately caused a great sensation. Some time ago, the destruction of the 8 Extreme Palace had already attracted the attention of the major forces in the Undying Realm. Many cultivators from various forces had gone to the Minor Western Paradise region to verify this matter. Therefore, during this period of time, a large number of foreign cultivators had rushed to the Minor Western Paradise region. The foreign cultivators had yet to leave. And yet, the heaven-devouring pocket dimension had appeared within the lake at the border between the Minor Western Paradise region and the Minor Western Paradise region. Seeing that, the cultivators who had come to the Minor Western Paradise region became overjoyed. To think that they would be able to come across such an opportunity. The news spread out rapidly. Cultivators who were closer to the Minor Western Heavens region should be able to make it in time for the appearance of the heaven-devouring secret realm if they hurried over at full speed. However, cultivators who were further away would not be able to make it in time for the appearance of the heaven-devouring secret realm after hearing this news. The heaven-devouring secret realm is a secret realm left behind by the heaven-devouring Devil Lord. You must have heard of the heaven-devouring Devil Lord. He is from the sovereign imperial clan. Now, countless cultivators were talking about the heaven-devouring secret realm. Naturally, they couldn't avoid mentioning the heaven-devouring Devil Lord. At this moment, a group of cultivators who were rushing to the heaven-devouring secret realm were talking about the heaven-devouring secret realm and the heaven-devouring Devil Lord. I know about the sovereign imperial clan. Isn't it the legendary Sinner's Blood imperial clan? The most ancient clan among the Sinner's Blood imperial clan. Actually, I'm a little puzzled. Didn't they say that there were very few people in this clan? How could they be part of the Sinner's Blood imperial clan? Someone asked in confusion. At this time, a cultivator said, this is because the cultivators of this race are too strong. They have a long lifespan. Moreover, any cultivator who comes out of this race will become a top expert. At a young age, their battle prowess is heaven-defying. Therefore, this clan is fully deserving of the title of Sinner's Blood imperial clan. The heaven-devouring demon emperor is awesome. I heard that he's not only from the sovereign emperor clan, but he's also the son of the heaven-devouring demon lord. Among the 9 generations of demon lords, the heaven-devouring demon lord is probably the strongest demon lord. As the son of the heaven-devouring demon lord and a member of the sovereign emperor clan, you can imagine how strong the heaven-devouring demon emperor is. The cultivator continued. Why did I hear that the heaven-devouring devil emperor is the grandson of the heaven-devouring devil lord? Another cultivator said, I heard that it's the 5th generation. Regardless of whether it's his son or grandson, the heaven-devouring devil emperor's achievements are incomparably astonishing. You can imagine how extraordinary the things he left behind are. Maybe there is the inheritance of the sovereign imperial clan. If we can obtain the inheritance of the sovereign imperial clan, we will be rich, the cultivator said. Hearing this, many nodded in agreement. If they could obtain the heaven-devouring evil lord's legacy, they would be rich. Perhaps it would be even more helpful to him than obtaining a powerful magic treasure. Everyone flew in the direction of the heaven-devouring secret realm with great anticipation. Keek. Suddenly, a sinister laughter came from afar. Above the 9 heavens, demonic fog rolled. Clearly, a powerful devil was flying over from afar. A bunch of ants actually want to obtain the heaven-devouring devil emperor's legacy? What a joke! A disdainful voice came from the demonic fog. Many people were enraged. This devil Tao cultivator was a bit too arrogant. Someone wanted to say something, but he was quickly stopped by someone else. Why did you stop me? His companion asked, puzzled. That's Shen Yu, young master. The cultivator's companion said. What? Shen Yu, young master? Many people could not help but be shocked when they heard the name Shen Yu, young master. Shen Yu, young master. This was definitely a name that would shock anyone. Before the 8 young masters, there were also some people in the Undying Realm who were not much weaker than the 8 young masters at the same age. These people were known as the 10 heroes of the Undying Realm. The Undying Realm was a half-higher realm, so it was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, this suppression was far from comparable to the suppression of the mortal realm. Even so, this suppression was quite severe. Therefore, in order to nurture them, the top forces of the Undying Realm joined forces and sent a portion of their people to the Heaven Realm to cultivate. The 10 heroes of the Undying Realm were naturally among them. Therefore, one could imagine how powerful this group of people was. Even if the 8 young masters of the Undying Realm were to face Shen Yu, young master, they would still be fearful. This was also why the cultivators were so shocked and terrified when they heard that this person was Shen Yu, young master. Shen Yu, young master. He was someone they could not afford to offend. Shen Yu, young master naturally did not care about the cultivators below. He quickly left, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After Shen Yu, young master left, someone sighed. 2 heroes in one sect. This situation is really rare. The cultivator sighed because Shen Yu, young master came from the 9 underworlds demon palace. And one of the 8 young masters of the Undying Realm, Shui Yu, young master, also came from the 9 underworlds demon palace. It was extremely rare for a sect to have 2 heaven-defying geniuses in an extremely short period of time. But the 9 underworlds demon palace made this a reality. If Shen Yu, young master and Shui Yu, young master don't die, the 9 underworlds demon palace will definitely become unimaginably powerful in the future, a cultivator said. Yes. Many people sighed. I hope they die. These people of the demonic Tao are unpardonable evil. It's best if they all die, a cultivator said. Just as the cultivator finished speaking, his head suddenly flew into the sky. No one knew how that cultivator's head was cut off. The cultivator's corpse fell into the lake. Chapter 4984. Everyone else had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Luckily, they did not say anything, otherwise, they might have ended up like the dead cultivator. The rest of the people didn't dare to stay here any longer. They quickly flew towards the distance. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Shen Yu Gongzi was not the only powerful cultivator heading to the heaven-devouring secret realm. There were many experts, and Shen Yu Gongzi was just one of them. There must be someone even stronger than young master Shen Yu. After all, Shen Yu Gongzi was still a young cultivator despite his strength. Now, experts with strong foundations were emerging. The Undying Realm had entered an era of experts. The 3-headed viper quickly flew above the lake. Because the surface area of the Undying Realm was too big, even an inland lake was as big as a sea. This inland lake was so big that it would take a God Realm cultivator 100 years to cross it. From this, one could see how big this inland lake was. Lin Feng rested his head on Leng Zishi's thigh. This pillow was really comfortable. Leng Zishi rested her chin on her hand and looked at Lin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled. You've been looking at me for so long. Tell me honestly, have you fallen in love with me? That's right. I love you so much. Can you give me that ancient demon weapon of yours as a token of our love? Leng Zishi giggled. Pretend I didn't say anything, Lin Feng said. Leng Zishi said. Looks like this isn't true love. You've hurt me deeply. Lin Feng pursed his lips. You still have the cheek to say that. I gave you the silver liquid in the porcelain bottle, but you didn't give it to me. You're really hurting me. Of course I can give it to you. I never said I wouldn't give it to you. I made it very clear. I'll give you the silver liquid, and you'll give me the ancient demon weapon, Lung Zishi said. Lin Feng could not help but pat his head speechlessly. It was naturally an extremely difficult task to obtain something from Lung Zishi, this little demoness. Lin Feng closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Lung Zishi said, "How about we have a chat? What do you want to talk about?" Lin Feng asked. Lung Zishi asked, "Aren't you the Sinner's Blood Emperor? This means that you're from the Sovereign Emperor tribe. The Heaven-Devouring Devil Lord is also from the Sovereign Emperor tribe. The Heaven-Devouring Secret Realm is a secret realm left behind by the Heaven-Devouring Devil Lord. As a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor tribe, I believe that you'll be able to obtain the treasures left behind by the Heaven-Devouring Devil Lord. Thank you for your kind word," Lin Feng said. Lung Zishi said, "When the time comes, don't forget to share half with me." Lin Feng said, "I can give you half. As long as you serve me well, I'll give you as much as you want." Lung Zishi naturally knew what Lin Feng meant by serving her well. She immediately glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Then he said, "You bastard, your head is full of filthy thoughts." Lin Feng said, "I'm innocent. I'm innocent. What did I say? You're slandering me like this. If I can't find a beautiful wife in the future, I'll rely on you." Lung Zishi giggled and said, "If you can't find a beautiful wife, I'll introduce you to the great beauty next to my house, Ernyoa." Lin Feng said, "Great beauty Ernyoa? Are you sure you're not tricking me? How can a great beauty be associated with such a weird name like Ernyoa?" Lung Zishi smiled brilliantly and said, "If there's a chance to go to the wasteland, I'll introduce you to Ernyo. I guarantee that you'll be moved." At this point, Lung Zishi actually laughed without any ladylike demeanor. Conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. Lin Feng felt that the great beauty Ernyo was definitely not a great beauty. How could a two-faced Lung Zishi introduce a great beauty to him? Unless the sun rose from the west. Half a month later, Lin Feng and Lung Zishi finally arrived at the Heaven-Devouring Secret Realm. The Heaven-Devouring Secret Realm was shrouded in immortal fog, floating above the lake. From afar, one could see cultivators flying towards the Heaven-Devouring Secret Realm. The opening of the Heaven-Devouring Secret Realm attracted a large number of cultivators. Before Lin Feng and Lung Zishi arrived, many people had already entered the Heaven-Devouring Secret Realm. "Are we late?" Lung Zishi said bitterly. Lin Feng said calmly, "We're not late. Even if we're late, it's fine. If you want to take the things left behind by the Heaven-Devouring Evil Emperor, you'll need a token. That token is with me. Naturally, no one can take those things away." Lung Zishi said, "What if others have other ways to enter the core area? Don't look down on the world." Lin Feng said, "I'm confident in my ancestors' methods." Although he said that, Lin Feng still urged the three-headed viper to speed up. The three-headed viper flapped its wings and rushed towards the Heaven-Devouring Secret Realm. The Heaven-Devouring Secret Realm was huge. It had long been turned into a mini-world. It was said that when the Heaven-Devouring Evil Emperor created the Heaven-Devouring Secret Realm, he used it as a training ground in order to find a successor. Actually, there was no other way. There were too few people in the Sovereign Emperor's bloodline. Therefore, there were many times when they had to find other geniuses to inherit their orthodoxy. If such people grew up, they would be able to protect the bloodline of the Sovereign Emperor's bloodline. For example, the uncle that he had never met before. Back then, in order to protect him and his father, this uncle had died tragically in the extraterritorial world. This uncle's ancestor was saved by the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor's bloodline. They were half disciple and half servant. Since then, this uncle's ancestor had been protecting the Sovereign Emperor's bloodline. Later on, their bloodline was even given the surname Ji. It was clear that the Sovereign Emperor's bloodline treated them like family. In the past, the Heaven-Devouring Secret Realm was used by the Heaven-Devouring Demon Emperor as a training ground to select his successor. Therefore, there were still many opportunities in this place. Most of them were deliberately created by the heaven-devouring demon emperor. After countless years, those opportunities were still scattered all over the heaven-devouring secret realm. Now that a large number of cultivators had arrived, if they were lucky, they would naturally be able to find those opportunities. If not, they were destined to return empty-handed from the heaven-devouring secret realm. Chapter 4985. After countless years of development, the heaven-devouring secret realm had undergone earth-shaking changes. A small world like this could gradually evolve, especially when the person who created this small world was such a powerful existence. It was the same for the small world in front of them. As time passed, the small world formed by the heaven-devouring secret realm had gradually evolved into a middle-grade world. Therefore, this small world was full of vitality, and there were many powerful fierce beasts living here. It was very dangerous to search for opportunities in this small world because one would have to face the threat of those fierce beasts at any time and place. Those fierce beasts were very powerful, and if one was not careful, they could be killed by those fierce beasts. This was something that had to be taken seriously. However, Lin Feng and Lung Zishi were both skilled and daring existences, so they were not afraid at all. Ordinary opportunities could not attract Lin Feng. Lin Feng's target was the core treasure left behind by his ancestor, the heaven-devouring evil emperor. He took out the token, but it didn't fluctuate at all. Lung Zishi looked at the token in Lin Feng's hand and said, "Could this token be the token to enter the core area?" "Yes." When we came out of the heaven-devouring secret realm, there was a brief disturbance. Now, it has calmed down. "How strange," Lin Feng said. Lung Zishi said, "Once we find the core area, we will know if this token is useful." Lin Feng nodded. In fact, he was not sure if this token was useful. After all, Lin Feng had heard about the use of this token from rumors. He did not know the specific situation. Therefore, this token, it might be useful, or it might not. Whether the rumors were true or not, he would only know after verifying it. The core area was generally located in the depths. Therefore, Lin Feng and Lung Zishi kept flying in that direction. 5 days later, they heard a group of cultivators talking about the situation in the depths. It was said that there was a huge mountain range that was shrouded in restrictions. It seemed to be the place where the heaven-devouring evil emperor had fallen. Many top experts had gone there. As for ordinary cultivators, there were also many who went there to watch the show, but most of them did not go there. They were still scattered around the heaven-devouring secret realm in search of opportunities. Those that could be obtained were the most important. No matter how good the opportunities in the depths were, what was the use if they could not obtain them? When Lin Feng and Lung Zishi arrived, they saw many cultivators besieging the restrictions of the mountain range. Lin Feng saw some familiar figures, such as Yushan, the son of Dong Huang, the blood-haired woman, Rotten Corpse, Huangfu Qingtian, Great Demon Yu, Young Master Shuiyu, Young Master Xingyu, and even Young Master Mingyu. Young Master Mingyu was not in the 8th-level palace when they destroyed it. Otherwise, they could have killed Young Master Mingyu together. This guy was still a big threat. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. At that time, the ancient demon weapon was activated. It was also the best time to kill Young Master Mingyu. If they missed that opportunity, Lin Feng knew that it would be much more difficult to kill Young Master Mingyu. Apart from those people, there were also many strong cultivators. For example, Lin Feng saw a few monks with 10 light rings behind their heads. They looked like ancient Buddhas. Those monks were probably Buddhist cultivators from the Western Celestial region. There were also many experts that Lin Feng did not recognize. Many of them were experts with strong foundations. They should be top experts from various major forces. More and more people arrived. However, the restrictions protecting the mountain range were too powerful. Thus, it was not easy to break through the restrictions. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This ancestor of his was really an amazing figure. In fact, Lin Feng didn't know much about the heaven-devouring evil emperor. There were many rumors about the heaven-devouring evil emperor. Some rumors said that the heaven-devouring evil emperor was the son of the heaven-devouring evil lord. Some said that the heaven-devouring evil emperor was the grandson of the heaven-devouring evil lord. Some said that the heaven-devouring evil emperor was the fifth generation of the heaven-devouring evil lord's descendant. In the past, Lin Feng had met the monstrous emperor of the absolute beginning demon clan. The monstrous emperor had received guidance from the heaven-devouring evil emperor. At that time, the monstrous emperor had said that the heaven-devouring evil emperor was the fifth generation of the heaven-devouring evil lord's descendant. He wasn't certain because it was just his guess. After all, the sovereign imperial clan was too mysterious. The death of his ancestor was still a mystery to this day. According to Lin Feng's knowledge, the deaths of the heaven-devouring evil emperor and the heaven-devouring evil emperor seemed to be related to the destruction of the Devil Pagoda. However, Lin Feng didn't know whether it was related or not. Back then, Lin Feng didn't know the details from the Devil Pagoda. "I'm here. Lord Devil Pagoda is here." Just as Lin Feng was thinking, a loud shout came from afar. Then, a Devil Pagoda flew over and slammed into the mountain range restrictions. It was a damaged Devil Pagoda. In the past, the Devil Pagoda had been split into two. Therefore, each Devil Pagoda only had a part of its body left. In the beginning, the Devil Pagoda only had one Devil Pagoda spirit. However, as time passed, the other Devil Pagoda spirit also appeared. The two Devil Pagoda spirits wanted to devour each other. That way, they would be able to fuse into one and their battle prowess would increase greatly. However, it seemed that the two Devil Pagoda spirits hadn't completely fused. "This guy should be the first Devil Pagoda," Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The first Devil Pagoda spirit was more down-to-earth. The second Devil Pagoda spirit's personality was extremely cold. Therefore, when the second Devil Pagoda spirit arrived, it wouldn't make a fuss. Devil Pagoda. It's the legendary Devil Pagoda. When they saw the Devil Pagoda, many people cried out in shock. It would appear that some of them knew about the legend of the Devil Pagoda. The Devil Pagoda was very mysterious and contained countless secrets. If one could obtain the Devil Pagoda, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity. It was said that the one who obtained the Devil Pagoda could become a supreme expert. In this epoch, the cultivators who obtained the Devil Pagoda had indeed become the pinnacle existences. This was also why so many people were so crazy about the Devil Pagoda. Many people wanted to obtain the Devil Pagoda, but how could it be so easy? The Devil Pagoda had appeared a few times in the past. However, the Devil Pagoda was too powerful and no one could suppress it. Thus, when the Devil Pagoda appeared again, no one went forward to subdue it. Chapter 4986. The demonic pagoda has been split into two. It seems that both of them have a complete divine consciousness, a cultivator said. Yes, these two guys are quite abnormal and terrifying. Their combat strength can be described as heaven-defying. I heard that many true immortals have tried to take the demonic pagoda but failed. Someone exclaimed. The demonic pagoda is full of mysteries and its origin is unknown. The cultivators who controlled the demonic pagoda in the past all became supreme experts. This shows how extraordinary the demonic pagoda is. Although the demonic pagoda has been split into two and its combat strength has been greatly reduced, it is not something that anyone can touch, including those true immortals, an old cultivator said. His knowledge of the demonic pagoda was far beyond others. In fact, the old monk's words were extremely correct. Although the demonic pagoda was very tempting and people couldn't help but want to subdue it, it was almost no different from courting death if one rashly tried to subdue it without the strength to do so. Bang! 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 The two demonic pagoda collided with the protective restriction that enveloped the demonic mountain again and again. This restriction was very powerful. Therefore, even with the addition of the two demonic pagoda, it was extremely unrealistic to destroy the restriction in a short time. Of course, as time passed, the restriction would be destroyed. This was something that everyone knew very well. Lin Feng could not help but feel a little apprehensive. In the past, his ancestors, the heaven-devouring demon lord and the heaven-devouring demon emperor, had controlled the demonic pagoda one after another. There was a deep connection between them. However, it was obvious that the demonic pagoda was no longer the demonic pagoda of the past. Moreover, the demonic pagoda's attitude towards him was hostile. Perhaps it was because it was used to being free and did not want to be restrained by others. Moreover, he was the heaven-devouring demon lord, the descendant of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. The spirit of the demonic pagoda was worried that he would become their new master, so it was hostile towards him. Lin Feng felt that he had to act. If he did not act now, when the restriction was broken, with so many experts, it would be hard to say who would own the things left by his ancestors. Lin Feng looked at Leng Zishi beside him and said, "Let's go. Let's enter the depths of the mountain range. Your token is not moving. Will we be unable to enter after we go there? If we can't enter, we will be in trouble," Leng Zishi said bitterly. Lin Feng had discussed a lot of things with him before, including some of his enemies, so Leng Zishi had a better understanding of Lin Feng's enemies. If Lin Feng appeared, who knew how many strong enemies would be attracted to attack? Lin Feng said, "Yo." The fearless little witch actually had times when she was worried and scared. What a rare sight. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Leng Zishi immediately straightened her chest and said, "I'm afraid. I've grown up, but I don't know how to spell the word fear." "All right, let's go then," Lin Feng said. Then, with a wave of his hand, a powerful magic power surged out and wrapped around Leng Zishi. He quickly flew in the direction of Demon Mountain. "Look, isn't that Lin Feng? It really is Lin Feng." He and Yun Tianyu had just destroyed Bag Palace, but he still dares to swagger out. How audacious. It's said that the remnants of Bag Palace have already issued missions to many assassin forces to kill Lin Feng. Anyone who can kill Lin Feng will be rewarded with 1 billion immortal stones. What? 1 billion immortal stones? Oh my god, isn't that too much? That's why many assassin forces have already been mobilized, preparing to assassinate Lin Feng. Those assassins are hiding in the dark. They might ambush you or poison you. Their methods are endless. Who knows, they might really be able to kill Lin Feng. The remnants of Bag Palace have announced that anyone who kills Lin Feng will be rewarded with 1 billion immortal stones. This doesn't only apply to assassin dynasties, but also to us. What a tempting reward. However, we don't have the ability to kill Lin Feng. Di Wudao and the Heavenly Court have also increased the bounty. Di Wudao's bounty is 300 million immortal stones and 2 immortal tools. The Heavenly Court's bounty is 500 million immortal stones and 3 immortal tools. Anyone who can kill Lin Feng will not only receive the bounty from Bag Palace, but also crown Prince Di Wudao and the Heavenly Court. Don't say it, please don't say it. Brother, if you keep talking, I won't be able to resist the urge to assassinate Lin Feng. Many cultivators began to discuss. As the saying went, men die for wealth and birds die for food. Therefore, even though many knew that assassinating Lin Feng was an extremely dangerous task, they were still willing to take the risk. After Lin Feng's identity was exposed, many people looked at Lin Feng. Many people looked at Lin Feng with dense killing intent. For example, young Master Ming Yu, young Master Xing Yu, young Master Shui Yu, Huangfu Qingtian and the others hated Lin Feng to the bone. Naturally, they wanted to kill Lin Feng. There were also people who gnashed their teeth in hatred. For example, Great Demon Yu hated Lin Feng to the core. Now that she recalled what had happened with Lin Feng, she still couldn't believe that she had been eaten by Lin Feng. She simply couldn't accept it. Some people had already rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew that some people wanted to deal with him. Moreover, he had long been on guard against these people. Therefore, when these people rushed over, Lin Feng also increased his speed. As Leng Zishi had said before, it would be very bad if he was surrounded by these people. When he got close to the Devil Mountain, Lin Feng found that the token was emitting waves of violent fluctuations. Lin Feng couldn't help but be happy. This meant that the token could play a key role. With the token in hand, he rushed to the outer region of the Devil Mountain before the others could surround him. Lin Feng didn't slow down at all and directly slammed into the restrictions outside the mountain. Is Lin Feng crazy? Many people couldn't help but murmur. Those restrictions were very powerful. The most likely result of such a collision was that he would be repelled by the restrictions. If he received a backlash from the restrictions, He might even be injured by the restrictions. Therefore, when they saw Lin Feng directly slamming into the restrictions, they couldn't understand why Lin Feng would do such a thing. At this time, everyone saw that after Lin Feng's body slammed into the restrictions outside the Devil Mountain, the token in his hand emitted a devilish light. This devilish light wrapped around Lin Feng and the woman beside him. In the next moment, Lin Feng and Lung Zishi rushed into the Devil Mountain. Damn it, that brat went in. Chapter 4987. That brat is the descendant of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. I'm not surprised that he has the token to enter the Devil Mountain, a cultivator said. So what if he's the descendant of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor? Any opportunity that appears in front of the world can be obtained by anyone, someone said with a sneer. At this time, another person said, let's try our best to break the restriction and enter the mountain. If we can't break the restriction, we'll wait for that brat to come out. When he comes out, we'll kill him. At that time, his opportunities, treasures, wealth, and other things will all be ours. The cultivator who said this was none other than Huangfu Qingtian. His hatred for Lin Feng could not be washed away by the water of the four seas. Therefore, he naturally wanted to find an opportunity to kill Lin Feng. At that moment, he wanted everybody to join hands and kill Lin Feng. Then let's kill him. Young Master Ming Yu said coldly. Lin Feng had joined forces with Yun Tianyu and the others to destroy the Bag Palace. This kind of hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Everyone naturally knew that young Master Ming Yu hated Lin Feng deeply. Therefore, they felt that it was very normal to see young Master Ming Yu stand out. At this time, it would be strange if young Master Ming Yu did not come out to encourage everyone to deal with Lin Feng. That's right. Let's join forces to kill Lin Feng. Let's grind his bones and scatter his ashes. The great demon Yu said. Many people came out one after another, wanting to join forces to deal with Lin Feng. There were also many people who did not want to participate. They did not want to offend Lin Feng, such as the experts of the Western Heaven Immortal sect. They all knew that Zhong Wentian and Lin Feng were on good terms. There was no need to fall out with Lin Feng because of some opportunities. Obviously, they would gain more benefits by cooperating with Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not know what was going on outside. Now, he and Lung Zishi were quickly rushing towards the depths of the Devil Mountain. They entered a cave in the depths. This cave was full of life. The reason for this was because there were all kinds of living utensils in this cave. For example, there were pots and pans for cooking, as well as some tea sets and so on. This should be the place where the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor used to live. Speaking of which, your ancestor is quite interesting. As a cultivator, he actually started a fire to cook. Are cultivators not allowed to eat? You should know that there are many foodies in this world. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said. He was also a foodie and knew how to cook. However, Lung Zishi hadn't tasted Lin Feng's cooking yet. After Lung Zishi tasted Lin Feng's cooking, he was sure that this little girl would cry and beg him to cook for her. Lin Feng said, one must have a sense of life. Life is not just about cultivation. Lung Zishi said with a smile, okay, I want to experience life with you. That's easy. Let's roll in the sheets later. Lin Feng said with a smile. Go to hell. Lung Zishi threw a punch at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng quickly jumped away. He walked towards a stone room. There was nothing valuable in the main cave, so Lin Feng hoped that there would be some good stuff in the stone rooms. Lin Feng was also thinking about something else. Was the corpse of his ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, still here? In the past, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor's natal treasure, the heaven-devouring jar, had been destroyed. From this, one could see how tragic that battle was. After that battle, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor disappeared. The reason for that battle and whether the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor had died in that battle had become a mystery. However, Lin Feng guessed that the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor might have died in that battle. His mood was somewhat gloomy. Lin Feng pushed open the stone door of a stone room and entered. Lung Zishi ran in and said, there's a stone bed. It seems to be a place to rest. Hey, look, there are 2 worn-out pillows on the stone bed and a dressing table. There's a woman living here. Your ancestor really knows how to enjoy life. When he lived here in seclusion, he even kept a mistress in a golden house. Maybe that woman is my ancestor's wife. If that's the case, that woman is also my ancestor. So, you better watch your words. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll execute you on the spot. Lin Feng said fiercely. Lung Zishi opened her mouth to say something, but when she thought of Lin Feng's gloomy mood, she did not say anything to provoke Lin Feng. After all, this might be the place where his ancestor died. Anyone who went to the place where their ancestor died would not be in a good mood. I won't lower myself to your level. Lung Zishi comforted herself in her heart. Lin Feng did not find anything valuable in this room, so he walked out and opened the second stone room. The second stone room was an alchemy room. There were many porcelain bottles here. Lin Feng walked to the shelf, opened a porcelain bottle, and smelled it. He could not help but sigh. The elixir inside had been destroyed. It was a pity. Lung Zishi also checked it and said, so many elixirs were destroyed just like that. It really makes people want to cry but have no tears. Lin Feng also had the same feeling. These elixirs were definitely some top-notch elixirs, but they were destroyed just like that. Anyone who saw it would feel heartache. However, at this point, what was done could not be undone. There was no use in feeling heartache. Lin Feng kept the elixirs. Lung Zishi said, these elixirs have already become useless. Why did you collect them? Lin Feng said, I can feed them to the insect swarm. The effect should be good. Lin Feng then left the stone room and went to the third stone room. As soon as he opened the third stone room, Lin Feng felt a violent fluctuation coming from the stone room. Lin Feng looked inside and saw a treasure floating in the stone room. It was an ancient war spear. That war spear emitted waves of destructive energy waves. Epoch war spear. The demon lord flew out of the demon bead and looked at the war spear with a shocked expression. Demon lord, is this epoch war spear very famous? Lin Feng asked in surprise. It's famous. Of course it's famous. The sovereign progenitor used the collapse of the previous epoch and the birth of this epoch to forge this war spear. Although it's not an ancient weapon, many ancient weapons are not as strong as this war spear. It's also a top-notch treasure passed down by the sovereign progenitor clan. I never thought that this war spear would fall into the hands of the heaven-devouring devil emperor. Chapter 4988. Upon hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng was shocked. The epochal war spear was so powerful. Even now, Lin Feng still couldn't figure out how these weapons were categorized. For example, ancient weapons. Lin Feng knew that ancient weapons were supreme treasures that surpassed saint weapons, but he didn't know how they were categorized. Lung Zishi said, wow, this treasure is so powerful. I don't think you can find many such powerful treasures in the wasteland. Lin Feng, why don't you give this treasure to me as a token of your love? Since when were we in love? Why didn't I know about it? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. He looked at the demon lord and asked, Demon lord, how are these ancient weapons categorized? The demon lord said, ancient weapons are the top weapons among all weapons. There are no other weapons that can surpass the might of ancient weapons. Of course, there are some weapons in this world that aren't ancient weapons, but their might can reach the level of ancient weapons. These weapons are very special. You can't forge them just because you want to. These weapons are forged by chance or under certain conditions, such as the epochal war spear passed down by the sovereign emperor clan. In fact, there are some things that I don't need to tell you. Even if you don't know, you should have some doubts in your heart. For example, the sovereign emperor clan isn't a race from this era. Lin Feng nodded and said, indeed, I know about that. He paused for a moment and continued, the Undying clan isn't a power of this era as well. However, they've overcome the suppression of the laws of this era. So, their cultivations won't fall even if they cross eras. Yes. The demon lord nodded. Then, the demon lord continued, however, there are differences between different races. For example, among the races that have crossed eras, some are kind and good, some are both good and evil, and some are evil. This is the biggest difference. Apart from that, there are also great differences in strength between the races that have crossed eras. For example, Many races that have crossed eras have to go into hibernation after the destruction of the old era and the birth of the new era. They don't dare to show themselves because if they are discovered by the laws of heaven and earth, they will be killed mercilessly. In fact, even during the first few eras of the new era, the laws of heaven and earth are very unstable. Therefore, those races that have crossed eras didn't dare to show themselves. If they show themselves when the laws of heaven and earth are unstable, their families might be killed mercilessly. This has happened many times, so those races that have crossed eras are very careful. But obviously, your ancestor wasn't afraid of these things. Therefore, he can still be very active during the destruction and birth of an era. He even dares to use the power of the destruction and birth of an era to forge a supreme treasure. I have seen 3 treasures like the era war spear. This is the 4th one. It's not an ancient weapon, but it's comparable to some of the top ancient weapons. It seems that everything that you have come here is fate. Now, go and collect this supreme treasure. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the era war spear. However, an invisible force pushed Lin Feng back. Although the invisible force didn't harm Lin Feng's body, it prevented Lin Feng from getting closer. This made Lin Feng's expression turn ugly. What's going on? Could it be that this supreme treasure doesn't belong to me? Thinking of this, Lin Feng had the urge to vomit blood. Even the demon lord couldn't help but frown slightly. After all, the demon lord didn't have the experience of refining such a weapon. Lung Zishi giggled and said, "It seems that I have fate with this war spear. Let me give it a try." Lung Zishi walked towards the era war spear. Buzz. Suddenly, the era war spear shook slightly. Then, an invisible force blasted towards Lung Zishi. After feeling the invisible force, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. "Danger! Danger! Danger! Quickly dodge!" Lin Feng shouted and rushed towards Lung Zishi. Lung Zishi was completely scared out of her wits. After being enveloped by the invisible force, she felt like she was dead. Even with Lin Feng's speed, it was too late to save Lung Zishi. The invisible force blasted Lung Zishi's body directly. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. Lung Zishi, this little girl, was probably dead. He felt a little depressed. So depressed that he found it hard to breathe. However, at this critical juncture, the jade pendant on Lung Zishi's waist suddenly lit up. Then, a ray of sacred light protected Lung Zishi. Bang! Lung Zishi was blasted out and her body hit the rock wall heavily. Whoa! In the next moment, Lung Zishi was so scared that she cried. To be able to make Lung Zishi, this little demoness, cry was truly a rare thing. Lin Feng walked over and patted Lung Zishi's shoulder. "You scared me to death. I thought I was going to die." Lung Zishi hugged Lin Feng and said. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to gloat. However, after thinking about it, he didn't say those words. Lung Zishi was really scared to death. It was really fortunate that she was able to survive. Lin Feng said. "It's okay." Lung Zishi used Lin Feng's clothes to wipe her tears and got up from the ground. However, her eyes were filled with fear when she looked at the Epoch War Spear. Lin Feng glanced at the jade pendant on Lung Zishi's waist. The jade pendant was really powerful. It actually blocked the attack of the Epoch War Spear. Lin Feng guessed that Lung Zishi's background was extraordinary. Now, it seemed that his guess was right. Lung Zishi's background was really extraordinary. Of course, Lin Feng didn't ask too much. He looked at the Epoch War Spear again. Now, Lin Feng's mind was filled with thoughts of how to obtain the Epoch War Spear. Maybe you can sacrifice the blood of an imperial sovereign to the Epoch War Spear. Let the Epoch War Spear know that you are from the imperial sovereign clan. This way, you might be recognized by the Epoch War Spear. The demon lord thought of an idea and said. Lin Feng nodded and began to chant the incantation of the great sacrificial art. The descendant of the imperial sovereign clan, Lin Feng, is willing to sacrifice my imperial sovereign blood to the Epoch War Spear. I hope to fight side by side with the Epoch War Spear and restore the glory of the imperial sovereign clan. Lin Feng released a drop of ruler's great imperial blood from his finger. The drop of ruler's great imperial blood appeared in the air and started burning. Chapter 4989. After the epochal war spear absorbed the sovereign blood's energy, Lin Feng clearly felt a very special aura emanating from the epochal war spear. This aura gave Lin Feng a very intimate feeling. After feeling this aura, Lin Feng couldn't help but be happy. It seemed like the epochal war spear had formed a connection with him after absorbing the sovereign blood's energy. Lin Feng didn't stop and continued to sacrifice his sovereign blood. After sacrificing 10 drops, Lin Feng and the epochal war spear finally formed a very close connection. This was a bloodline connection. Lin Feng walked towards the epochal war spear step by step. At this time, the epochal war spear seemed to have sensed Lin Feng's aura and began to vibrate violently. After feeling the vibrations, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The epochal war spear was very important to him. It wasn't only a magic treasure but also a symbol of the sovereign imperial clan. This time, the epochal war spear didn't stop Lin Feng from approaching. Lin Feng smoothly arrived next to the epochal war spear and reached out to grab it. Clang! Lin Feng grabbed the epochal war spear. When Lin Feng's hand touched the epochal war spear, countless runes appeared on the surface. Lin Feng felt as if the epochal war spear had turned into an extension of his body. Lin Feng tried to activate the epochal war spear. His magic power continuously poured into the epochal war spear. The epochal war spear's aura became stronger and stronger. Moreover, the epochal war spear spewed out a spear light. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised after seeing this. He could actually activate the epochal war spear. This was completely different from using other ancient weapons. In order to activate an ancient weapon, one needed to break through to the true immortal realm to be able to activate a little bit of the weapon's power. However, the epochal war spear wasn't like this. Although the epochal war spear was stronger than other ancient weapons, it was a supreme treasure passed down by the sovereign imperial clan. Therefore, the conditions for activating this supreme treasure weren't as restrictive as the other ancient weapons. Of course, this was mainly because Lin Feng had the sovereign imperial bloodline flowing in his veins. If others were to activate the epochal war spear, they wouldn't be able to get close to it, let alone activate it. How do you feel? Demon Lord asked. Lin Feng replied, I can feel the power of the epochal war spear. Although I can't, with my current cultivation, I can only unleash a small portion of its power. But even so, a small portion of its power is its power. But it's enough, it's terrifying enough. How long can you last? Demon Lord asked. Lin Feng smiled wryly. I think it won't last long. Lung Zishi said. A man should never say that he can hold on for a short time. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Lung Zishi was really capable of saying anything. The title of Little Witch, she really lived up to her name. Now, in addition to the title of Little Witch, it seemed like she should be called Little Dirty Woman to match her temperament. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Lung Zishi right now. Now that he had obtained the epochal war spear, Lin Feng was in a good mood. Don't worry. As your cultivation increases, your magical power will become stronger and stronger. The time you can activate the epochal war spear will also increase. Although the epochal war spear can't be used as a conventional weapon, since you can activate it, you can at least use it as a trump card, Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. In fact, even if he could activate the epochal war spear as he wished, Lin Feng wouldn't always rely on it. He still needed to rely on himself. Relying on powerful magical treasures would be detrimental to his cultivation. Lin Feng kept the epochal war spear and walked towards the fourth stone chamber. Lin Feng opened the fourth stone chamber and found many jade cylinders and scrolls. Clearly, there were many inheritances here. Lin Feng looked at Lung Zishi and said, Go and see if there's anything you like. Imprint it. Hihi, that's great. I hope there's a top-notch divine ability, Lung Zishi said with a smile. She began to look at the inheritances. Some of the jade cylinders were damaged, and some of the scroll's contents were missing due to the passage of time. Seeing this, Lin Feng was naturally depressed. Fortunately, most of the jade cylinders and scrolls were in relatively good condition. These jade cylinders and scrolls were made of special materials, and with the support of divine power, they could be preserved for a longer time than pills. Lin Feng also looked at the jade cylinders and scrolls. He found that the inheritances recorded were indeed top-notch divine abilities. However, there weren't any top-notch divine abilities, such as the all-true Buddhas, Emperor's scriptures, 6 paths of reincarnation fist, emptiness of eternity, dragon emperor's roar, and so on. Of course, these divine abilities that Lin Feng mentioned could only be found by chance. Perhaps the ultimate divine abilities created by the heaven-devouring evil emperor could reach this level. However, there were no ultimate divine abilities created by the heaven-devouring evil emperor. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. However, there was still one last chamber. The heaven-devouring evil emperor seemed to have passed away in that chamber. I want this, and this, Leng Zishi said. Leng Zishi, on the other hand, was very happy to choose the divine ability inheritances. Although the divine ability inheritances here were not the most powerful, there were still some divine abilities that made people's hearts palpitate. Leng Zishi chose a dozen divine abilities, and then she imprinted them. Lin Feng then put away the jade cylinders and scrolls that recorded the inheritances. After that, Lin Feng arrived in front of the last room and opened the door. There was a huge black cauldron in the chamber. Apart from that, there was nothing else. My ancestor didn't pass away here? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The demon lord nodded and said, that seems to be the case. How strange. Lin Feng frowned even more. Leng Zishi said, your ancestor might not have died back then. Anyway, no one saw him die. The news about your ancestor's death is all hearsay. Chapter 4990. Lin Feng naturally did not wish for his ancestor to die. However, his ancestor had indeed disappeared for countless years. In addition, his natal magic treasure had been shattered in the previous battle. One could imagine how tragic that battle was. Therefore, was it possible that his ancestor was not dead? Leng Zishi said, so many years have passed. Don't think about those things. Quickly go and see what's in that giant cauldron. Lin Feng came back to his senses and nodded. He walked towards the giant cauldron. Then, Lin Feng opened the giant cauldron. Lin Feng looked at the giant cauldron in shock. It was actually half a cauldron of golden liquid. However, Lin Feng did not know what the golden liquid was. However, since it was the liquid left behind by his ancestor, it meant that the liquid should be extremely extraordinary. What is this? Can I drink it? Leng Zishi stared at the golden liquid in the giant cauldron with wide eyes. Lin Feng said with a smile, why don't you try it? Try the poison and see what effect it has. Leng Zishi immediately gritted her teeth. She looked at Lin Feng fiercely and said, I don't want to drink it. You big baddie, you only know how to bully me. After venting her anger, she ignored Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng said, I was just joking with you. Why take it so seriously? I was wrong, okay? I apologize to you. Leng Zishi said, since your apology is so sincere, this young miss is not such a petty person. I'll forgive you this time. Lin Feng could not help but laugh. Leng Zishi's personality was actually quite interesting. Although she would get angry sometimes, she was easy to coax. Moreover, Leng Zishi was definitely not someone who pestered endlessly. The demon lord said, I feel that this spirit liquid is a kind of spirit liquid that can temper the body or evolve the bloodline. Could it be that it can evolve the sovereign's emperor blood? You can try circulating your sovereign emperor's blood and see if it can sense the liquid. Lin Feng nodded and began to circulate his sovereign emperor's blood. When Lin Feng's sovereign emperor's blood began to circulate, something shocking happened. Lin Feng discovered that his sovereign emperor's blood began to stir. This kind of stir was exactly the same as when one was about to break through. Lin Feng's face lit up. This feeling was really too comfortable. Lin Feng knew that it was the golden liquid inside the giant cauldron. Just as the demon lord had said, the golden liquid could help his bloodline evolve. Seeing Lin Feng's joyful expression, the demon lord knew that the golden liquid could help Lin Feng's bloodline evolve again. The demon lord smiled and said, you can refine the golden liquid and see if it can help you evolve. If the sovereign emperor's blood evolves a third time, it will definitely be extraordinary. Lin Feng nodded heavily. He was looking forward to seeing the Sovereign Emperor's blood evolve a third time. When the Sovereign Emperor's blood evolved a second time, Lin Feng had obtained great benefits. As for what benefits the third evolution would bring, Lin Feng did not know. He would know once the evolution was complete. The Demon Lord returned to the Demon Bead. He was the guiding light on Lin Feng's cultivation path, so Lin Feng was filled with gratitude towards the Demon Lord. Lin Feng looked at Lung Zishi and said, "I'll be in seclusion for a while. Wait for me outside." Although Lung Zishi usually liked to cause trouble, she knew when to advance and retreat. She was a person who knew right from wrong. She nodded and walked out of the stone room. Lin Feng jumped into the giant cauldron and began to circulate his Sovereign Emperor's blood. The first two awakenings of the Sovereign Emperor's blood had awakened offensive abilities. For example, during the first awakening, he had awakened the Sovereign's Blade. The second awakening, he had awakened the Sovereign's Blade. The Sovereign's Blade within Lin Feng's Dantian was extremely powerful. It was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. In addition, the Sovereign's Blade within Lin Feng's Dantian could sense the Sovereign's Blade. It could communicate with the Sovereign's Blade and borrow its power to fight. At this time, the Sovereign's Blade within Lin Feng's Dantian would become much more powerful. In the future, he might be able to use the Sovereign's Blade to find the Sovereign's Blade. If he could do that, it would be a great opportunity. As the Sovereign Emperor's blood circulated, a large amount of spirit liquid was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. The spirit liquid was refined into the purest energy, which fused with Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor's blood. Under the subtle influence of the special energy, the Sovereign Emperor's blood began to transform. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He could clearly feel the changes in his body, which made him extremely happy. Lin Feng spent 3 days to completely refine and absorb the spirit liquid. Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor's blood finally completed its third transformation. When Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor's blood completed its third transformation, a Dao Palace condensed within Lin Feng's Dantian. When he saw the Dao Palace, Lin Feng was stunned. He had thought of countless possibilities, but he hadn't thought that the Sovereign Emperor's blood would condense a Dao Palace within his Dantian. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to probe the Dao Palace. When Lin Feng's divine sense entered the Dao Palace, he immediately discovered that there was a world of darkness within the Dao Palace. This made Lin Feng even more confused. He didn't know why this was happening. The Palace of the Holy Ji is already puzzling me. Why is the Palace of the Holy Ji pitch black? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng planned to ask the Demon Lord if the Demon Lord knew the reason. Demon Lord, my Sovereign Emperor's blood has completed its third awakening. A Dao Palace has appeared within my Dantian. This Dao Palace appeared after my Sovereign Emperor's blood's third awakening. I originally wanted to see what was so special about this Dao Palace, but when I entered, I discovered that the Dao Palace was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. Hurry up and take a look. What's going on? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. After hearing Lin Feng's transmission, the Demon Lord disappeared from the demonic bead. In the next moment, the Demon Lord arrived in Lin Feng's Dantian and flew into the Dao Palace. Chapter 4991. Of course, the Demon Lord's voice did not escape Lin Feng's ears. What did the Demon Lord's exclamation mean? Did it mean anything? Did the Demon Lord know what was inside? Or did he know what was so special about this temple? Thinking of this, Lin Feng was overjoyed. If that was really the case, then that would be great. He would ask the Demon Lord about the temple later. The Demon Lord quickly flew out of the temple and returned to the Demon Orb. Lin Feng asked, "Demon Lord, did you see anything?" The Demon Lord was silent for a moment, then said, "Let nature take its course. Don't deliberately try to find out what is inside." This, Lin Feng frowned. What did the Demon Lord mean by this? Why did it feel like a warning to him? Or perhaps it was a kind reminder. The Demon Lord seemed to be afraid of something. What did he see in the temple? Logically speaking, that was a temple that appeared after his bloodline awakened. No matter what was inside, it shouldn't harm him, right? However, the Demon Lord's words made Lin Feng somewhat apprehensive, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Demon Lord's words were obviously hinting at something, but the Demon Lord didn't want to say it out loud. This was what made Lin Feng feel the most helpless. If the Demon Lord didn't want to say it, he couldn't force the Demon Lord to say it, right? Moreover, if the Demon Lord didn't want to say it, then no matter how much he asked, it was useless. Lin Feng said, "All right. I'll let nature take its course. I won't force this matter." "Good. Remember what you said. It's best if you keep it in your heart. Don't forget it," the Demon Lord reminded. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I will keep it in my heart." The Demon Lord's expression changed, and then he hid his body. Inside the demon orb, there were only lonely tombs. It seemed that the Demon Lord didn't want to communicate with him anymore. Maybe he was afraid that she would ask him about the Holy Ji Palace again. As such, was he hiding from him? Lin Feng had a lot of questions about the Holy Ji Palace, but if the Demon Lord didn't want to talk about it, Lin Feng wouldn't ask. Just like what the Demon Lord had said, letting nature take its course might be the best choice. Whoosh! Lin Feng took out the evil corpse ring. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the 6th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage, he could naturally try to break the seals on the evil corpse ring. Previously, Lin Feng had been quite busy, so he didn't have time to open the evil corpse ring. But now, he had the time to do so. There were 9 types of fierce beast runes in the evil corpse ring, and 8 of them had been successfully broken by Lin Feng. These 8 fierce beast runes that Lin Feng had successfully broken were the Sky-Splitting Centipede, Scarlet Flame Golden Centipede, Ice-Armored Horned Demon Dragon, 8-Clawed Fire Centipede, 9-Winged Sky Dragon, Thunderbat Dragon, Blue-Winged Sea Dragon, and Sea-Splitting Mysterious Dragon Whale. The Kuei Cow Fierce Beast rune had not been broken by Lin Feng yet. Lin Feng had spent so much time breaking the seal on the evil corpse ring, so he naturally wanted to know what good things were in the evil corpse ring. Presumably, the good things in the evil corpse ring must be incomparably heaven-defying, right? Lin Feng began to break the evil corpse ring's 9th fierce beast rune. The 9th fierce beast rune was also very complicated, but it wasn't able to stump Lin Feng. Following Lin Feng's breakthrough, his understanding of the Celestial Master Path's inheritance and Grand Tao had also deepened. So, in the end, Lin Feng had successfully broken the Kuei Cow Fierce Beast rune. Lin Feng revealed a joyful expression. The evil corpse ring had finally been opened. He could finally know what was in the evil corpse ring. Perhaps he could even find out what kind of person the evil corpse was when it was alive. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded the evil corpse ring. Lin Feng discovered that the evil corpse ring had formed a small world of its own. This made Lin Feng pleasantly surprised. What an awesome evil corpse ring, It was even a grade higher than a space of its own. Refining a storage ring into an independent small world was not an easy matter. Lin Feng's divine sense moved, and he disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he had already arrived in that small world. The aura within that small world was extremely ancient. An ancient forest was densely packed. Lin Feng flew towards the depths of the small world. Not long after, he saw tombs one after another. What's going on? Why are there so many tombs in this small world? Lin Feng revealed a shocked expression. Originally, he thought that there would be many amazing things in this small world, and even treasures. However, after entering, he found so many tombs. This really made Lin Feng speechless. He did not know who had built these tombs. Could it be that the evil corpse had built these tombs when it was alive? Woo-woo! At this moment, a cold wind howled. Horrifying yin qi permeated the entire area. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tombs began to shake violently. As the tombs shook, clouds of yin qi spread out from the tombs. The yin qi seemed to cover the sky. After feeling the aura emitted from the yin qi, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. What a terrifying yin qi. The yin qi. What was going on? The next moment, Lin Feng knew what was going on. Suddenly, yin soldiers began to emerge from the yin energy. As far as the eye could see, the densely packed nether soldiers were innumerable. Those yin soldiers completely surrounded Lin Feng. Damn, The evil corpse ring is the nest of the Yin soldier army. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Without thinking, he hurriedly rushed out. However, the Yin Qi was too terrifying. The Yin Qi actually sealed the evil corpse ring. Lin Feng was bounced back. I can't get out. Lin Feng's face turned pale. Around him, the densely packed Yin soldier army was constantly moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng even had the heart to cry. Due to the undying nature of the Yin soldier army, it was definitely one of the most terrifying armies in the myriad heavens world. However, according to Lin Feng's knowledge, shouldn't the Yin soldier army be in the underworld? For example, King Yang Luo had joined a Yin soldier army. But what was the situation with the Yin soldier army that appeared in front of him? They were not in the underworld, but instead appeared in the evil corpse ring. Everyone, don't be rash. Impulsiveness is the devil. Lin Feng saw the unfriendly expressions of the Yin soldier army and hurriedly shouted. However, the Yin soldier army did not have any intention of stopping. Lin Feng took out all the Buddhist magic treasures he had obtained, such as the ancient Buddha skeleton, the Buddhist robe, and other Buddhist treasures. But even so, it was still unable to scare away the Yin soldiers. Chapter 4992. Shit, this doesn't look good. Will I be killed by the army of Yin soldiers? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the army of ghost soldiers approaching. The army of Yin soldiers was terrifying. They were emitting a terrifying aura that could make one's heart palpitate. He was afraid that he would be in danger. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel troubled. He had to be careful in dealing with this situation. Otherwise, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. However, the Buddhist weapons couldn't deter these guys. This made Lin Feng somewhat depressed. If even the Buddhist weapons couldn't deter the army of Yin soldiers, how could he deal with them? Lin Feng didn't have much time to think about this matter. He had to find a solution in a very short time. Otherwise, it would be a real tragedy. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of something. He remembered that when Lin Feng was in Starry Sky Ancient City, the mysterious iron box had caused great damage to the evil corpse. This ring was also the evil corpse's ring. He wondered if the mysterious iron box could have a good effect. When Lin Feng thought about that, he hastily took out the mysterious box. When Lin Feng took out the mysterious iron box, the leading Yin Emperor waved his hand and the approaching army of Yin soldiers suddenly stopped. The Yin Emperor wore a crown on his head and held a battle sword in his hand. His expression was ice-cold, giving off a feeling of prestige without being angry. If anyone dared to provoke the Yin Emperor, they wouldn't have a good ending. However, the Yin Emperor's pair of cold eyes were looking at the mysterious iron box in Lin Feng's hand. The Yin Emperor fell into deep thought. Lin Feng was very nervous and worried. No matter how strong a person was, it was impossible to fight against an army of thousands of men and horses. Not to mention this army of Yin soldiers. These existences were close to immortality. They possessed unimaginable power. Lin Feng was very clear that it wouldn't be easy to fight against these existences and escape. The best way was to negotiate with these Yin soldiers. Who are you? Yin Emperor looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng, descendant of the sovereign emperor. Oh, a descendant of a sovereign's clan? Why are you here? Yin Emperor asked. I was the one who opened the restriction on the evil corpse ring and entered this place, Lin Feng said. Are you the one who opened the ring? Yin Emperor looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng asked, is there something wrong? Where's the evil ancestor? Yin Emperor asked. Evil ancestor, who is he? Lin Feng asked in return. In fact, Lin Feng guessed that the evil corpse was the evil ancestor, but he didn't say anything about it because Lin Feng didn't know the relationship between the evil corpse and these guys. If they were enemies. Lin Feng told them that the evil corpses were killed by him, so these people were naturally very happy. Perhaps he might even establish a deep friendship with her. But what if these people were enemies with the evil corpse? If he told them that the evil corpse was killed by him, it would be tragic. The best way to deal with this was to pretend that he didn't know anything. You don't know who the evil ancestor is? Then how did you get the evil ancestor's ring? Yin Emperor asked. Is this ring called the Evil Ancestor's Ring? I really don't know what it's called. I got it from an ancient city in the starry sky world, Lin Feng said. You got it from an ancient city? Yin Emperor's face was filled with astonishment. Clearly, he had some doubts about Lin Feng's words. Yes, I got it from an ancient city. At that time, many people came to that ancient city and fought over the treasures there. I was lucky enough to get this storage ring, Lin Feng said. Since he had already told this lie, he had no choice. He had to continue lying. Yin Emperor frowned slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Feng hurriedly said, Sir, you haven't said who the evil ancestor is. The evil ancestor is the incarnation of the evil path, Yin Emperor said. Incarnation of the evil path? What do you mean? Lin Feng asked. There are 3,000 great Taos in the world, and each of these 3,000 great Taos can give birth to life. The evil ancestor was born in this way. The evil ancestor was born from the great Taos and turned into a true life form. Later on, he even gave birth to flesh and blood, creating a perfect body. The history of the evil ancestor is even older than the history of the evil god, Yin Emperor said. Lin Feng already knew what kind of existence the evil ancestor was. He was the incarnation of the great Taos. It was impossible to imagine how powerful such an existence was. Lin Feng guessed that such an existence should be extremely rare even in the long history of the great Taos. Therefore, the so-called evil ancestor was definitely an unimaginable existence. Is there any grudge between you and the evil ancestor? Lin Feng asked. There's no grudge. Yin Emperor squinted his eyes. Yin Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, In the past, when we died in battle, the evil ancestor collected our corpses and buried them in the evil corpse ring that he created. We died very miserably when we were alive, so our resentment didn't disappear. After the evil ancestor buried our corpses together, our yin qi and resentment fused together, which might allow us to transform into an army of ghost soldiers. At the same time, the evil ancestor could absorb the powerful yin qi and resentment to enhance his cultivation base. Is this killing two birds with one stone for you? Lin Feng asked. Yin Emperor sneered. We don't want to become ghost soldiers. Death is death. Why would we want to become ghost soldiers and never be reincarnated? The Yin sovereign's words made sense. The Yin soldiers were a group of cursed living beings. These living beings would suffer endless pain and torture in the future. However, after turning into Yin soldiers, they couldn't die. They could only endure the pain silently. Yin Emperor continued, Actually, we should thank the evil ancestor since we're already in the apocalypse. What do you mean? Lin Feng looked at Yin Emperor in astonishment. He just said that he didn't want to become ghost soldiers, and now he said that he wanted to thank the evil ancestor. Was he treating his words as a joke? Chapter 4993. Speaking of this, Emperor Yin's eyes were filled with hope. He hoped that this day would come. The rest of the Yin soldiers naturally hoped that this day would come. No one was willing to become a Yin soldier. Especially after becoming a Yin soldier, only then did they know how comfortable it was to be a normal person. Who would want to die if they could live? It was the same for them. If they could live, they wouldn't want to die. Now, they saw the hope of returning from the calamity. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Luckily, he didn't mention that he was the one who killed the evil corpse. Otherwise, these guys might take revenge for the evil corpse. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver. Luckily, he was vigilant. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. You guys will definitely be able to return from the calamity, Lin Feng said with a grin. Thank you for your auspicious word. Emperor Yin said. Obviously, Emperor Yin wanted to kill Lin Feng at the very beginning. However, after seeing the mysterious iron box in Lin Feng's hand, Emperor Yin changed his attitude. Lin Feng felt that he could use this opportunity to deepen his relationship with Emperor Yin. Especially, Emperor Yin controlled the Yin soldier army. If he could cooperate with Emperor Yin, it would be a great help to him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, Emperor Yin, I've already opened the seal. You guys can go out now. What are your plans in the future? At this moment, Lin Feng deliberately repeated the matter of him opening the seal. He wanted to remind Emperor Yin and the others that he was the one who opened the seal of the evil corpse's ring. He was someone who had helped them. Don't forget. Emperor Yin said. We plan to go to the underworld. Lin Feng said, the underworld is very chaotic now. If you guys go to the underworld, you'll probably be recruited by many forces. At that time, no matter which force you join, you'll be restricted by others. It's too boring. Why don't you continue to cultivate in this small world? I'm the descendant of the sovereign emperor clan and my father is the one who inherited the fate of this era. After I was born, my father's fate transferred to me. Now, I'm also the one who inherited the fate of this era. So, if you guys continue to stay here and be cleansed by my powerful fate, your fate will become stronger and stronger. Luck is very important to a cultivator's cultivation. Since you've turned into an army of ghost soldiers, your luck has basically been used up. It's good enough that your luck isn't in the negative. If you don't even have luck, how can you survive to the next epoch? How can you talk about reincarnating your tribulations? You're all experts who have experienced many storms, so I'm sure you can understand what I'm saying. You should also know if my words make sense or not. Emperor Yin frowned after hearing Lin Feng's words. He understood that Lin Feng's words made sense, but he also knew that there was no free lunch in this world. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Then what do you want us to do? Lin Feng smiled. If I ask you for help, you'll have to help me. Emperor Yin frowned. This wasn't something he wanted to do. As the saying goes, humans and ghosts walk different paths. The Yin soldier army was a ghost, while Lin Feng was a human. In a situation where they were separated by yin and yang, it wasn't necessarily a good thing to have too much involvement. Lin Feng said, I know what you're worried about, Emperor Yin. Don't worry, under normal circumstances, I won't disturb you. I'll only summon you at critical moments. All right. Then it's a deal. Remember what you said. If you don't summon us, then try your best not to summon us. Emperor Yin said. Of course, I'll keep this in mind. Lin Feng nodded. Emperor Yin nodded and led the Yin soldier army to retreat quickly. Not long after, the Yin soldier army entered their respective tombs. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Being able to cooperate with the Yin soldier army was quite a good thing. Lin Feng's mood suddenly became very good. Lin Feng flew out of the evil corpse ring and put it on his finger. This way, he could get in touch with Emperor Yin at any time. Then, Lin Feng entered the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Previously, Lin Feng opened the second seal of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace and entered the second palace. In the second palace, Lin Feng obtained a blood-stained stone. The blood on the stone and the stone came from the mysterious iron box. Those immortal stones had been absorbed by the mysterious iron box. Of course, to be precise, they were absorbed by the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious iron box. Although Lin Feng didn't know the origin of the dismembered corpse, Lin Feng knew that the dismembered corpse was an unimaginably terrifying existence when it was alive. Now, Lin Feng planned to open the third palace. But he didn't know what was inside the third palace. Would there be something from the dismembered corpse? Compared to other treasures, Lin Feng hoped to collect something from the dismembered corpse because it could make the corpse more powerful. Lin Feng had the dismembered corpse for a long time. In the beginning, he was worried that the dismembered corpse would have an adverse effect on him. But after so many years, the dismembered corpse didn't have any adverse effect on him. On the contrary, it saved Lin Feng's life in many critical moments. Because of this, Lin Feng was less worried about the dismembered corpse. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to make the dismembered corpse as powerful as possible. Lin Feng began to break the third palace's seal. Time passed. The seal was gradually broken. Lin Feng's face also revealed a smile. After spending about 5 days, the seal was finally completely broken by Lin Feng. When Lin Feng broke the seal, Lin Feng's face revealed a joyful expression. He had finally broken the seal of the third palace. What was there in the third palace? Lin Feng pushed open the third palace. He walked into the third palace. After entering the third palace, Lin Feng suddenly felt a piece of bone in his chest emitting violent waves. Saint bone! Lin Feng was shocked. Back then, Lin Feng had refined 2 pieces of bone into his body. One was the saint bone, and the other was the white tiger origin bone. The white tiger origin bone helped Lin Feng comprehend the white bone domineering aura. Chapter 4994. Now, the sacred bone was emitting waves. What was going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. Could it be that the opportunity here had something to do with the sacred bone? Lin Feng looked into the depths of the hall. He suddenly saw that there was a ball of holy light in the depths of the hall. It was unclear what was wrapped in that ball of holy light. The sacred bone's strange movements seemed to have a lot to do with what was inside the ball of holy light. Lin Feng could not help but look happy. He quickly walked towards that ball of holy light. In fact, Lin Feng knew how powerful the sacred bone was. However, Lin Feng rarely used the sacred bone to fight. One reason was because he had other means to deal with his enemies. 2. The sacred bone had fused with Lin Feng's chest. Using the sacred bone would expose this trump card. When that happened, many enemies would target Lin Feng's chest. Naturally, this was not a situation that Lin Feng wanted to see happen. Therefore, Lin Feng rarely used the sacred bone to fight. 3rd, the power of the sacred bone was not easy to use. Therefore, these were the factors that limited Lin Feng from using the sacred bone. However, if he encountered an extremely dangerous situation, Lin Feng would still use the sacred bone. Soon, he came in front of that dazzling ball of holy light. There was a transparent crystal in that ball of holy light. After seeing that crystal, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. He took the crystal in his hand. Suddenly, beams of holy light gushed out from the sacred bone. The holy light completely fused with the crystal in Lin Feng's hand. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but look extremely shocked. It seemed that the sacred bone had a very special reaction to the crystal in front of him. Hey, this is... Lin Feng was surprised. After the crystal absorbed the holy light, it began to decompose. It did not take long for it to decompose into dense runes. Every rune contained incomparably pure energy. After feeling that pure energy, Lin Feng's face was immediately filled with shock. He had guessed something, and now he only needed to verify it to know if his guess was true. Not long after, the crystal had completely decomposed into mysterious runes. One rune after another. They all fused into Lin Feng's body. Then, those runes drilled into the sacred bone. Lin Feng felt the sacred bone in his chest begin to heat up. His chest was getting hotter and hotter. Lin Feng did not know what this change was, but Lin Feng knew that it was definitely a good thing. About 2 hours later, the saint bone in his chest started to recover, and the scorching temperature started to decrease. It didn't take long for the saint bone to completely recover. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the sacred bone in his chest. Lin Feng easily communicated with the sacred bone in his chest. Lin Feng discovered that the interior of the sacred bone was like a huge world. That world contained endless majestic energy. That majestic energy was stored in that world. When Lin Feng tried to guide that majestic energy out, that majestic energy really quickly surged out of the world formed by the sacred bone. It endlessly supported Lin Feng. With the support of that majestic energy, Lin Feng's battle strength rose steadily. Previously, Lin Feng could only try to activate the sacred bone and let it release some powerful attacks. However, he could not use the power of the sacred bone for his own use. This time, after the sacred bone absorbed those runes, Lin Feng could actually guide the power of the sacred bone into his body and use it for his own use. This was a huge transformation. In this way, Lin Feng could not only borrow the power of the magic lotus, the dominator's armor, the golden dwarf, and out-of-body incarnation, but also the power of the sacred bone. Hey, this feels great. If I borrow the power of the sacred bone, my battle strength will increase. Once again, it will greatly increase. Lin Feng grinned. Who would complain about being strong? If they did, they would only complain that they were not strong enough. Lin Feng flew out of the divine Tao Immortal Palace. He had gained a lot from this trip to the heaven-devouring secret realm. His sovereign bloodline had completed its third transformation and he had obtained one of the most powerful treasures of the sovereign clan, the Epoch War Spear. Now, the sacred bone had also undergone a miraculous transformation. He could now use the power of the sacred bone for his own use. This was a very satisfying thing. Lin Feng walked out of the stone room. When she saw Lin Feng, Lung Zishi hurriedly called out, "Lin Feng, I found a teleportation formation. I don't know if it can teleport us out." "Oh, teleportation formation? Where is it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. If they went out now, they would definitely be surrounded by a large group of experts. Lin Feng was very clear about this. If they were surrounded by those experts, it was hard to say what would happen. Therefore, leaving by teleportation formation was the best choice. "It's over here." Lung Zishi led Lin Feng to the stone room where the teleportation formation was. Lin Feng followed Lung Zishi to the stone room where the heaven-devouring evil emperor had rested. The teleportation formation was actually under the stone bed. The bed had been moved away by Lung Zishi. In fact, Lung Zishi had discovered this secret teleportation formation because she had been very bored while Lin Feng had been in seclusion. She had almost turned the entire cave upside down to see if there were any treasures left behind. She had not found any treasures, but she had found a teleportation formation. Lin Feng observed for a moment and found that the teleportation formation was not destroyed. This made Lin Feng happy. It was good that the teleportation formation was not destroyed. This way, it could be activated. Lin Feng formed a series of seals and sent them into the teleportation formation. Soon, the teleportation formation was activated. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi stepped onto the teleportation formation. Buzz! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi disappeared from the cave. When they came out, they found themselves in an ancient forest. Not far away, more than a dozen monks were flying quickly. These monks were not targeting Lin Feng and Lung Zishi. They glanced at Lin Feng and Lung Zishi and did not pay much attention to the two young cultivators. The monks did not stop and quickly flew into the depths of the forest. Chapter 4995. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It is indeed the heaven-devouring mystery realm, but there's no need for us to stay here any longer. Let's leave now." "All right. Let's go then." Lung Zishi nodded and asked, "Where are we going now?" "The ancient demon domain," Lin Feng said. "Wow, the ancient demon domain, a domain ruled by demons. I've wanted to go there for a long time." Hearing that they were going to the ancient demon domain, Lung Zishi cried out in excitement. The reason why they were going to the ancient demon domain was because they would pass by the Whitebone region on their way back to the Sin domain. Part of the Whitebone region was adjacent to the ancient demon domain, so they could visit some old friends in the ancient demon domain. The Fire Chileen, the Peacock King, the Great Rock King, the Little Rock King, Feng Yaoreo, Princess Shui Yao, Little Yu Yu, and many others. These people were Lin Feng's true friends. They were also the people closest to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had always wanted to visit them, but he never had the chance. Now, he finally had the chance. The three-headed viper flew quickly above the lake as Lin Feng rested on Lung Zish's soft and slender thighs. What a relaxing day, smelling the pleasant fragrance on Lung Zish's body. What a pleasant life. In the depths of the Inferno Island, rolling black fog covered the sky. "My lord, the seal has cracked. I'm afraid the seal won't be able to suppress that terrifying existence anymore." The elder in charge of strengthening the seal came to Yun Zhongtian and said in a terrified voice, Damn it! Damn it! Who broke the seal? I found out who it was. I must tear him to pieces." Yun Zhongtian roared in anger. But Yun Zhongtian knew that it was not the time to be angry. The most important thing now was to quickly strengthen the seal. If that terrifying existence came out, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would not be too late to look for the traitor after the seal was strengthened. "I'll go take a look myself," Yun Zhongtian said in a low voice. The group of people quickly flew towards the seal under Yun Zhongtian's lead. But before they could even reach the seal's location, a sinister cackle sounded out from deep within and a large amount of demonic fog rolled about as the demonic fog quickly surged outwards. "Run! My lord, save me!" Many cultivators screamed in horror. They quickly ran out from the depths, but the rolling devil fog was too fast. It swallowed those cultivators in an instant. All the cultivators who were swallowed by the devil fog died tragically in the devil fog. Damn it, let's go stop that guy. Old Shui, you go help evacuate the residents on the island, Yun Zhongtian said solemnly. Upon the island, there were also the clansmen of the people from Cloud Heaven, their loved ones and others. In total, there were more than 1 million people. Yun Zhongtian knew that it was no longer realistic for him to want to completely evacuate all these people. The destruction of the barrier was just too sudden and it had caught Yun Zhongtian completely off guard. Although Yun Zhongtian had immediately ordered his subordinates to evacuate the residents of the island, it had only been 2 hours since then. How many people could be evacuated in that amount of time? Now that that terrifying existence had appeared, they did not have much time left. No one will be able to escape. But just as Yun Zhongtian's voice fell, a sinister and terrifying voice rang out from within the demonic fog. Following that, the demonic fog that covered the skies quickly surged outwards, surrounding the entire fiery flame island. Ah! Pitiful screams rang out from all over the fiery flame island. It was obvious that many people had already died within the demonic fog. 50 miles away from the sea. Leng Zishi patted Lin Feng and said, "Quick, look. The demonic fog has covered the skies over there. I wonder what's going on." Hearing that, Lin Feng got up and looked into the distance. When he saw the demonic fog that covered the skies, Lin Feng could not help but frown. "You wait here. I'll go have a look," Lin Feng said. He then shot up into the sky and quickly flew towards the demonic fog. "I want to go too," Leng Zishi immediately cried out. She was a very active person and if one wanted her to stay put, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Hence, after Lin Feng flew towards the area where the demonic fog covered the skies, Leng Zishi quickly flew towards that area as well. Within the demonic fog, it exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. A monster with a human body but an octopus head stood within the demonic fog and let out a sinister laugh. Large tentacles stretched out from its head and lashed out at the cultivators one by one. Asterisk bam bam bam. Asterisk any cultivator who was lashed out by the monster would have their bones broken if they were lucky. If they were severely injured, they would immediately die. That monster was just too terrifying. "I'll fight you to the death." Seeing his loyal subordinates being severely injured or even killed one by one, Yun Zhongtian's eyes turned blood red. He roared out loud and quickly charged towards the monster. An ant-like thing actually dares to resist. What a joke. The monster let out a disdainful snort and a large tentacle lashed out at Yun Zhongtian. Yun Zhongtian swung the sword in his hand at the tentacle, but when the sword came into contact with the tentacle was covered with runes and his attack was immediately neutralized by the runes. Then, the tentacle sent Yun Zhongtian flying with a swipe of its own. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking rang out and it was not known just how many of Yun Zhongtian's bones had been broken. Yun Zhongtian's body was sent flying and his face was as white as a sheet. It was at that moment that the tentacle quickly flew over and wrapped itself around Yun Zhongtian. He, I'm going to eat you." The monster let out a sinister laugh and the tentacle quickly retracted back after it had wrapped itself around Yun Zhongtian. That terrifying monster wanted to eat Yun Zhongtian alive. "My lord." Many of the cultivators roared out in rage and quickly charged towards the monster, wanting to save Yun Zhongtian. Screech. Suddenly, the monster let out a piercing cry and many of the cultivators covered their ears before they cried out in pain. That monster's attack was just too terrifying and it had hurt their very souls. Yun Zhongtian struggled endlessly but he was unable to break free. Yun Zhongtian's face then showed a bitter smile. It looks like today he would not be able to escape death. The monster had already opened its gaping maw, wanting to devour Yun Zhongtian, but it was at that moment that a burst of sword chi came slashing down from the heavens. PFFTT. Chapter 4996. Young Master Ji, when he saw the person who had appeared, Yun Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised. It was none other than Lin Feng. Yun Zhongtian had thought that he was going to die, but he did not expect to be saved by Lin Feng. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng asked. I'm fine. Young Master Ji, be careful of this monster. This is the octopus demon of the Western universe. In the past, this fellow ran to the Eastern universe and caused a great massacre. It devoured over 100 planets with life, and the number of casualties reached into the trillions. Back then, in order to suppress this octopus demon, countless experts died. Yun Zhongtian reminded him. A being from the Western universe? Hearing this, Lin Feng looked extremely surprised. In this era, the endless starry skies were divided into the Eastern and Western universes. This was also compatible with the great Tao of heaven and earth, where yin and yang were opposites. The plane where the three supreme realms were located, as well as all the worlds under it, belonged to the Eastern universe. The other Western universe was more mysterious, and Lin Feng did not know much about that world. However, Lin Feng had heard of existences such as Allah and God, who were the top experts of the Western universe. He hadn't thought he'd see a cultivator from the Western world in such a place. Lin Feng was overjoyed. If he could capture this fellow, he would be able to find out many things about the Western universe from him. Here comes another one who has come to die. I can feel how powerful the blood in your body is. If I eat you, it will definitely play an important role in restoring my cultivation base. The giant octopus troll let out a sinister laugh. Previously, its tentacle had been cut off by Lin Feng, but now it had recovered. Seeing that the octopus demon had recovered, Lin Feng could not help but look extremely shocked. This speed of recovery was a little too abnormal, and it was truly shocking. However, to Lin Feng, this was nothing. At this moment, Lung Zishi flew over. She looked at the octopus demon and said, "Wow, it's a big octopus monster. After killing it, we can roast it. Didn't you say that you're good at roasting meat? But I don't want to eat roasted meat. I prefer seafood." Seafood? The corner of the octopus demon's mouth twitched violently. He was a terrifying existence, but now, in the eyes of others, he had become seafood, food. This made the octopus demon very angry. Now, the octopus demon wanted nothing more than to cut Lung Zishi into pieces. He coldly looked at Lung Zishi and said, "Lowly ant, you will die a miserable death later. I guarantee that before you die, I will let you taste endless pain. Seafood, don't talk." Lung Zishi waved her hand at the octopus demon, then directly ignored it. She looked at Lin Feng and pulled Lin Feng's hand, swinging it back and forth. "Okay, let's make a seafood feast later." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course, no problem. I think that the octopus tentacles should taste good. Why don't we make a teppanyaki octopus? I ate it when I was young, and the taste is still unforgettable. I don't know if I can recreate the taste of my childhood." Okay, I want to eat teppanyaki octopus. I haven't eaten teppanyaki octopus before. Lung Zishi was immediately delighted. Yun Zhongtian, who was at the side, could not help but smile bitterly. In the face of a great enemy, Lin Feng and the goddess before him were actually discussing how to eat the octopus demon later. They really did not see the octopus demon as a threat. However, when he thought of Lin Feng's powerful strength, Yun Zhongtian felt that Lin Feng's arrogance naturally had the right to do so. "Go to hell, all of you." The octopus demon roared angrily, and its tentacles quickly lashed out at Lin Feng and Lung Zishi. There were dozens of tentacles densely packed together, and each tentacle contained terrifying power. "Slash!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Immediately after, 5 stone swords appeared in his hand. Then, under Lin Feng's control, the 5 stone swords quickly moved towards the tentacles. The power of the 5 stone swords was naturally terrifying, and Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly, so the power of the 5 stone swords was now many times stronger than before. Under Lin Feng's control, the 5 stone swords displayed their might, cutting off all the tentacles. Then, the 5 stone swords quickly slashed at the octopus demon. Damn it, you lowly ant, you've completely infuriated me. I'll make sure you die a horrible death." The octopus demon roared angrily. The tentacles that had been cut off quickly recovered. This guy seemed to have the ability to live forever, and even after receiving such great damage, he was still able to recover in such a short period of time. It was really too abnormal. At this moment, a demonic saber appeared in the octopus demon's hand. This demonic saber was called the Blackhead Demon Saber, and it emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. With a light sweep of the saber, a ghostly aura filled the air, covering the sky. With a slash of the saber, it seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. The octopus demon wielded the Blackhead Demon Saber and swept it towards Lin Feng's 5 stone swords. Clang clang clang, a series of violent collisions rang out. Lin Feng's 5 stone swords were swept away. The octopus demon wielded the Blackhead Demon Saber and walked towards Lin Feng, looking at Lin Feng with disdain. His eyes were filled with disdain. The octopus demon looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, "Brat, do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have a bit of strength? How laughable. Even if I can't even display 1/10,000th of my peak strength, dealing with you is as easy as flipping my hand." The octopus demon was extremely arrogant. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think that this guy was bragging. The octopus demon had been imprisoned for so many years, but he was still so powerful. This was enough to show how terrifying he was back then. Lin Feng guessed that those experts back then also wanted to kill the octopus demon, but he was too powerful. Therefore, those experts couldn't kill him, and the octopus demon has lived until now. Lin Feng sneered as he looked at the octopus demon. This guy was indeed very powerful, but the current Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. Lin Feng sneered and said, "The ignorant are truly fearless. Are you still living in your dreams? Today, I'll let you know my power." Lin Feng put away the 5 stone swords. Chapter 4997. Lin Feng held the epochal war spear in his hand. He felt an extremely close connection with the epochal war spear. The epochal war spear was like his arm, his legs, his nose, his eyes, and an extension of his body. This feeling was incomparably wondrous and comfortable. Lin Feng knew that he could only activate a small portion of the epochal war spear's power. However, Lin Feng felt that a powerful artifact like the epochal war spear, even if he could only activate a small portion of its power, it would still be terrifying enough. This was a supreme artifact that could contend with ancient weapons. It was a supreme artifact forged by the Sovereign Emperor clan's progenitor. "Kid, taste my true demonic 4-blade." At this moment, the octopus demon suddenly roared. He held the tortoise saber in his hand and charged towards Lin Feng. In mid-air, the octopus demon slashed out 3 times in a row. 1 blade slays all ghosts. 2 blades slays all gods. 3 blades shatter the firmament. 4 blades shatter the universe. The power of the octopus demon's 4 blades was truly terrifying. Lin Feng felt a sense of solemnity. Although this guy had been suppressed for countless years, his battle strength was still formidable. Moreover, he had mastered many powerful techniques. Now that he was displaying them, it was naturally terrifying. However, Lin Feng didn't fear this guy at all. Facing the octopus demon's true demonic 4 blades, Lin Feng stabbed out with his spear. Lin Feng wasn't proficient in spear arts. He was proficient in the 3,000 great Daos and various powerful attacks. He was also proficient in some supreme techniques recorded in ancient immortal scriptures. However, so what if he wasn't proficient in powerful spear arts? Lin Feng's magic power was abundant. Although he wasn't proficient in powerful spear arts, he could still display the power of the epochal war spear. Lin Feng swept his spear towards his opponent. This was a very common martial art move, total annihilation. Generally speaking, after cultivating to such a high level, they rarely used the moves of martial arts. However, from another perspective, if one was strong enough, even if it was just a move that an ordinary warrior would use, one could still explode with unimaginable combat power. If he was not strong enough, he would not be able to unleash the full power of this ability even if he used the most powerful ability. Therefore, when Lin Feng used total annihilation, it still burst out with an extremely powerful force. Clang! Lin Feng's epoch war spear and the demon octopus's blackhead ghost blade collided violently. Sparks flew everywhere as the 2 weapons collided, and a destructive shockwave spread out in all directions. Lin Feng's epoch war spear and the demon octopus's blackhead ghost blade collided. Although the giant octopus demon used a very powerful knife skill, it was still resolved by Lin Feng. How is this possible? The giant octopus troll demon exclaimed in disbelief. The knife skill he used was one of his trump cards, but it was easily resolved by Lin Feng. The giant octopus troll demon naturally couldn't accept this. The giant octopus troll demon's eyes became extremely gloomy. Before, he was full of contempt for Lin Feng, but now he knew that he had underestimated Lin Feng. You dare to brag with just this little ability? What a joke. Giant octopus, if this is all you have, then you will die at the hands of your little grandpa. Lin Feng looked at the giant octopus troll demon with contempt. Lin Feng indeed had the qualifications to say such words. This was because Lin Feng's previous attack was only a probing attack. After all, this was the first time Lin Feng used the Epoch War Spear in a real battle. The power of the Epoch War Spear was much stronger than Lin Feng had imagined. This made Lin Feng very happy. The only thing that made Lin Feng depressed was that the Epoch War Spear consumed too much of his FA Li. With Lin Feng's current FA Li reserves, he couldn't use the Epoch War Spear for a long time. Of course, Lin Feng already knew this, so he was already mentally prepared. Eat my saber again. The giant octopus troll demon's face was very gloomy. He shouted coldly and leaped up. He became one with the saber and slashed towards Lin Feng. The giant octopus troll demon suffered a small loss in the previous collision, but he didn't think that he would lose to Lin Feng. He still had some powerful moves that he hadn't used yet. Moreover, the giant octopus troll demon was an incomparably arrogant existence. How could he admit that he lost to Lin Feng? For him, this was absolutely unacceptable. It was simply a great humiliation. Therefore, the giant octopus troll demon was incomparably angry. He wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent his anger. This time, the giant octopus troll demon used an even more powerful attack. This attack was called the God-slaying saber technique. It was an incomparably tyrannical saber technique. The highest realm was the realm of one with the saber. Although the giant octopus devil's realm had fallen, his understanding of the divine ability didn't decrease. His understanding of the divine ability was still profound and unfathomable. Therefore, the octopus demon's attack was extremely powerful. Lin Feng could sense how terrifying that attack was. A sneer appeared on Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng's FA Li continuously poured into the Epoch War Spear. The power of the Epoch War Spear continued to increase. One spear to decide the universe. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout as he thrusted his spear forward. Although Lin Feng wasn't proficient in spear techniques, he was actually quite proficient in them. In fact, Lin Feng also cultivated several spear techniques. For example, the Purgatory Spear art needed to be used together with the Purgatory Demon Spear in order to display the power of the Purgatory Spear art. This spear to decide the universe was a spear technique recorded in the 9 Cosmos Spears. Lin Feng wasn't particularly familiar with this spear technique. In the past, he only cultivated it when he had nothing to do. Lin Feng wasn't proficient in several spear techniques. Lin Feng didn't cultivate many spear techniques, so Lin Feng wasn't very proficient in them. However, when Lin Feng used the Epoch War Spear to display this spear technique, it still erupted with a terrifying power. This was mainly because the Epoch War Spear was too powerful. Clang! A second collision occurred. Lin Feng's Epoch War Spear and the giant octopus troll demon saber clashed for the second time. This time, the power of the Epoch War Spear was revealed. Chapter 4998. The power of Lin Feng's spear was too terrifying. Even Lin Feng himself was shocked. Lin Feng's attack didn't slow down. He stabbed the Epoch War Spear towards the octopus demon's chest. The octopus demon was shocked. He didn't expect this result. His blackhead ghost blade was so powerful, but it couldn't block Lin Feng's war spear. He couldn't imagine how powerful Lin Feng's war spear was. The octopus demon quickly retreated. He wanted to avoid Lin Feng's attack and escape. Lin Feng was too powerful. The octopus demon didn't want to continue fighting with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't give him the chance. With a tearing sound, Lin Feng's spear pierced through the octopus demon's chest. The octopus demon looked down at the Epoch War Spear that pierced through his chest. He sneered and said, "Boy, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. However, this king has an immortal body. You can't kill this king." After the octopus demon's voice fell, the tentacles on his face began to grow. They wrapped around Lin Feng, wanting to wrap around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng sneered and gently slashed with his other hand. In an instant, the octopus demon's tentacles were cut off by Lin Feng. Next, Lin Feng used the powerful God-forbidden 8 seals. Killing the octopus demon wasn't easy, but sealing it was much easier. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't want to kill the octopus demon now. This was because he still had a lot of questions to ask the octopus demon. If he killed the octopus demon now, he wouldn't be able to get the information he wanted from it. The God-forbidding 8 seals formed numerous runes that suppressed the octopus troll's body. The octopus demon's expression changed greatly. As a top expert in the past, the octopus demon was naturally very knowledgeable. When Lin Feng used the God-forbidden 8 seals, he already knew that it was a sealing technique. Although the octopus demon claimed to have an immortal body, how could there be a true immortal body in this world? Even the immortal divine body wasn't a true immortal body. Therefore, there was more than one way to kill the octopus demon. The octopus demon was very clear about this. If he was suppressed by Lin Feng, then Lin Feng would find a way to kill him. At that time, he would die without a burial ground. The giant octopus demon fiercely struggled, but it was too late. Numerous sealing runes were branded on its body. The sealing runes directly sealed the octopus demon's magic power. "Damn it! You actually dare to seal me? Who do you think you are? You actually dare to seal me?" After being sealed, the octopus demon went completely berserk. He couldn't help but loudly curse. Lin Feng sneered and slapped the octopus demon. With a slap, Lin Feng's slap ruthlessly landed on the octopus demon's face. The octopus demon's face was swollen from Lin Feng's slap. A dense killing intent appeared in the octopus demon's eyes. "What? You can't accept it? Don't forget that you're just a prisoner now. How dare you shout in front of this young master? You really don't know the difference between life and death." Lin Feng sneered. The octopus demon wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, he knew that he had to remain calm because he was now Lin Feng's prisoner. Moreover, he could sense a cold killing intent from Lin Feng. This meant that Lin Feng could really kill him. The octopus demon had been sealed for so many years. Now that it had just escaped, it naturally didn't want to be killed. The octopus demon took a deep breath and said, "What will it take for you to spare my life?" "You want me to spare your life? That depends on whether you're willing to cooperate or not. You'll answer whatever I ask you later," Lin Feng said. "Ask away. If I know, I'll tell you." "I'll naturally tell you," said the octopus demon. Lin Feng asked, "What's the situation in the Western universe?" The octopus troll said, "I'm not particularly clear about the current situation of the Western universe. After all, I've been sealed for countless years. If you want to know more about the Western universe, I can tell you some of the situation of my era." "All right, tell me about it," Lin Feng said. The octopus troll said, "The Western universe's civilization isn't as developed as the Eastern universe's. But even so, there are still many powerful life forms in the Western universe. However, among these powerful life forms, there are some peak expert. These top-notch experts are the absolute rulers of the Western universe world. For example, God, Allah, Zeus, and Satan are the absolute rulers of the Western universe. Their strength is unimaginable, and they have countless methods. Countless experts are loyal to them." Lin Feng asked, "Are these the 4 strongest experts of the Western universe?" The octopus troll demon nodded and said, "Yes, they are the 4 strongest powerhouses of the Western universe. However, there should be a few other powerhouses at the same level as them, but they keep a low profile. That's why the outside world doesn't know much about them. Even I don't know much about the other strongest powerhouses." Lin Feng asked, "Who did you submit to?" The octopus demon said, "I submitted to Satan." Satan meant devil. "I'm a demon. Satan is my master." When the octopus demon mentioned Satan, a fanatical look appeared in its eyes. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the look in the octopus demon's eyes. The octopus demon was probably equivalent to a saint-level expert at its peak, yet it still worshipped Satan. Just what kind of existence was Satan? How could he make the octopus demon worship him so? Lin Feng had a feeling that there were many experts in the Western universe who worshipped Satan just like the octopus demon. Asked Lin Feng, "With your cultivation level, you must have had a very high position under Satan's command, right?" The octopus demon proudly said, "Of course. I was one of the 12 demon kings under Satan." Chapter 4999. The octopus demon explained, "That's because the Western universes are too small compared to the Eastern universes. The Western universes are only a millionth of the Eastern universes." Lin Feng said, "The Eastern universes are endlessly vast. Even if the Western universes are only a millionth of the Eastern universes, they can still be considered vast, right?" The octopus demon said, "Of course, but the Western universes are different from the Eastern universes. There are too many experts in the Eastern universes, so it's difficult for any organization in the Eastern universes to divide the Eastern universes. The Western universes, on the other hand, have fewer supreme experts, so they divided the Western universes. They want to find new worlds, so they set their sights on the Eastern universes." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. "So you're saying that you're an outpost sent to investigate the situation in the Eastern universes?" The octopus demon nodded. "You can put it that way. If I hadn't been so high profile back then, I wouldn't have been suppressed." Lin Feng sneered. "You being suppressed is already a relatively good outcome. If those top experts had made a move, you would have died many times over." The octopus demon didn't refute Lin Feng's words. There were indeed many terrifying existences in the Eastern universes. Some of them were even comparable to the Western universe's sovereigns. The octopus demon fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Is there anything else you want to ask? Didn't the experts in the Western universes fight each other?" Lin Feng asked after some thought. He. That's the difference between the Eastern universes and the Western universes. The Eastern universes have many top experts, and the rate at which they're replaced is also faster. That's why many ambitious people have been born. Wars often break out in the Eastern universes, and some of them are even disastrous. Who knows how many organizations have been destroyed? However, there's no need to worry about that in the Western universes. In the Western universe, there are only a few top experts, so the top experts are familiar with each other. The rest of the experts are attached to those top experts, so if those top experts don't fight, it's impossible for a large-scale war to break out. But because those top experts are too familiar with each other, it's impossible for them to start a war. Therefore, for a long time, the Western universe is relatively peaceful. If those top experts want to expand their territory, they're more willing to do so. The octopus demon explained. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't expected the situation in the Western universes to be like this. The top experts really did have foresight. Lin Feng continued asking, "Did the Western universes invade the Eastern universes?" A small group of cultivators came. You could call them the vanguard, but they were just small fries. They couldn't pose too much of a threat to the Eastern universes. Originally, the main force was supposed to follow, but for some reason, the main force never arrived. "Oh, you don't know why?" Lin Feng asked. The giant octopus troll said, "I originally wanted to go back and ask, but those despicable fellows joined forces to suppress me, so I couldn't go back. Countless years later, I came out of seclusion once more, but I never thought I would meet you." At this point, the octopus demon felt very depressed. When he had first come out of seclusion, he had thought that he would recover quickly and become an overlord. He would then cause chaos in the multiverse, and it wouldn't be too late for him to return to the Western universes after that. Alas, he hadn't been able to fulfill his wishes before he was suppressed by Lin Feng. Now that he thought about it, he had the urge to vomit blood. If possible, he really didn't want to meet a god of death like Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Good. You're quite honest." The octopus demon heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Feng's words. He planned to ask Lin Feng when he would let him go. At that moment, Yun Zhongtian came to Lin Feng's side and whispered something into Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at the octopus demon and asked, "Who destroyed the seal on you?" The octopus demon said, "It was a cultivator called Zhu Zichong. After he was tempted by my words, he found an opportunity to destroy the seal." Zhu Zichong? How could it be Zhu Zichong? Hearing the giant octopus demon's words, Yun Zhongtian's face turned an ugly shade. Because this Zhu Zichong was Yun Zhongtian's sworn brother, and he had even risked his life to save Yun Zhongtian's life back then. Moreover, Zhu Zichong had always been very loyal, and Yun Zhongtian just could not believe that it was Zhu Zichong who had betrayed the Inferno Island. Because of Zhu Zichong's betrayal, Inferno Island had suffered heavy casualties. When he thought of his dead brothers, his loved ones, and his brother's loved ones, Yun Zhongtian felt extremely sorrowful. If it had been anyone else, Yun Zhongtian might have been able to accept it, but Zhu Zichong was the only one he could not accept. Zhu Zichong was his most trusted brother. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He had some impression of Zhu Zichong. Back then, Zhu Zichong had followed Yun Zhongtian to the Blackstone Mountains. They had stayed in Blackstone City for a short while, and that was how they got to know each other. Lin Feng had seen Zhu Zichong before. However, he had never interacted with Zhu Zichong, so his impression of Zhu Zichong was not particularly deep. Lin Feng said, "He is still him. But he is no longer him." Although Lin Feng's words sounded a little awkward, Yun Zhongtian understood what Lin Feng meant. He was still him. What he meant was that Zhu Zichong was still Zhu Zichong. But he was no longer him. What he meant was that Zhu Zichong was no longer the Zhu Zichong of the past. Lin Feng did not know what kind of person Zhu Zichong was in the past, but from Yun Zhongtian's demeanor and expression, he knew that Zhu Zichong must have been a very good person. However, as time passed, people would change. Everyone would change. But some people would turn from bad to good. And some people would turn from good to bad. Two completely different changes. Yet, two different lives would be created. Yun Zhongtian looked at Old Cow and the others nearby. Chapter 5000. He was here just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he ran off to God knows where. Old Bull said. Yun Zhongtian knew. Zhu Zichong had escaped. Because Zhu Zichong had seen Lin Feng oppressing the giant octopus demon, Zhu Zichong had a bad premonition. Before the giant octopus demon could say anything, Zhu Zichong took the initiative to escape. He had left behind his family, relatives, tribesmen, and lover, fleeing alone. Capture him, no matter where he goes. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yun Zhongtian said coldly. Yun Zhongtian could be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. Therefore, once he accepted Zhu Zichong's betrayal, he would regain his ruthless personality. Yes. Old Bull led the group away quickly. I've said all that needs to be said. Do you have any other questions? If you have no more questions, can you let me go now? The octopus demon said. Let you go? Did I say I'd let you go? Lin Feng smiled faintly at the octopus demon. Hearing that, the octopus demon's expression changed. He said gloomily, "Are you going to go back on your word?" Lin Feng said, "You begged me not to kill you just now, and I promised you that I wouldn't kill you. But you didn't ask me to let you go. You. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the octopus demon trembled in anger. He knew that Lin Feng was playing a word game with him. What he meant was that he wanted Lin Feng to let him go. However, Lin Feng did not let him go. He only spared him. Based on what he said, it could be interpreted that way. You know that I want you to let me go, the octopus demon said with a gloomy face. Lin Feng said, "Nonsense. I clearly said I wouldn't kill you. That was your request. I've always agreed to anyone's request." Lin Feng stopped listening to the octopus demon's nonsense. He waved his hand and suppressed the octopus demon within the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Even if the giant octopus troll died 1,000 times or even 10,000 times, it would still be too easy for him. However, the giant octopus troll was still useful to Lin Feng. Lin Feng planned to visit the Western universe in the future, but Lin Feng didn't know how to get there. Furthermore, even if he went to the Western universe world, he would still be in the dark and would not know anything. When the time came, he could use the octopus demon as a guide. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the octopus demon tricking him. This was because before they set off, Lin Feng would use the great purification to convert the octopus demon. At that time, the octopus demon would be loyal to Lin Feng. It definitely wouldn't deceive or betray Lin Feng. After the octopus troll was suppressed by Lin Feng, the demonic energy that permeated the surroundings gradually dissipated. Lin Feng said, "Go check on the casualties and treat the injured. We won't be staying here any longer." Yun Zhongtian wanted to keep Lin Feng for a few more days so that he could properly thank Lin Feng. When he heard that Lin Feng was about to leave, he knew that Lin Feng had already made up his mind. Therefore, he didn't urge Lin Feng to stay. Yun Zhongtian cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Ji, Yun Zhongtian will remember today's great kindness. In the future, this one is willing to go through water and tread on fire for young master. With just a word from young master, this one will definitely not frown." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You don't have to be so courteous. Aren't we friends? It's only right for friends to help each other." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yun Zhongtian immediately became excited. To be able to gain Lin Feng's approval, even if he had to die, he would have no regrets. Lin Feng patted Yun Zhongtian's shoulder and left with Lung Zishi. Lin Feng summoned the three-headed viper. He sat cross-legged on top of the three-headed viper's humongous head, recovering his powers. After his powers had recovered, Lung Zishi said, "I want to eat teppanyaki octopus. I want to eat teppanyaki octopus." Lin Feng said with a smile, "How about this? I'll cut off the tentacles on that fellow's head and make you a teppanyaki octopus to eat." Lung Zishi said, "I don't want to eat that fellow's tentacles. It's disgusting just looking at them. I want to eat a real teppanyaki octopus. Then I'll go catch a huge octopus for you to roast." Lin Feng said with a smile. Lung Zishi was instantly elated and nodded her head repeatedly. The three-headed viper understood tacitly and immediately flew towards the lake with Lin Feng and Lung Zishi on its back. As this lake had some tributaries that flowed into the sea. So, there were some fish from the sea that flowed into the lake along the rivers and octopuses could be found. Not long after, Lin Feng caught a large octopus. Its tentacles were about 10 meters long. Lin Feng took out a piece of immortal iron. Under Lin Feng's control, the piece of immortal iron floated in front of him. Lin Feng placed the cleaned octopus tentacles on top of it and then used the heavenly fire to repeatedly calcine it. Not long after, the aroma of roasted octopus meat filled the air. Lin Feng sprinkled some seasonings. After waiting for a moment, the teppanyaki octopus was ready. "Try it and see how it tastes," Lin Feng said. Lung Zishi used a knife to cut off a small piece of octopus meat and then ate it. In fact, she usually didn't eat these things at all. After coming to the Undying Realm and following beside Lin Feng, she also began to eat some of the junk food in the eyes of cultivators. "Woo-woo, it's so delicious." As Lung Zishi ate, she called out in a muffled voice. Her voice faintly carried a hint of sobbing. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh secretly. The taste of teppanyaki octopus was really too good. It was Lung Zishi's first time eating teppanyaki octopus. It was so delicious that she cried. It turned out that Lin Feng heard that some people would cry after eating some extremely delicious food because the food was too delicious. Because he had never seen such a situation before, he didn't quite believe this saying. Now that he saw Lung Zishi cry because of eating teppanyaki octopus, he finally believed this saying. Lin Feng also cut off a piece of octopus meat and then ate it. His eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Teppanyaki octopus and roasted meat were completely different experiences. Teppanyaki octopus had the taste of the sea, and the octopus meat was very chewy. The taste was really too good. 3 months later, Lin Feng and Lung Zishi arrived at the ancient demon domain. The ancient demon domain was the base camp of the demon clan. But even so, the demon clan only controlled half of the ancient demon domain's territory. There were many powerful forces in the rest of the ancient demon domain. Most of those forces were supported by the heavenly court. So, the demon clan forces in the ancient demon domain couldn't do anything to them. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi entered Nansha City. This was the southern city of the ancient demon domain. Chapter 5001. Since the Primordial era, this faction had developed extremely rapidly. Moreover, it was said that the few perfected immortal experts of the Primordial era had already sealed themselves in the Divine Stone before the Great War at the end of the Primordial era. Therefore, they did not suffer during the Great War. A few years ago, a few perfected immortal experts had already appeared one after another. It was said that one of them had already touched the threshold of the Golden Immortal realm. Golden Immortals were also known as Immortal Immortals. Once they broke through to the Golden Immortal realm, it would be an extremely important transformation in their lives. Strength, lifespan. There would be a huge improvement. Therefore, breaking through to the Golden Immortal realm would be on a completely different level. In the fourth heaven of the perfected immortal realm, some low-level perfected immortals could often challenge high-level perfected immortals. However, this kind of challenge basically happened to essence immortals or Tao immortals. Very few cultivators could challenge golden immortals. This was because golden immortals were really too powerful. They were so powerful that they were unimaginable. Once they broke through to the golden immortal realm, their lives would enter a different level of life. And if one did not enter the golden immortal realm, they would not be able to experience all of this. Only words. It was impossible to describe how terrifying and mysterious the golden immortal realm was. As they had been traveling during this period of time, Lin Feng planned to have a good rest with Lung Zishi in Nansha City. In addition, Lin Feng only knew that the Fire Chelin, the Great Rock King, and the others were in the Demon Clan's ancestral land. However, Lin Feng did not know where the Demon Clan's ancestral land was, so he wanted to look for the Fire Chelin and the others. Lin Feng needed to find out where the Demon Clan's ancestral land was first. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi booked a place to stay at an inn. They lived in a courtyard. Lin Feng liked to live in such a place. Firstly, the environment was good. Secondly, it was quieter. Staying in such a place, he would not be disturbed. There's a hot spring in the courtyard. Do you want to soak in the hot spring together? Lin Feng smiled at Lung Zishi. Go to hell. Lung Zishi threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly jumped back and dodged Lung Zishi's punch. Lung Zishi ignored Lin Feng and returned to her room. If she was taking a bath, she was probably washing in her room as well. It was impossible for her to run outside and soak in the hot spring with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't have any taboos. He comfortably soaked in the hot spring for 2 hours and changed into clean clothes. Then, he planned to inquire about the ancestral land of the demonic beasts. Lung Zishi couldn't sit still. After hearing the commotion, she followed Lin Feng to inquire about the demon race's ancestral land. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi headed straight for the Baixiao Pavilion. On the way, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt like he was being watched. There seemed to be a pair of cold eyes staring at him from the dark. Lin Feng looked behind him, but he didn't find anyone suspicious. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful expression. What's wrong? Lung Zishi asked. It's fine, Lin Feng said with a smile. When they came out, Lin Feng had already inquired about the location of the Baixiao Pavilion from the inn staff. Therefore, he and Lung Zishi didn't stop and directly headed in the direction of the Baixiao Pavilion. Lin Feng, I didn't expect to see you here. This time, I won't let you go. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. A sinister and terrifying voice came from the corner of a street. Lin Feng naturally didn't hear the other party's words. He and Lung Zishi arrived at the Baixiao Pavilion. An old man received Lin Feng and Lung Zishi. After some conversation, they learned that this old man was called Zhong Shao. He held the position of an elder in the Baixiao Pavilion. This old man didn't inquire about Lin Feng's identity. People who came to the Baixiao Pavilion were all here to buy information. Therefore, the Baixiao Pavilion wouldn't pry into their customers' privacy. The old man asked, "May I know what information young master wants to inquire about?" Lin Feng said bluntly, "Does the Baixiao Pavilion have any information about the demon race's ancestral land?" Hearing this, the old man was slightly shocked. As a top force that opposed the demon race, The Immortal Heaven sect was rather hostile towards the demon race. All these years, with the support of the Heavenly Court, the Immortal Heaven sect and the demon race often had various conflicts. Therefore, the demon race was a taboo topic in the Immortal Heaven sect. They couldn't casually mention the demon race. If they casually mentioned the demon race, especially if they tried to inquire about the demon race, it wouldn't end well if the Immortal Heaven sect found out. Therefore, in the territory ruled by the Immortal Heaven sect, very few people would ask about the demon race. Those people were also worried that someone would leak the information. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of such things. Was the Immortal Heaven sect that great? At the very least, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the Immortal Heaven sect now. Lin Feng naturally heard about how strong some of the experts in the Immortal Heaven sect were. There were even cultivators who were close to the Golden Immortal Realm. However, they were only close to the Golden Immortal Realm and not the Perfected Immortal Realm. As long as they weren't in the Perfected Immortal Realm, they weren't perfected immortals. With Lin Feng's current combat strength and the various powerful treasures he had, he naturally didn't need to be afraid of the Immortal Heaven sect. According to the worst-case scenario, even if Lin Feng wasn't a match for the cultivator who was close to the Golden Immortal Realm, if he wanted to leave, the cultivator wouldn't be able to stop him. Young master, do you know that in the territories ruled by the Immortal Heaven sect, Immortal Wen sect, Immortal Beast sect and Immortal Battle sect, try not to inquire about the demon race? If the people from the 4 immortal sects know about it, the situation will be very bad. The old man reminded. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "It's okay." Looking at Lin Feng's casual look, the old man's heart skipped a beat. Lin Feng didn't seem like someone who didn't know the gravity of the situation. After hearing his words, he still looked so relaxed. Could it be that this young master had some powerful means? That was why he looked so confident. The old man thought. Perhaps it was possible. The old man said, "There are a total of 7 ancestral lands of the demon race in the ancient demon realm. I wonder which ancestral land of the demon clan you wish to inquire about." The ancestral lands of the demon race? Lin Feng could not help but feel surprised. This was something he had never thought of. Among the 7 ancestral lands of the demon race, Lin Feng had no idea which King Zhuang, Fire Qilin, and the others were in. However, Lin Feng remembered that Hua Lingxian had invited him before. King Zhuang, Fire Qilin, and the others should be together with Hua Lingxian's ancestral lands. Therefore, Lin Feng continued to ask, "Where is Hua Lingxian's ancestral lands?" Hua Lingxian, one of the top 10 fairies? The old man was shocked. "That's right." Lin Feng nodded. The old man said, "She's from the first ancestral land. The first ancestral land is also the holy land of the demon race. It's very mysterious. If young master asks me where the other 6 ancestral lands of the demon race are, I know all of them. However, I really don't know where the first ancestral land is." Chapter 5002. The old man smiled bitterly. "Indeed, we don't have any clues. The first ancestral land of the demonic beasts should be a very special parallel world. If you want to enter that parallel world, you need to know where the time node is. Apart from that, you also need a special medallion. Actually, the 4 major immortal sects are also looking for information about the first ancestral land, but just like our all-knowing pavilion, they haven't been able to find any clues." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. So many forces were unable to find out where the first ancestral land was. This was indeed a troublesome matter. If they didn't know where the first ancestral land was, how would they get there? Perhaps they could go to the other ancestral lands and ask around. Lin Feng felt that this method was feasible. "Where are the other 6 ancestral lands?" Lin Feng asked. The old man took out a jade tube and said, "It's all recorded inside." Lin Feng asked, "How much is this information worth?" 300,000 immortal stones. The old man said. Lin Feng nodded and took out 300,000 immortal stones, handing them over to the old man. The old man said, "Young master, it's fine to inquire about the first ancestral land of the demonic beasts in the all-knowing pavilion, but you must not talk about it outside. Also, don't go to other businesses to inquire about it." The other businesses definitely don't know about it, and many of them are inextricably linked to the 4 major immortal sects. You might not be afraid of these things, but the 4 major immortal sects have terrifying methods. The less trouble, the better. What do you think, young master? Thank you for the reminder. I'll remember it. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left with Lung Zishi. Where are we going next? Lung Zishi asked. We'll rest for 3 days. Then, we'll go to the ancestral land of the absolute beginning demonic beasts to take a look, said Lin Feng. The absolute beginning demonic beasts of the 9 prefectures had some friendship with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had no friendship with the absolute beginning demonic beasts of the undying world. The reason he wanted to go to the absolute beginning demonic beasts of the undying world was because this place was the closest to the gathering place of the absolute beginning demonic beasts of the undying world. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to head to the undying world's grand primordial demon race to gather information. Lin Feng had long been mentally prepared for this. After all, it was impossible for the primordial demon race of the undying world to casually leak the news of the first ancestral land of the demon race. Lin Feng could only let nature take its course and take it one step at a time. In the next few days, Lung Zishi took Lin Feng for a stroll in Nansha City. If he saw something he liked, he would take it and run. He didn't pay for it. Lin Feng followed behind her and paid for her. In the past few days, Lin Feng had heard some things about the Heavenly Illusionary Land. The Heavenly Illusionary Land was a very special training ground. It was said that some of the top forces in the ancient demon domain had a way to enter the Heavenly Illusionary Land. Some time ago, when the Heavenly Illusionary Land opened, many cultivators entered it. Of course, those who were able to enter were all cultivators from large forces who had mastered the method. Ordinary cultivators did not have the chance to enter the Heavenly Illusionary Land. As time passed, the cultivators who entered the Heavenly Illusionary Land obtained a lot of opportunities. Moreover, some cultivators returned from the Heavenly Illusionary Land with a full load and began to peddle the things they obtained from the Heavenly Illusionary Land in the major cities. And those things were often very ancient and extraordinary, causing many people to fight over them. I heard that a little rock king appeared in the demon race. This person obtained a heavenly illusionary mirror in the Heavenly Illusionary Land. That afternoon, when Lin Feng and Lung Zishi were eating in a restaurant, a few cultivators at the next table were talking about the Heavenly Illusionary Land. At this time, a cultivator's words attracted Lin Feng's attention, because that cultivator mentioned Little Rock King. Little Rock King, Lin Feng's old friend. Back then in the Sky Martial continent, in the 9 regions, Little Rock King and Lin Feng fought side by side many times. And back then, Lin Feng was young, and the Great Rock King helped Lin Feng a lot. Lin Feng was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He had never forgotten the kindness of the Great Rock King. Lin Feng did not expect to hear these people talking about the Little Rock King. Heavenly Illusionary Mirror, this is a good thing. Rumor has it that there are 7 heavenly illusionary mirrors. If you find 7 heavenly illusionary mirrors, the heavenly illusionary mirror will fuse into one and turn into an ancient weapon. However, even if the 7 heavenly illusionary mirrors are separated, they are still equivalent to a holy weapon. Who is this Little Rock King? How could he have such great luck? I've never heard of such a Little Rock King in the demon race. Another cultivator said doubtfully. The cultivator who spoke first said, it's normal to have never heard of this person. However, this Little Rock King is not simple. It is said that he is a cultivator who ascended from the mortal world. Immediately, someone scoffed and said, cultivators who ascended from the mortal world are destined to have no great future. This person seems to have walked into dogshit luck. The cultivator who spoke first said, he came from the 9 regions great world. Hiss, as soon as the cultivator finished speaking. Then, the group of cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9 regions great world was the starting point of the myriad worlds. Everyone knew how extraordinary the 9 regions great world was. In fact, many people might not understand the meaning of the starting point of the myriad worlds. This was easy to understand. The starting point. It was the place of origin, the place where it first appeared. At the beginning of the epoch was chaos. In the chaos, there was only one world, and that was the 9 regions. Later on, the 9 regions exploded. Then, it began to split. Only then did it split into the 3 supreme realms, the trichiliocosm, countless medium worlds, small worlds, and so on. In fact, at the beginning, the 9 regions was the cradle of the strong. Even if the 9 regions was not the supreme realm. However, countless top-notch experts had walked out of the 9 regions. For example, Hong Meng, Daoist Lu Ya, Patriarch Hun Kuan, Hong Jun, Pangu, Nua, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and so on. At that time, the center of the myriad worlds was the 9 regions Great World. However, as time passed, the 9 regions Great World gradually became mediocre. Ordinary people might not know why the 9 regions Great World became mediocre, but some top-notch forces knew some secrets. The reason why the 9 regions Great World became mediocre seemed to be closely related to several places of death in the 9 regions Great World. The places of death in the 9 regions Great World were perhaps the most mysterious and strange places of death in the myriad worlds. Even the life-forbidden zones in the heaven realm, the wasteland, and other places were not as strange as the places of death in the 9 regions Great World. The cultivators from the 9 regions Great World were somewhat different from the cultivators from other worlds. No one knew why they were different. However, these people were very different. This difference was reflected in many aspects. For example, during the Age of Doom, even in the heaven realm, it was difficult for cultivators to break through to the saint realm. Chapter 5003. The 9 prefectures seemed so different. Countless people and forces wanted to find out what was so extraordinary about the 9 prefectures' great world. They wanted to know why such a thing happened. However, all of this was a mystery. There was no way to find out. This was also the reason why the group of cultivators was so shocked when they heard that Little Rock King was a cultivator from the 9 prefectures' great world. They looked down on cultivators from the mortal world, but that did not include the 9 prefectures' great world. On the contrary, these cultivators had a special respect for cultivators from the 9 prefectures' great world. Other than that, they were also curious. Not only were they curious about the cultivators of the 9 prefectures' great world, but they were also curious about the 9 prefectures' great world. Countless people dreamed of going to the 9 prefectures' great world one day to take a look. It seems that Little Rock King must have been listed as a key cultivation target by the demon clan's ancestral land, right? A cultivator said with emotion. That must be the case. Cultivators from the 9 prefectures are different from the rest. They will definitely be a key cultivation target, another cultivator said with envy. Another cultivator said, Little Rock King is very extraordinary. He has outstanding talent and a powerful bloodline. His strength has improved very quickly, but he has only cultivated for about 200 years. I heard that after Little Rock King obtained the Empyrean Mirror, he was besieged by many experts. It is said that some of his companions even died in that battle. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He wondered if Feng Yaoreo and the others were with Little Rock King. If they were together, would they be among those who died? Lin Feng's heart instantly jumped. I've heard about this too. It seems that some experts from the 4 major immortal sects are besieging them. It is said that the top geniuses from the 4 major immortal sects are involved in this matter. Another cultivator said. The 4 major immortal sects were supported by the heavenly court. Of course, the 14 major immortal sects had some tricks up their sleeves. However, although the 4 major immortal sects had some tricks up their sleeves, however, the 4 major immortal sects were extremely united when it came to dealing with the demon clan. Come, let's drink. A cultivator said as he raised his wine cup. These people did not continue to talk about this matter. They raised their cups and drank together. Lung Zishi looked carefree, but she was actually a meticulous person. After seeing Lin Feng's expression, she knew that the person they were talking about was related to Lin Feng. Lung Zishi asked, Is that Little Rock King your friend? Lin Feng nodded and said, It's a good friend from when we were young. I'll go ask them about the Little Rock King. Lin Feng stood up and walked over to the table. He cupped his fists and said, "Brothers, I heard you all talking about little Peng King earlier. May I know how he is now?" When they saw Lin Feng, one of the cultivators quickly stood up. That cultivator quickly cupped his fists and said, "I heard that the little Rock King escaped with injuries, but some experts from the 4 immortal sects went to chase after him. A few days ago, I heard that the little Rock King escaped from the heavenly illusory land, and the cultivators from the 4 immortal sects have been chasing after him. Brother, do you know where the little Rock King was?" Lin Feng asked. "It's said that he escaped to the ancient demon desert," the cultivator said. "Thank you for telling me." Lin Feng cupped his fists and threw some immortal stones to the cultivator before leaving with Lung Zishi. After Lin Feng left, the cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. He noticed that his back was drenched in sweat. His forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He sat down in his seat and panted heavily. He sat down and sat down. "Brother Wang, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" one of the cultivators asked. "I'm fine," the cultivator said with a wave of his hand. "Brother Wang, why were you so polite to that kid earlier? There's no need to do that, right? Is that kid even worthy?" another cultivator said disapprovingly. Clearly, he felt that his good friend was being too polite. The others nodded in agreement. They felt that the cultivator was making a mountain out of a molehill. The cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, we didn't say anything out of line earlier. Otherwise, we might have already gone to meet the King of Hell." "Brother Wang, what do you mean by that?" The others couldn't help but frown slightly as they looked at the cultivator surnamed Wang in confusion. The cultivator said, "To tell you the truth, that young master just now, not anyone else. It's the young master from the Sin realm." "What?" After hearing the words of the cultivator surnamed Wang, everyone suddenly jumped to their feet, each of them revealing an expression of shock. Although the cultivator surnamed Wang didn't mention a name, they knew who the cultivator surnamed Wang was talking about. When they realized that the cultivator just now was the legendary existence, the group of cultivators was still shocked. At the same time, they broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they didn't say anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what those cultivators were talking about after he and Lung Zishi left. Lin Feng brought Lung Zishi with him and flew at maximum speed towards the ancient demon desert. Lin Feng had heard of the ancient demon desert before. It was said to be an extremely strange desert in the ancient demon domain. The desert was very dangerous. First, it was because there were many terrifying poisonous insects there. It was said that some of the poisonous insects could even poison a true immortal expert to death. If one was bitten by those poisonous insects, even if one didn't die, they would lose half their life. Second, the desert had an extremely terrifying magnetic field. Once one entered the desert, it was easy to get lost. If one got lost in the desert, they might never wake up again. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Many cultivators got lost in the ancient demon desert and never made it out alive. Third, it was said that there were many powerful desert creatures in the desert. Those desert creatures were very hostile to cultivators from the outside world. When cultivators from the outside world entered the desert to wait, they would often be attacked by those desert creatures. In the end, many cultivators from the outside world died under the attacks of those desert creatures. This was a very common occurrence. Of course, there were other factors as well. Therefore, the ancient demon desert was regarded as a forbidden area by many people. However, it wasn't that no one entered the ancient demon desert. In fact, there were still many cultivators who entered the ancient demon desert every year. This was because the ancient demon desert had some precious resources that the outside world didn't have. Those cultivators who entered the ancient demon desert wanted to search for those precious resources. Then, they would sell them. Chapter 5004. Half a month later, Lin Feng and Lung Zishi saw the ancient demon desert. After seeing the ancient demon desert, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. After arriving here, he realized that his blood seemed to flow a lot faster. This was the sudden inspiration ability, which meant that this place was very dangerous. The sudden inspiration ability was reminding Lin Feng not to enter rashly. However, Lin Feng did not care about these things at all. Little Rock King had escaped into the ancient demon desert. Lin Feng had to find Little Rock King because Little Rock King was Lin Feng's good brother. If he knew that his good brother was being hunted down and ignored it, he would not be Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Lung Zishi and said, "Wait for me outside. I'll go in myself." Lung Zishi said, "No, I want to go too." Lin Feng said, "It's really too dangerous inside. If you go in, I might not be able to take care of you." Lung Zishi said, "You underestimate me too much. I don't need anyone to take care of me. What kind of storms have I not seen before? Do you think a tiny ancient demon desert can trap me?" Lung Zishi was naturally active, so it was not possible for her to stay here. Lin Feng had already thought of this. Therefore, when he heard Lung Zishi's words, Lin Feng could only smile bitterly and nod. Since Lung Zishi insisted, he could only bring Lung Zishi along. Many cultivators were wandering outside the ancient demon desert. Some of them were here to admire the ancient demon desert. Some of them were smug, wondering if they should enter the ancient demon desert to look for treasures. This was not an easy decision because a place like the ancient demon desert was too dangerous. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Naturally, cultivators were worried about this. Therefore, before entering the ancient demon desert, they would consider it very carefully. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi did not hesitate. They rushed into the ancient demon desert directly. Lin Feng summoned the heart compass. "Great Sage Martin Immortal, come out," Lin Feng said. Sage Martin flew out and looked at the visitor, asking, "Why are you looking for me?" "Help me book a place for my friend, the Little Rock King," Lin Feng said. "I want the profound yellow origin stone. Do you have it?" Great Immortal Sage Martin asked. Lin Feng had never heard of the mysterious yellow origin stone, so he naturally could not take out this kind of thing. Lin Feng said, "Not at the moment. I'll owe you for now. First, help me find my brother and then we'll talk. I'll compensate you in the future. Our rule has always been to get paid before doing anything. I'm sure you're aware of this, so I don't think I need to say anything more, right? Rules my ass. This is a special period, so we should be treated differently. Don't forget what your status is, and what my status is. If you talk about rules with me at any other time, I won't say anything. But if you talk about rules with me at this time, and something happens to my brother, I guarantee that you will be buried with him," Lin Feng said viciously. Sage Martin said, "You're a member of society. We can't afford to offend you, okay? But you must remember what you said. Don't forget to help me find the profound yellow origin stone." Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I'll keep my word." Immediately after, the sacred Martin Great Immortal entered the heart plate, and the needle on the heart plate began to spin rapidly. Every time it spun, it would vibrate violently. Runes revolved around the heart compass. These runes were very special and could help the heart compass determine its position. As time passed, the needle on the heart compass started to slow down. However, the heart compass was unable to determine its final position. Sage Martin appeared and said, "I think we should leave this damned place. This place is very dangerous, and the magnetic field is so strong that it can seriously affect the heart compass. Leaving now is the best choice." Lin Feng said, "We're not leaving. Keep trying. Anyway, you still have some trump cards that you haven't used yet." Sage Martin said, "Kid, you don't understand. You have a lot of luck, and many powerful creatures want to kill you and steal your luck. If you leave obediently, there won't be any problems. However, if you insist on staying here, it will be extremely terrifying because those powerful creatures will definitely take the initiative to find you. While we've just entered the ancient demon desert, it's not too late to leave now. I said I'm not leaving, so I'm not leaving. Stop wasting time and quickly determine Little Rock King's position," Lin Feng said. Even though he didn't want to do that, he had no choice but to listen to Lin Feng's orders. He had no choice but to listen to Lin Feng. Sage Martin entered the heart compass again. Lin Feng could vaguely hear an extremely weak sound coming from the heart compass. Sage Martin seemed to be chanting an incantation, but Lin Feng did not know what the incantation was about. It probably had something to do with controlling the heart compass. This guy had many secret techniques that were basically related to controlling the heart compass. The needle on the heart compass started to spin rapidly again. This time, it spun even faster. Time continued to pass. More and more runes emerged from the heart compass. The heart compass spun faster and faster. Finally, the heart compass stopped once again. This time, it pointed in a direction. Lin Feng's face lit up. The heart compass had pointed in a direction. Did that mean that Little Rock King was in that direction? We can move now. Follow the heart compass and we won't get lost. The sacred Martin Great Immortal vowed. Lin Feng nodded and quickly followed the direction pointed by the heart compass with Lung Zishi. On the way, they saw more than 10 cultivators exploring the desert, but Lin Feng and Lung Zishi did not pay attention to them. They continued to walk deeper into the desert. In the evening, a sandstorm started to blow in the desert. It was a black sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun. It was too scary. After seeing the black sandstorm that engulfed the world, Lin Feng could not help but frown. Hurry up and retreat. That sandstorm seems a little strange, Sage Martin said. Sage Martin's principle was to seek luck and avoid calamity. As long as there was danger, it would not recommend going. Sage Martin only wanted to go to places that were not dangerous. Lin Feng said, I have the Hurricane Pearl, it can stop the sandstorm. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took out the Hurricane Pearl. Lin Feng said, I'll hug you so that you won't be blown away by the sandstorm. Chapter 5005. Take your claws away. Lung Zishi clenched her teeth and looked at Lin Feng. She felt that Lin Feng was taking advantage of her. Lin Feng said with a righteous look, look at what you're saying. What do you mean take your claws away? I'm protecting you right now. It's for your own good. Let me tell you, I don't have any evil thoughts about you. I've always treated you like a little sister, your whole family. Lung Zishi was a violent girl. When she heard Lin Feng say that he had always treated her like a little sister, she became even angrier. She threw a fist at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng quickly dodged it. Lin Feng said, okay. You said you didn't want me to care about you. Then I won't care about you. If you're blown away by the sandstorm later, don't blame me. Lung Zishi curled her lips and said, what can a small sandstorm do to this lady? Lung Zishi had an incomparably arrogant expression. She was obviously a little proud. Moreover, she was extremely confident in herself. Lin Feng didn't know where Lung Zishi's confidence came from. Perhaps she had some powerful means. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi quickly rushed forward. The sandstorm was too terrifying. Lin Feng roughly estimated that the sandstorm had covered an area of over 100 li. Such a powerful sandstorm was extremely rare. The bodies of the cultivators who were caught in the sandstorm were directly torn apart by the sandstorm. They died miserably under the attack of the sandstorm. This kind of sandstorm was very dangerous, especially the core area. Even if Lin Feng had a treasure like the Hurricane Pearl, he wouldn't easily step into the core area of the sandstorm. It was a place that could take one's life. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi entered the sandstorm together. Lung Zishi sped up and flew quickly in the sandstorm. She giggled as she flew. To her, the sandstorm could only be described as fun. She turned her head to look at Lin Feng and said, hurry up, you're too slow. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Lung Zishi was actually able to ignore such a terrifying sandstorm. He didn't know what method she used. Lin Feng sped up and flew towards Lung Zishi. Some cultivators who were running away saw that Lin Feng and Lung Zishi were unimpeded in the sandstorm. They couldn't help but shout, abnormal. Then, those cultivators continued running further away. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. Help! Help! Save us! Some cultivators in the sandstorm screamed in horror. They called for help from Lin Feng and Lung Zishi. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw more than 10 cultivators hiding in an ancient void ship. The seal of the ancient void ship was resisting the attack of the sandstorm. However, at this moment, the seal of the ancient void ship had begun to crack. Once the ancient void ship was destroyed, those cultivators would have to face the terrifying sandstorm directly. Although they were still in the outer region, the sandstorm was still extremely terrifying. It was not something those cultivators could resist. "Let's go and take a look," Lin Feng said. Lung Zishi nodded and flew towards the ancient void ship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was much faster than Lung Zishi. However, even though Lin Feng was flying at full speed towards the ancient void ship, Lin Feng was still unable to reach the ancient void ship before it was destroyed. The ancient void ship was destroyed by the sandstorm. More than 10 cultivators were swept into the depths of the sandstorm. They struggled hard but could not resist the sandstorm. This sandstorm was too terrifying. It was the most terrifying sandstorm Lin Feng had ever seen in his life. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the fleshly bodies of some of the cultivators were blasted apart by the sandstorm's attacks. Even the cultivators who did not die were swept into the depths of the sandstorm. They would probably die without a burial place soon. Lin Feng quickly flew over and put his arm around the waist of a beautiful woman. She was about 30 years old. She was mature and charming. She was very charming. However, she had been scared out of her wits earlier. Now that Lin Feng had hugged her waist, she quickly hugged Lin Feng with both hands, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would let go of her. Lin Feng did not have any romantic thoughts. Saving people was more important now. He quickly rushed towards the next cultivator. Lin Feng rushed to the side of the second cultivator. This was also a female cultivator. She was tall and charming, especially her long legs, which left a deep impression. Lin Feng's other hand hugged the long-legged beauty's waist. The long-legged beauty grabbed onto Lin Feng as if she was drowning and did not dare to relax. As for the others, they had all been swallowed by the sandstorm. Lin Feng smiled wryly. The others were probably dead. He couldn't do anything about it. Lin Feng faintly remembered that 2 extremely beautiful women had also been swallowed by the sandstorm. What a pity. You really know how to save people. Lung Zishi flew over and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. She looked very angry, especially when she saw the beautiful woman and the long-legged beauty wrapped around Lin Feng like octopuses. She became even angrier, although she did not know where this nameless anger came from. Lin Feng naturally heard the ridicule in Lung Zishi's words. He said, "I'm just following the principle of saving people who are closest to me." Lung Zishi sneered twice. Obviously, Lung Zishi did not believe Lin Feng's words. She didn't pay attention to Lin Feng and continued flying. In fact, Lin Feng did not believe what he said. Lin Feng did see that these 2 women were extremely beautiful, so he saved them first. "You too can let go. I'll use my mana to protect you. Nothing will happen to you," Lin Feng said. He was actually quite worried that Lung Zishi would misunderstand him. When the 2 women heard Lin Feng's words, their pretty faces turned slightly red. Only then did they let go of Lin Feng. Lin Feng used his mana to protect the 2 female cultivators, then quickly chased after Lung Zishi. They successfully rushed out of the sandstorm. Lung Zishi did not wait for Lin Feng. Instead, she flew directly into the depths of the desert. The 2 women originally wanted to ask who Lin Feng was. They were grateful that Lin Feng had saved them. In addition, Lin Feng was extraordinarily handsome, so they had a very good impression of Lin Feng. Therefore, they wanted to continue getting to know him. However, before they could speak, Lin Feng said, "The ancient demon desert is full of danger. You should have seen it. Quickly leave the ancient demon desert." With that, Lin Feng quickly chased after Lung Zishi. Chapter 5006. Lin Feng caught up with Lung Zishi and said, "Wait for me. Why are you flying so fast?" Lung Zishi turned to look at Lin Feng and sneered. "Why should I wait for you? Those 2 beauties are so tempting. One is mature and charming, while the other has long and charming legs. You can choose to continue fooling around with them. You're really enjoying the bliss of having 2 lovers." These words sounded like she was mocking Lin Feng. Lin Feng could naturally tell. He said, "Look at what you're saying. I only saved them because they were pitiful. They're just strangers to me. From now on, we probably won't meet again. You're the most important person to me." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lung Zishi felt a little happy. Her emotions came and went quickly. However, Lung Zishi did not reveal her happiness. She snorted and said, "Don't try to deceive me with these flowery words. I'm not like those little girls who are infatuated after hearing flowery words." Lin Feng said, "I'm not saying flowery words. I'm telling the truth." Temph Lung Zishi snorted twice. Roar. Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from the depths. When he heard the roar, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Something seems to have happened. Let's hurry over and take a look. Lung Zishi was excited. This girl was the kind of person who wanted to see the world in chaos. Therefore, after hearing the commotion in the depths, it was inevitable that she would be extremely excited. Lung Zishi quickly flew towards the depths of the ancient demon desert. Lin Feng also quickly flew towards the depths of the ancient demon desert. After an hour, Lin Feng and Lung Zishi saw a huge skeleton. The skeleton was about 100 meters tall. The flesh on its body had long been eaten clean, leaving only blood-stained bones. It was just eaten. I don't know what ate its flesh. We can't stay here for long. Let's go quickly. Lin Feng's expression became serious. Lung Zishi's small face was a little pale. She did not know what that creature was, but its voice could be heard from so far away. It should be an extremely powerful existence. However, even such a powerful existence was now dead. Lin Feng was worried that the unknown existence that ate the powerful creature had not left. If that was the case, it would be dangerous. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi were about to leave. Suddenly, a large amount of sand and dust swept from all directions. After seeing the rolling sand and dust, Li Yunmu was shocked. Lin Feng's expression. Because Lin Feng realized that the sand and dust not sand, it was a dense group of insects. It's the desert god killing bug. I thought that it had gone extinct a long time ago. I never thought that it would still exist. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to, said Lin Feng gloomily. There were records of the desert god killing insect in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. According to the records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the desert god killing bug was an extremely terrifying and ferocious insect species. This kind of insect species lived in swarms of insects. Moreover, these swarms of insects had a special characteristic, which was that they possessed extremely terrifying offensive and defensive abilities. First of all, in terms of attack, this swarm of insects could easily bite through a magic treasure at the immortal level. If a human's body was attacked by the swarm of insects, he would probably die a miserable death. The huge creature from before had proved all of this. That huge creature's combat strength was absolutely incomparable. However, after a miserable scream, there was no sound. When Lin Feng and Lung Zishi found the gigantic creature, it had already turned into a pile of bones. Secondly, in terms of defense, the desert god-killing insect's defense was extremely abnormal. It was said that the desert god-killing insect was a terrifying existence that was impervious to fire, water, and weapons. It was an extremely difficult task to kill them. Many people had tried to kill the desert god-killing bugs, but they all failed in the end. This was also one of the reasons why the desert god-killing bugs were so powerful. The desert god-killing bugs were both offensive and defensive. Moreover, every time they were mobilized, they would cover the sky and the sun. Just imagine. How could a cultivator fight against such a swarm of desert god-killing insects? No one could fight against such a terrifying existence. Lin Feng wanted to leave this place quickly, but he and Lung Zishi were quickly surrounded by the desert god-killing insects. They had no choice but to resist the attacks of the desert god-killing insects. Lin Feng took out the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. However, the heavenly fire couldn't hurt the desert god-killing insects. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face suddenly darkened. It seemed that the rumors were true. The desert god-killing insect was invulnerable to water and fire. Even his heavenly fire couldn't hurt the desert god-killing insects. This showed how terrifying the desert god-killing insects were. Lin Feng took back the heavenly fire. He put up a defensive light shield to protect him and Lung Zishi. The desert god-killing insects covered the sky and the earth quickly rushed over, completely wrapping the defensive light shield in it. Then, the desert god-killing insects began to gnaw at the defensive light shield. The defensive light shield began to thin. As time went by, Lin Feng's defensive light shield had become very thin. The surrounding desert god-killing insects had completely sealed off the sky and the earth. Lin Feng and Leng Zishi were completely trapped. Lin Feng and Leng Zishi couldn't break out of the encirclement. Leng Zishi's little face turned pale. Thinking of the creature that had been gnawed into bones, her body suddenly trembled. She was worried that she would be gnawed into bones by the desert god-killing insects like that powerful creature. Even if she died, she should die beautifully. What should we do? I don't want to die. Hurry up and think of a way. Leng Zishi looked at Lin Feng and said with a pale face. At that moment, she had put all her hopes on Lin Feng. She hoped that Lin Feng could think of a way to escape. It was extremely unrealistic to break out of the encirclement now. If she wanted to live, she had to think of other ways. Lin Feng did think of other ways. Chapter 5007. Although the Devil King insect was still young, its growth rate was extremely fast. After 3 evolutions, its battle prowess had greatly increased. Not only was the Devil King insect powerful, but it could also intimidate other insectoids. This was a natural pressure. It was a powerful pressure that a higher life form could exert on a lower life form. After the demonic king insect flew out, it immediately let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Lin Feng immediately felt that the demonic king insect's body was emitting an extremely powerful pressure. Demonic king intimidation. This was a powerful technique that the demon king insect had grasped, the demon king's intimidation technique. It was able to exert a powerful pressure on all kinds of insect-type creatures. This kind of pressure. It was extremely harmful to insect-type creatures. Therefore, most insect-type creatures would collapse after being suppressed by the demon king bug. After the demonic king insect was pressured by the demonic king insect, the desert god slaughtering insects also became chaotic. The desert god slaughtering insects didn't dare to continue attacking Lin Feng and Leng Zishi. The demonic king insect has been intimidated. That little insect is so powerful. Leng Zishi immediately became happy. Lin Feng didn't say anything because he felt that things weren't so simple. Although the demonic king insect was in chaos, the demonic king insect quickly calmed down. Moreover, when they were intimidated by the demonic king insect, the demonic king insect didn't run away. What did this mean? This meant that although the demonic king insect had temporarily intimidated the demonic king insect, it couldn't scare them away. As time passed, the demonic king insect would completely recover and no longer be afraid of it. This time, it was the same. The demonic king insect's fear of the demonic king insect gradually disappeared. There must be a demonic king insect hiding in the background, commanding the demonic king insect. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. If we kill that demonic king insect, won't we be out of danger? Leng Zishi asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, it's easier said than done to kill the demonic king insect in the middle of a demonic king insect. Screech. At that moment, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the demonic king insect. Leng Zishi immediately pointed in a direction and shouted, over there. The insect king is over there. As soon as Leng Zishi's voice fell, the endless swarm of desert god-killing bugs swarmed towards Lin Feng, Leng Zishi, and the devil king bug. Clearly, the insect king's cry was an order to the swarm to attack Lin Feng and the others. With the support of the insect king, the insects forgot their fear of the demon king insect. That was why they charged towards Lin Feng and the others without fear of death. It's over, we're dead for sure. Leng Zishi screamed in horror. She didn't want to die, but everything in front of her made her despair. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but become extremely gloomy. The situation was indeed very unfavorable for them. The Devil King insect let out an angry roar. This roar was a sound wave type spirit art. It was infused with the power of sound waves and anger. Its power was very terrifying, and it could cause great damage to the insect swarm. A large number of godly slaughtering desert insects died, but the number of dead godly slaughtering desert insects was only a small part of the swarm. The godly slaughtering desert insects quickly moved towards Lin Feng, Leng Zishi, and the demon king insect. The current situation was too dangerous, but at this critical moment, Lin Feng summoned the primitive demon refining bug, celestial devouring bug, and flying crimson demon bug. When the 3 insect swarms flew out, the 3 swarms immediately fought with the desert god killing bugs. You still have so many insect swarms in captivity. After seeing the 3 insect swarms, Leng Zishi's eyes lit up. When the 3 insect swarms joined the battle, they immediately blocked the attack of the desert god killing bugs. However, Lin Feng frowned. He didn't pay attention to Leng Zishi, and he didn't have time to pay attention to her. This was because Lin Feng realized that the 3 insect swarms he summoned were not as strong as the desert god killing bugs. The desert god killing bugs' combat power was too terrifying. Lin Feng's primitive demon refining bug, celestial devouring bug, and flying crimson demon bug joined forces to fight against the desert god killing bugs, but they still suffered heavy casualties. The dead insects were all devoured by the desert god killing bugs. Of course, it didn't mean that the desert god killing bugs didn't suffer any casualties. In fact, it wasn't the case. The desert god killing bugs also suffered heavy casualties, but compared to Lin Feng's 3 insect swarms, the desert god killing bugs' casualties were much smaller. Moreover, the number of desert god killing bugs was much greater than Lin Feng's 3 insect swarms. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't afford to continue fighting. If the battle continued, the 3 insect swarms he had painstakingly raised would all be destroyed here. This was naturally not something Lin Feng wanted to see. At this moment, the Devil King Bug turned to look at Lin Feng and let out a series of cries. The Devil King Bug was communicating with Lin Feng through divine thought. Lin Feng was surprised. This was because the Devil King Bug had told Lin Feng away. If they fought, they might be able to escape this calamity. The Devil King Bug's method was to personally enter the swarm and fight with the Insect King. If it could defeat the Insect King, they would be able to escape. "Let's go together," Lin Feng said. "I can't bring you guys with me. With my current ability, I can only pass through the swarm by myself and reach the Insect King," the Devil King Bug said. Lin Feng's expression was rather ugly. Although the Devil King Bug was already very powerful, as the king of the desert god killing bugs, how tyrannical was the Insect King? No one knew. So, the Devil King Bug could contend against the Insect King. Lin Feng didn't have any confidence at all. Therefore, Lin Feng was very worried about the Devil King Bug. The Devil King Bug said, "This is our only chance. I'll let the Emperor Archaic and the Primordial Ancestral Insect go with you," Lin Feng said. "I can't bring them with me either. They still have some ways to deal with the desert god killing bugs, so let them stay and protect Master," the Devil King Bug said. "Then be careful," Lin Feng said in a heavy voice. Just as the Devil King Bug said, the Devil King Bug went to challenge the desert god killing bug king alone, and defeating this insect king was the only way to escape. There was no other way. Therefore, Lin Feng had to let the Devil King Bug try. "I won't be defeated, because I am the Devil King of the insect race," the Devil King Bug said. As soon as it finished speaking, its body exuded a terrifying battle intent. Immediately. Chapter 5008. The body of the Devil King insect exuded a very special aura. After sensing the special aura of the Devil King insect, the surrounding desert god-killing insects were greatly affected. Many desert god-killing insects quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the Devil King insect. However, there were still some desert god-killing insects that were not afraid of death rushed towards the Devil King insect and launched an attack on it. However, these desert god-killing bugs were all killed by the special energy fluctuations coming from the demonic king bug's body. The demonic king bug charged towards the desert god-killing bug king, but it was blocked by a large number of desert god-killing bugs. It needed to continuously kill these desert god-killing bugs before it could get close to the bug king, but this required time. Now, whether it was the demonic king bug or Lin Feng and the others, what they lacked the most was time. Moreover, if this continued, the demonic king bug's battle strength would be greatly reduced. Even if it managed to get close to the bug king, how would it be able to fight against it? The demonic king bug obviously knew this, so when it looked in the bug king's direction, it let out a series of strange cries. These cries sounded like a provocation. "What is it saying?" Leng Zishi looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, "It's issuing a life and death challenge to the Bug King. The Bug King won't agree, right? After all, the Bug King can rely on the desert god killing bugs to exhaust its battle strength, and then wait until its battle strength is almost exhausted before attacking it again." Leng Zishi said. Lin Feng said, "No, the Bug King will agree." Leng Zishi asked, "Why are you so confident?" Lin Feng replied, "The Bug King rules over a swarm of bugs, and is considered an invincible race in the ancient demon desert. Therefore, the Bug King must be extremely confident in its own strength. The demonic king bug has issued a formal challenge to the Bug King in front of its swarm. This is a provocation to the Bug King's dignity, and the Bug King shouldn't refuse. These king-level existences often place great importance on their dignity, including the Bug King. Therefore, I think the Bug King will agree to the demonic king bug's challenge." It was just as Lin Feng had said. After the demon king bug issued a challenge to the Bug King, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the back of the swarm. It was the Bug King's cry. After the Bug King's cry came out, the desert god killing bugs that were besieging the demon king bug quickly opened a path for the demon king bug to pass through. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from afar. The devil king worm and the insect king met. The two terrifying existences did not say much and directly released a terrifying aura fluctuation. After that, they quickly pounced on each other. Lin Feng saw the appearance of the insect king. It was a desert god-killing insect the size of a washbasin. Although the desert god-killing bug was not very large, compared to the desert god-killing bug that was only the size of a fingernail, it was simply too enormous. Compared to the insect king, the devil king insect's body was so small and delicate. Therefore, when Lin Feng saw the size of the insect king, Lin Feng couldn't help but become extremely worried. No wonder Lin Feng was so worried. It was because the insect king was simply too powerful. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, the devil king insect and the insect king collided violently. A powerful force swept out in all directions, causing the void to shatter. The devil king insect was unable to withstand the insect king's attack. It was directly sent flying by the insect king. Lin Feng and Leng Zishi's expressions became even more unpleasant. They had only just exchanged blows, and the devil king insect was already at a disadvantage. This was not a good thing. Screech, around them. The endless swarm of insects let out ear-piercing screeches. Those insects quickly charged toward Lin Feng and Leng Zishi. Lin Feng's three main insect swarms resisted the attacks of these desert god killing bugs with great difficulty. However, there were still many desert god killing bugs that broke through the line of defense and charged directly toward Lin Feng and Leng Zishi. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He wielded the black dragon sword and slashed at the desert god killing bugs that had broken through the three main insect swarms. The desert god killing bugs' bodies were extremely tough and had amazing defensive capabilities. However, if they were hit by Lin Feng's black dragon sword, they would not survive. One by one, the desert god killing bugs were cut in half by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Meanwhile, Leng Zishi wielded a short sword and killed some desert god killing bugs as well. Fortunately, there were not many desert god killing bugs that had broken through the defense. Otherwise, the situation would be very troublesome. Lin Feng summoned the Emperor Archaic and the primordial ancestor Zerg. They joined the battle and fought the desert god killing bugs together with Lin Feng's three main insect swarms. With the help of the Emperor Archaic and the primordial ancestor Zerg, no desert god killing bugs broke through the three main insect swarms' defense. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Leng Zishi looked at the other battlefield. Bang 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 bang. At this time, the insect king launched a continuous attack on the devil king bug, accompanied by the sound of collision. The devil king bug suffered a great blow. Under the insect king's attack, the devil king bug was forced to retreat. It could not threaten the insect king at all. After seeing this scene, Leng Zishi suddenly became anxious. She said, "That insect king is so powerful. Your little bug is no match for that insect king. I'm afraid it won't be able to last long." Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. The insect king's battle strength was indeed too powerful. This was even beyond Lin Feng's expectations. After the insect king sent the devil king bug flying, It once again attacked the devil king bug. The insect king stretched out its sharp claws and attacked the devil king bug. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but worry for the devil king bug. The devil king bug was in a bad situation. At any time, anywhere. At any time, it could be killed by the insect king. Although Lin Feng did not want to admit this, he had no choice but to do so. Just as the insect king's terrifying attack was about to land on the devil king bug's body, the devil king bug suddenly spat out a large number of silk threads. These silk threads were all black and had an extremely strange power lingering around them. After seeing these silk threads, Lin Feng could not help but be slightly stunned. He did not know that the devil king bug could actually spit out silk threads. Clearly, this was a special method passed down by the devil king bug race. At such a close distance, even the powerful insect king was unable to dodge the threads that the demonic king insect spat out. Therefore, the dense silk threads wrapped around the insect king's body. That little bug still has such a trump card. Leng Zishi excitedly shouted. At this time, the devil king bug began to attack the insect king. Dense runes appeared on the outside of the devil king bug's body. These runes completely covered its body. Even from a distance, Lin Feng could still feel the terrifying power from these runes. In the next moment. Chapter 5009. Bang! Along with the dull sound of the collision, the devil king worm slammed into the insect king's body. The insect king's body was extremely hard, but after taking the devil king worm's attack, the insect king's outer shell actually had many cracks. And from those cracks, some green juice flowed out. Those juice. It was emitting a foul smell. Those juice were probably equivalent to a cultivator's blood. The insect king was injured. This made Lin Feng and Leng Zishi reveal a look of joy. The devil king worm continued to charge towards the insect king, wanting to kill the insect king in one go. But at this time, the insect king roared in anger. It was simply humiliated that it was injured by the devil king worm. The insect king was an extremely proud existence. Therefore, it simply could not allow such a thing to happen. The insect king only wanted to quickly kill the devil king worm to vent its anger. Many black flames actually surged out of the insect king's body. The flames burned all the threads that were wrapped around its body into ashes. Then, the insect king slapped the devil king worm with its claws. At this time, the devil king worm flew over and collided with the insect king's huge claws. The devil king worm was once again blasted out. Although the insect king was injured, its fighting strength was still extremely heaven-defying. It was not an easy task to fight against the insect king. This point. It was indeed quite troublesome. The insect king rushed towards the devil king worm like a madman and then launched a crazy attack on it. It was mainly because this guy was injured by the devil king worm previously, so now it was extremely angry. The devil king worm was completely suppressed. Crack, crack, crack. Under the constant attacks of the insect king, the devil king worm was injured, and many of the shells covering its body also had cracks. The devil king worm's blood was golden blood. Now, a lot of golden blood flowed out of the devil king worm's body. Seeing that the devil king worm was injured and suppressed to the point where it could not fight back, Lin Feng could not help but worry for the devil king worm. But now, he could not help the devil king worm. Everything depended on whether the devil king worm could survive this difficult period. The insect king's attacks became faster and stronger. The devil king worm was also being suppressed more and more. Lin Feng even felt that the devil king worm could not hold on any longer. Suddenly, a golden beam of light flew out from the devil king worm's body. He did not know what kind of light beam was it, but that light beam was extremely powerful. The light beam instantly flew in front of the insect king, and the insect king waved its claws to meet the golden light beam. But that golden light beam of light cut the insect king worm's claws. When Lin Feng and Leng Zishi saw that, their eyes twinkled. The devil king worm was the insect king. The devil king worm was the insect king insect king being crushed king worm until now. The devil king bug displayed its unique characteristics. That golden light was unimaginably terrifying. Lin Feng was guessing that the demonic king insect had spent a lot of time condensing that golden light. It was very difficult to execute such an attack. However, once it was used, it could often cause extremely terrifying lethality. The Devil King Worm had been suppressed for such a long time and did not have the power to fight back. Firstly, it was because in terms of battle strength, the Devil King Worm was indeed not as strong as the Insect King. Secondly, it was because the Devil King Worm did not fight the Insect King with all its might. Because the Devil King Worm needed to condense that golden light beam, the Devil King Worm could only use a portion of its battle strength to fight the Insect King. The rest of its energy was used to secretly condense that golden light beam. Fortunately, before the Devil King Worm was killed by the Insect King, it successfully used its ultimate move. Screech. The Insect King, who had lost one of its claws, let out a painful cry. The Insect King losing one of its claws was like a person losing an arm. The impact was naturally great. The Devil King Worm seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Once again, it slammed into the Insect King. After receiving the Devil King Worm's attack, the Insect King was sent flying. Then, the Devil King Worm spat out a mass of black liquid. The black liquid instantly enveloped the Insect King. The Insect King wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The poison was instantly sprinkled on the Insect King's body and seeped into the Insect King's body from its wound. The poison in the Devil King Worm's body was naturally extremely terrifying. Therefore, when the Devil King Worm's poison seeped into the Insect King's body, the Insect King roared in pain. The Insect King knew that it was in an extremely bad situation, so it turned around and quickly fled into the distance. The Devil King Worm's morale was greatly boosted as it chased after the escaping Insect King. Seeing the Insect King flee, the surrounding desert god-killing worms suddenly seemed to have lost their backbone. A huge swarm of worms. They began to stir. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He did not expect the Devil King Worm to turn the tables in this battle. Now, the Insect King was severely injured. Without the command of the Insect King, the swarm was like a mass of loose sand. Lin Feng immediately ordered the three major insect swarms, the Emperor Archaic and the Archaic Ancestor Worm Shia, to counterattack. Under the lead of the Emperor Archaic and the Archaic Ancestor Worm, the three major insect swarms launched a fierce counterattack against the worms in the depths of the desert. A large number of desert god-killing worms were killed, and the rest of the desert god-killing worms quickly fled in all directions. "Let's go and catch up to them," Lin Feng said. Lung Zishi nodded excitedly. She was overjoyed to have escaped death this time. Now, she could finally hold her head high. Lin Feng kept the three major insect swarms, leaving the Emperor Archaic and the Archaic Ancestor Worm outside. Then, he quickly chased after the Insect King and the Devil King Worm in the distance. The Insect King was injured, and its speed was greatly reduced compared to its peak. Even so, the Insect King's speed was still very fast. The Devil King Worm chased after the Insect King relentlessly, while Lin Feng used his mana to wrap around Lung Zishi. The Emperor Archaic and the Archaic Ancestor Worm quickly caught up with the Devil King Worm. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He wrapped the Devil King Worm with his mana and continued to chase after the Insect King. When the Insect King saw that Lin Feng was about to catch up to it, its eyes became extremely gloomy. It increased its speed. After a quarter of an hour, the distance between the two sides was only about 100 meters. The Insect King also saw Lin Feng and the others chasing after it. At this moment, the Insect King directly burrowed into the ground. The Insect King instantly burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. "You can't escape," Lin Feng sneered and then used the Great Earth Elemental technique. Chapter 50:10. The Insect King obviously wanted to use the underground desert to block the footsteps of Lin Feng and the others. However, the Insect King did not expect that Lin Feng was proficient in the Great Earth Elemental technique. When Lin Feng and the others were traveling underground, there was basically no difference when they were flying on the ground. This was the extraordinary part of the Great Earth Elemental technique. This sacred art allowed people to travel unimpeded underground, so even if they were chasing the Insect King underground, Lin Feng and the others did not slow down at all. "That big cockroach in front, don't run. Hurry up and stop to die," Lung Zishi shouted loudly. From the appearance of the insect king, it did indeed look like a black cockroach that had been magnified many times. It looked rather disgusting. However, the insect king was not a cockroach. A cockroach was only a lowly mortal insect. Insect king. It was an extremely high-level creature, so when the insect king heard Lung Zishi use the word big cockroach to describe it, the insect king immediately had the urge to cut Lung Zishi into 1,000 pieces. If it did not kill Lung Zishi, it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in its heart. However, the insect king also knew that its current situation was rather bad. That human cultivator's speed was simply too fast. If this continued, it would be caught up. If it was caught, it would definitely die. The insect king's eyes flickered with a strange light. In the end, it seemed to have made up its mind. The insect king quickly changed its direction of flight. Then, the blood in its body began to burn. It wanted to burn its blood to increase its speed. The insect king's speed increased greatly. However, Lin Feng had used the Tao of Space, and the insect king was still unable to shake off Lin Feng. Speed up and catch up to it. Lung Zishi said excitedly. Lin Feng said, there's no rush, it has already been poisoned by the Demon King insect. Just follow it, there's no need to chase after it now. As time passes, the poison will worsen its body functions. At that time, it will be much easier to deal with it. Actually, Lin Feng had another reason that he did not mention. The insect king was unable to produce larvae. The one who produced larvae or eggs was usually the mother insect. The insect queen was not the insect king. Since there were so many desert god killing bugs, there must be a queen bug. Lin Feng actually hoped that the insect king could take him to the insect queen's nest to have a look. One had to know that Lin Feng's 3 insect swarms were no match for the desert god killing bugs even when they joined forces. It could be seen from this. Desert god killing bugs. How terrifying was that? If he could find the insect queen, he could raise it. He would definitely be able to cultivate the eggs of the desert god killing worms. He would have the desert god killing bugs. Including the 3 bug groups from before, he now had 4 bug groups. Would the 4 insect swarms unleash such terrifying combat power when they unleashed their might together? Just thinking about it made people feel shocked. At this moment, the Bug King knew that it couldn't shake off Lin Feng and the others, so it led them quickly through the underground desert. In the end, it led Lin Feng and the others into an underground abyss. That underground abyss was covered by an energy barrier. Therefore, the sand couldn't bury that underground abyss. The Bug King rushed into the abyss. Lin Feng and the others followed closely behind and rushed into the abyss. The Bug King quickly flew to the bottom of the abyss. Lin Feng and the others followed closely behind. Lung Zishi said, this must be the Bug King's nest. We'll be able to cut off the Bug King's nest soon. I'm so excited. Seeing Lung Zishi's excited expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Previously, this girl was scared half to death by the Bug King and the desert god killing bugs. How long had it been? She became so lively and active. Not long after, the Bug King rushed to the bottom of the abyss, and Lin Feng and the others chased after it. The Bug King quickly flew to the bottom of the abyss, and Lin Feng and the others followed closely behind. Not long after, the Bug King arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Lin Feng and the others also arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Oh my god, what is that? Lung Zishi couldn't help but exclaim. At the bottom of the abyss. Something that looked like a beehive appeared, but it wasn't a beehive. Inside the beehive was a huge creature. One could vaguely see that it was a huge white bug. The white bug was huge, and even the Bug King was only the size of a wash basin. However, its body was at least 12 meters long. It's a queen bug. I didn't expect the desert god killing bug's queen bug to be so huge. No wonder there are so many of them. How many eggs can such a huge queen bug give birth to? Lin Feng exclaimed. That's the desert god killing bug's queen bug? Lung Zishi was startled. She quickly regained her senses and said, you clearly have the strength to catch up to the insect king, but you didn't. Was it because you wanted the insect king to lure you here? Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. The godly slaughtering insects of the desert are extremely strong. The 3 groups of insects I raised couldn't compete with the godly slaughtering insects of the desert. Therefore, I wanted to see if I could raise the godly slaughtering insects of the desert. If I wanted to raise the godly slaughtering insects of the desert, I had to find the mother of the godly slaughtering insects of the desert. The king of the insects didn't disappoint me. Human. You think too highly of yourself. You came here. You're just here to die. This queen is thinking of how to eat you later. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came from the giant beehive. The voice was very hoarse. It was filled with a dense killing intent. Is that so? We'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Feng said indifferently. You'll find out soon enough whether I have the ability to do so. The bug queen sneered. Next, the bug queen crawled out of the nest. Lin Feng was shocked when the bug queen crawled out. He had thought that the bug queen was only a dozen meters long, but when it fully crawled out, it was actually more than 50 meters long. The bug king made a strange sound when it saw the bug queen crawling out. It should be the language of the bug race. The bug king was communicating with the bug queen. The bug queen looked coldly at the bug king and said, "Trash. Bringing an outsider into your nest is a crime punishable by death. No matter how you explain, it's useless." Chapter 50:11. When Lin Feng and the others saw the queen eat the king, they were astonished. They hadn't thought the queen would do that. However, Lin Feng knew that the ultimate ruler of insects was not the king, but the queen. Why was that? It was because the queen gave birth to the entire race, including the king. The insect king was usually the most talented and powerful insect among all the insects. The insect queen would mate with the insect king and give birth to even more powerful offspring. In many insect species, the queen insect would eat the king insect within a certain period of time. For example, in some insect species, when the queen insect and the king insect finished mating, the queen insect would start to accumulate energy and give birth to eggs. The first thing the queen insect would do was to bite off the king insect's head while the king insect was still mating. After killing the king insect, the queen insect would slowly enjoy the body of the king insect. There was something that Lin Feng was puzzled about. Wasn't the difference in size between the queen and king of the desert god-killing insects too great? How could they mate with such a huge difference? There was something that Lin Feng did not know. The desert god-killing bug was a special kind of bug. If the queen bug wanted to give birth to a more powerful creature, she did not need to mate with the bug king. Eating the bug king would give birth to a more powerful creature. The desert god-killing bug's queen bug was not that big in the first place. An ordinary queen bug was about 1 meter in size. The reason why this queen bug was so huge was because it had lived for a long time and had eaten many bug kings. Therefore, as time passed, its body continued to grow. Now, it had grown to such a huge size. The taste of an insect king is far inferior to that of a human's flesh and blood. Among all living beings, I've always felt that the flesh and blood of a human is the most delicious, especially since your bloodline is very powerful. The more powerful your bloodline is, the fewer impurities in your body, and the more delicious your flesh and blood will be. The queen looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng sneered. A big meaty insect dares to be so arrogant. That's rare. Fart. Lung Zishi laughed when she heard how Lin Feng addressed the queen. The queen was so powerful. Her cultivation was unfathomable. She was many times more terrifying than the king. However, Lin Feng used words like a big meaty insect to describe the queen. He did not take the queen seriously at all. The queen was furious when she heard Lin Feng's words. It was the high and mighty queen insect. Her dignity would not allow anyone to challenge her. But now, Lin Feng dared to call her a big meaty insect. This made the queen feel as if her dignity was being trampled on. Go to hell, the queen roared angrily. Then, she opened her mouth and spat out a ball of energy. The insect queen's energy ball was extremely powerful and terrifying. Disperse. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout when he saw the ball of energy moving towards him. Even though Lin Feng looked down on the queen of insects, in reality, Lin Feng attached great importance to her. It only wanted to use words to provoke the insect queen. Once the queen was enraged, her battle power would be greatly affected. When the battle started, Lin Feng would not underestimate the queen. Hearing Lin Feng's warning, everyone scattered. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The ball of energy exploded. The destructive power spread in all directions. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the others reacted quickly and dodged the queen's attack. "Let's work together to deal with it," Lin Feng said. The others nodded. The Devil King bug opened its mouth and spat out a large net. The net was covered with runes. These runes contained extraordinary power and could strengthen the power of the net. It made the net extremely tough and would not be easily destroyed by the opponent's attack. The Devil King bug spat out a large net that directly enveloped the queen bug before wrapping around her body. It wanted to trap the queen in the net. The wings of the primordial butterfly emperor flapped, and waves of destructive power surged out, bombarding the insect queen. The primordial ancestor insect whipped the queen across the void. The primordial ancestor insect's attack formed a terrifying destructive power. The destructive power was all directed at the queen. Lung Zishi, on the other hand, took out a very special magic treasure. That magic treasure looked like a bell, but it wasn't a bell. It looked like a bell, but it wasn't a bell. She held the item in her hand and swung it around. Suddenly, a clanging sound was heard. The sound contained a powerful sound wave attack. It was very powerful. And the sound wave attack was all directed at the queen. Lin Feng used the emperor's scriptures, which was a powerful skill. 9 human emperors appeared. Then, the 9 human emperors all pounced on each other. Queen's protection. Suddenly, the queen let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. When the queen's voice fell, 4 shields appeared around the insect queen's body. The 4 shields hovered around the queen's body. When all kinds of attacks were directed at the queen, they were all neutralized by the 4 shields around the queen. As for the demon king worm's net, it was swallowed by the queen worm. As for the magic treasure in Lung Zish's hand that attacked the soul attack did not hurt the queen. It was also blocked by the queen's shields. So sick. Seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. Swoosh. In the next moment, the queen's huge body disappeared. Only a breath's time had passed. The queen had already appeared above Lin Feng. Although the queen's body was huge, its body was very agile. The queen twisted its body and whipped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed. He quickly retreated, but it was too late. The queen insect's tail hit Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was blown away by the attack. Then, the queen bug used its teleportation ability again. It quickly came to Lin Feng's side and opened its bloody mouth to devour Lin Feng. It swallowed Lin Feng like how it swallowed the Demon King. When the queen insect moved towards Lin Feng had the feeling that an invisible and intangible strength was restricting his movements. It made his body unable to move. No wonder the Demon King was easily swallowed by the queen. The queen had such a powerful move. Lin Feng's face darkened. This was going to be troublesome. In the next moment. Chapter 50:12. Quick, kill it. Seeing Lin Feng being swallowed, Lung Zishi shouted with a pale face. She took out her dagger and charged at the queen. Lin Feng could not die. That was the only thought in Lung Zishi's mind. Thinking that Lin Feng might die in the queen's hands, Lung Zishi felt a throbbing pain in her heart. The Devil King bug, Emperor Archaic, and Archaic Ancestor bug all charged at the queen. They were loyal to Lin Feng. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to save Lin Feng. Lowly ants, I'll let you know how powerful this queen is. Seeing Lung Zishi and the others charging at her, the queen sneered. Who? The queen bug opened its bloody mouth and spat out an extremely strange energy. The energy was like the dragon breath of the dragon clan. Although it was just an attack condensed from energy, it was unimaginably terrifying. Bang 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 bang, sounds of violent collisions could be heard. Lung Zishi, Emperor Archaic, Archaic Ancestor bug, and Devil King bug were all sent flying by the queen's attack. The queen sneered, "Weak, you're too weak. Continue. Let this queen see how strong you are." The queen's main target was the Devil King bug, Emperor Archaic, and Archaic Ancestor bug. They were also from the insect race, and their bloodlines were extremely powerful. The queen naturally wanted to show off in front of them. As for Lung Zishi, she was ignored by the queen. Lung Zishi, Devil King Bug, Emperor Archaic, and Archaic Ancestor Bug continued to charge at the queen. The queen continued to spit out that terrifying energy. Bang bang bang, both sides clashed again. This time, Lung Zishi, Devil King Bug, Emperor Archaic, and Archaic Ancestor Bug were sent flying again. Wah! After being sent flying for the second time, Lung Zishi spat out a mouthful of blood. The queen. She was too strong. At the very least, she was at the Tao Immortal Realm. Some were even at the high-level Tao Immortal Realm. Such a tyrannical existence was naturally not what Lung Zishi and the rest could contend with. The demonic king insect, Emperor Archaic, and primordial ancestor insect were also in a bad situation. They were also sent flying, their injuries not light. I'll eat you first, then I'll deal with the other three. The queen insect looked at Lung Zishi coldly. Then, she dashed towards Lung Zishi, wanting to eat her. The queen insect was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Lung Zishi, and then it opened its bloody mouth to devour Lung Zishi. Just as it was about to devour Lung Zishi, a dazzling ray of light suddenly sliced open the queen insect's body from the inside. The queen insect let out a painful roar. Its body rolled in pain in the void, and Lin Feng rushed out from its wound. Seeing Lin Feng rush out, Lung Zishi immediately revealed a look of joy. The demonic king bug, Emperor Archaic, and Archaic Ancestor Bug were also pleasantly surprised. Why aren't you dead? The queen insect looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. The queen insect's body contained an extremely powerful digestive fluid. That digestive fluid could instantly melt any cultivator's body. So, from the queen insect's point of view, Lin Feng would definitely be melted after being devoured by it. However, Lin Feng was not melted. Instead, it tore its body from the inside. Lin Feng's injury to the queen insect was extremely serious. It was as if a person's abdomen had been sliced open by a knife. If it was slightly more serious, it would be a rather fatal injury. Of course, the queen insect's cultivation was strong, so it would not die. However, even if it did not die, this injury was still very serious. The digestive fluid in your body? I've kept it in a treasure. This thing is not bad, it should be very useful in the future. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You deserve to die." The queen insect roared angrily. It quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Its wound was still bleeding. The queen insect was already flustered and exasperated after being injured by Lin Feng. It wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng. For a terrifying creature like the queen insect, its counterattack before death was usually the most powerful. Although Lin Feng did not know what realm the queen insect was in. However, Lin Feng felt the queen insect was most likely a high-level Tao immortal. If he hadn't used a trick to injure the queen insect, defeating it would have been as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the queen insect's battle prowess had been greatly reduced due to its severe injuries. So, the queen insect was not invincible now. Facing the queen insect's attack, Lin Feng kept the Black Dragon Sword and then took out the Epoch War Spear. In fact, Lin Feng did not like to use the Epoch War Spear because it was too powerful. Lin Feng was worried that he would rely on the Epoch War Spear in the future. This would affect his cultivation. However, he did not have to worry about this at the current stage. Lin Feng was still unfamiliar with the Epoch War Spear. He planned to familiarize himself with it first. When he was more familiar with it, he would try not to use the Epoch War Spear easily. Of course, in today's situation, even if he was familiar with the Epoch War Spear, it would be fine to use it. After all, an expert like the queen insect was in a very high realm. If he did not use some powerful treasure, it would be difficult to defeat it. Lin Feng stabbed the Epoch War Spear at the queen insect. The surface of the queen insect's body was surrounded by countless runes. These runes were very powerful and they protected the queen insect's body. The queen insect's body was its most powerful weapon. Especially now that it was protected by the runes, it was even more powerful. The queen insect's thick tail whipped at Lin Feng. "Eat my spear." Lin Feng sneered and stabbed the queen insect with his powerful spear. A popping sound could be heard. Lin Feng's spear pierced through the queen insect's body. Blood spurted out. Impossible. The queen insect roared in disbelief. The runes surrounding its body were so terrifying, but they were still easily pierced by Lin Feng. The queen insect could not accept this, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He immediately released the 8 seals. Numerous runes condensed and formed. These runes quickly flew out and imprinted themselves on the queen insect's body. In an instant, the queen insect was sealed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng then pulled out the Epoch War spear from the queen insect's body. Queen insect, I'll give you a chance to live. You can choose to follow me or die. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think. Lin Feng looked at the queen insect. The queen insect's face was extremely gloomy. A powerful creature like her was naturally unwilling to submit to others. However, the queen insect did not want to die. I'm willing to submit. Chapter 50:13. Make a vow. Lin Feng looked at the insect queen and said, I, the queen of the desert god-killing insect race, am willing to acknowledge you as my master. If I dare to betray you, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. The insect queen made a vow. When the insect queen finished speaking, Lin Feng and the insect queen formed a close connection. This was the vow contract that connected the two of them together. Henceforth, the insect queen could no longer betray Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, Insect queen, as long as you remain loyal to me, I will not mistreat you. Go and treat your injuries first. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the insect queen's nest was sent into the temporal space along with the insect queen. As for the desert god-killing insects that had fled in all directions, Lin Feng did not plan to look for them. That would be a waste of time. Moreover, the insects might not necessarily be loyal to him. Although the insect queen could order the insects to be loyal to him, there might still be some powerful desert god-killing insects that disobeyed the insect queen's orders. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous to bring those desert god-killing insects with him. If he was not careful one day, he might suffer a backlash from the desert god-killing insects. As for the newly bred desert god-killing insects, there was no need to worry. Before the insect swarm was born, the queen insect had already instilled the insect eggs with the belief that they would be loyal to her. Once the insect swarm was born, they would naturally be loyal to her. Lin Feng sent the Devil King insect, Emperor Archaic, and Ancestor insect back into the temporal space. Then, he left with Lung Zishi. When they arrived outside, they continued heading deeper into the region. This place, it was extremely dangerous. Hopefully, Little Rock King would be fine. Lin Feng continued using the heart compass to indicate Little Rock King's location. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at a desert mountain range. However, Lin Feng did not find any trace of Little Rock King. It's here. There shouldn't be no trace of Little Rock King. This is extremely strange. Great Immortal Sage Martin could not help but mutter. It rarely failed. However, he failed this time because there was no trace of the Little Rock King in the place indicated by the heart compass. Lin Feng asked, could it be that the magnetic field here is interfering with the heart compass's judgment? The Sacred Martin Immortal nodded and said, there is indeed such a possibility. I never expected the magnetic field here to be so powerful. I wonder what kind of powerful existence is buried in this desert to form such a terrifying magnetic field. The reason the Sacred Martin Great Immortal said this was because under normal circumstances, places where magnetic fields were formed would only form when top powerhouses had fallen. There were strong and weak magnetic fields. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the magnetic field at the place where they died. The magnetic field in the ancient demon desert was unprecedentedly strong. From this, it could be inferred that the expert who had died in the ancient demon desert must have been an earth-shattering existence. Does this mean that we won't be able to find Little Rock King's location? Lin Feng asked with a frown. It is indeed difficult, but don't be discouraged. Later, find a place where the magnetic field is relatively weak, and then try again. Great Immortal Sage Martin Great Immortal said. Lin Feng nodded. This was the only way. There seemed to be no other way. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi flew outside. Lin Feng wanted to find a place where the magnetic field was relatively weak. Such a place was not difficult to find. A place with a strong magnetic field would suppress one's divine sense more, and a place with a weak magnetic field would suppress one's divine sense less. Therefore, using one's divine sense to sense the magnetic field around them was a good method. Lin Feng and Leng Zixi had just left the mountain range not long ago. In the distance, a powerful sandstorm was blowing. The sandstorm was rushing towards Lin Feng and Leng Zixi. Lin Feng and Leng Zixi were naturally not afraid of the sandstorm, especially Leng Zixi. After seeing the sandstorm, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she found it very amusing. The woman shouted excitedly as she flew towards the sandstorm. Lin Feng knew that Leng Zixi had some special means. Even if it was just passing through the sandstorm, there would be no problem. Lin Feng took out his hurricane pearl. Lin Feng needed the help of the hurricane pearl to deal with the raging sandstorm. He quickly chased after Leng Zixi. Lin Feng and Leng Zixi entered the sandstorm together. The sandstorm swept across the land, but it could not do anything to Lin Feng and Leng Zixi. The two of them were extremely fast. They needed to pass through the sandstorm quickly. However, halfway through, Lin Feng suddenly found that the speed of his blood flow had begun to accelerate. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This was the ability of sudden inspiration. It meant that danger was approaching. Otherwise, the blood flow would not be so fast. Lin Feng did not know what kind of danger there was, but since the blood flow was so fast, it must be fatal. Therefore, Lin Feng hugged Leng Zix's slender waist and used the heaven patching technique. Borrowing another opportunity from the sky, Lin Feng and Leng Zixi quickly disappeared. Lin Feng and Leng Zixi had just left. Suddenly, the void in that area exploded. Boundless spacetime force devoured that area in an instant. There was also a strange and terrifying power of destruction mixed in the spacetime force. That power of destruction fused with the spacetime force. It was simply an invincible killing weapon, causing people to turn pale with fright. Lin Feng and Leng Zixi appeared 200 meters away. Lin Feng and Leng Zixi could not help but feel a lingering fear. They did not know what the other party had done. The combat power they had displayed was actually so terrifying. "Who is it? Get out here," Lin Feng said coldly. "Keik." A sinister laughter suddenly rang out. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the laughter and saw a cultivator in golden robes. After seeing the cultivator in golden robes, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The cultivator was very strange. He looked very similar to a human, but his skin was yellow. His ears were pointed and his eyes were long and narrow. His eyes were the most unique part. Others had black and white pupils. That cultivator's eyes were actually earth yellow in color. Lin Feng had been to many places and seen many races. However, this was his first time seeing such a cultivator. "Kid, you're quite capable. You actually managed to dodge my attack." The cultivator's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng. Then, he looked at Leng Zixi. Chapter 50:14. Leng Zixi was beautiful, so when she saw the evil look in the cultivator's eyes, Lin Feng knew what he was up to. Leng Zixi was also very sensitive, so she naturally felt the cultivator's malicious gaze. Leng Zixi was not easy to deal with. She cursed loudly. "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't dig your dog eyes out? TSK, I didn't expect a little beauty like you to be a little pepper. Not bad, not bad. This young master likes little peppers like you the most. I'll let you know how powerful this young master is later," the cultivator said sinisterly. "Who are you, you idiot? You don't look like a human or a ghost. Could it be that you're from a race in the desert?" Lin Feng looked at the cultivator and asked. When he heard Lin Feng call him an idiot, the cultivator's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Lin Feng's words were full of insults, so the cultivator was naturally extremely angry. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, I have to say that your mouth is really cheap. Later, I'll let your blood spill in the desert and your corpse turn into sand." Lin Feng said, "My mouth is cheap. I don't think so. You're an idiot. Even if my mouth is cheap, it's much better than your personality, right? I think you should just change your name. Let's call you bitch." I don't know which genius invented the word bitch, but it's simply tailor-made for you. When she heard Lin Feng's mocking words, Leng Zixi immediately laughed. Lin Feng's ability to argue was really too good. He was simply unrivaled. It was enough to infuriate someone to death. The cultivator was so angry at Lin Feng that his whole body trembled. He said coldly, "Kid, I want your life." As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind swept through the world. The cultivator hid in the raging storm and quickly attacked Lin Feng. This person's cultivation was extremely terrifying, and he could even control sandstorms. This should be a racial ability. Lin Feng recalled that when he entered the ancient demon desert, he also encountered a sandstorm. Lin Feng felt that perhaps the sandstorm was also man-made. Perhaps the cultivator's fellow clansmen were hidden in the sandstorm. Lin Feng took out the Hu Yi bow and sun-slaying divine arrows. At the same time, he took out many magical arrows. It was most suitable for remote attacks right now. In terms of the power of remote attacks, was there any engineering magical equipment that was more powerful than the Hu Yi bow and the sun-shooting arrow? As for the ordinary arrows, they were used by Lin Feng to confuse the cultivator. The real killing move was the sun-slaying divine arrow hidden among the magical arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Feng pulled back his bow and shot out arrows as fast as lightning towards the cultivator. The power of these arrows was extremely frightening, causing others to be shocked. Even if it was just an ordinary arrow, it would still be extremely powerful after being strengthened by the Hu Yi bow. 9-star alignment. 7 stars piercing the sun. Lin Feng continued to attack. A dense barrage of arrows shot towards the cultivator. The cultivator's face suddenly sank. This was because he felt the terrifying power of these arrows. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. He took out a battle spear and swept it towards the arrows that were shooting towards him. Clang 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 clang. Along with the sound of violent collisions, the cultivator's battle spear collided. The battle spear in the cultivator's hand collided with the magical arrows shot by Lin Feng. The cultivator was indeed very frightening. He directly destroyed the arrows shot by Lin Feng. The cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. After fighting for a while, he could finally relax. Although the magical arrows shot by Lin Feng were powerful, they were still not enough to hurt him. He was still a little worried before, but after fighting for real, his worries were all gone. Is that all you've got? If it wasn't for that bow, perhaps you would have been trampled under my feet by now. The cultivator sneered as he looked at Lin Feng, his eyes full of contempt. This person naturally knew that Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, but so what? No matter how extraordinary his methods were, it still depended on who he was compared to. Compared to him, he was far inferior. Lin Feng sneered and ignored him. He continued to draw his bow and shoot. Clang 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 clang. The cultivator wielded his spear and destroyed one arrow after another. Although Lin Feng's arrows were powerful, they did not pose much of a threat to him. When he saw that Lin Feng was still shooting arrows, he was astonished. The cultivator sneered and said, "What an idiot. I really don't know how an idiot like you could cultivate to this level." He thought that he had everything under control and was filled with disdain and contempt for Lin Feng. In his opinion, killing Lin Feng was not a difficult matter. He was rapidly approaching Lin Feng. There were only 40 to 50 meters between the two of them. But Lin Feng was still shooting arrows. Clang 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 clang. Sounds of collisions rang out one after another as the arrows were shattered by the cultivator. However, after he shattered a few more arrows, another arrow shot towards him. When the arrow arrived, the cultivator's expression changed slightly. This was because he discovered that the incoming arrow was completely different from the previous ones. It was unknown how many times more powerful it was than the previous magical arrows. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only brace himself and block the arrow. This magical arrow was naturally the sunshot divine arrow. Lin Feng waited until the cultivator was 40 to 50 meters away from him before shooting the sunshot divine arrow. Firstly, he wanted to use other magical arrows to confuse the cultivator. After all, the cultivator's cultivation was extremely terrifying and his methods were quite strange. He had to be wary of him. Secondly, He wanted to shoot the sunshot divine arrow at a short distance. By the time the cultivator reacted, the sunshot divine arrow would have already reached him. He would have no time to dodge the sunshot divine arrow. If the distance was too far, he might have a way to dodge the sunshot divine arrow's attack. Lin Feng had already calculated everything. Clang! At this moment, the cultivator's war spear fiercely swept the sunshot divine arrow. However, his right hand that was holding the war spear was shattered and blood immediately flowed out. But he still could not shake off the sunshot divine arrow. In fact, he could not even change the direction of the sunshot divine arrow, let alone shake it off. Puff! The next moment. With a tearing sound, the sunshot divine arrow pierced through the cultivator's chest. Blood immediately gushed out from his chest.